right, it's 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. We are internless today, so those phone calls, if you decide to join in, will be unscreened phone calls, but we can roll through it. Don't worry about it. Good time gang here, fired up, ready for another day, and a busy one indeed. We have got a lot to discuss, and so we'll break all that down together. Not only personally and individual stories, but also the crazy world we live in. So let's all live it together. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
How are y'all?
Hello.
Hello.
Remember when the Three Stooges used to do that? Hello.
I was going for a U2 thing.
Oh, was
with
you?
one of their songs.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Hello.
but that works too, Greg.
Hello.
Hello.
What if I talk like this?
I wished you did.
We're back. It's 8, looking at 9 minutes past the hour.
The new Speedy.
The new Speedy.
The new improved Speedy.
Had a question I wanted to
my
ask.
name's Speedy, along with Greg and Helmsy. We're glad to have you today. But I was straight like, and thank you for joining in. And y'all couldn't get me out of it. You're like, Speedy, what do you do?
You got to do the whole show like that today. Oh, just to kick off.
Just the kickoff hour.
The whole hour? People get tired of that.
It's going to be real irritating. But you know, I'm the guy who wants to do the same story.
We're also the show that did a full hour with bullhorns.
Yeah, it didn't turn out like we thought
and our
it
boss
would.
had to call and
It's
go, guys.
the only time an executive called us and said, y'all can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Stop it.
We don't
We
forget,
get it.
we got 3 bullhorns and talked through the bullhorns the entire time.
The good news is John Olson is not up right now.
Yeah.
So we won't hear from him.
Right.
Yeah,
well, I
that's
mean, I don't
true.
know. We'd hear from him. Be talking like this.
Well, I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, that was the only call we ever got where they said, guys, that wasn't a great idea.
I will finish the segment in this voice. If you finish it, Helmsy, like this. Yeah. And Greg, you got to go like that.
Now we're getting
All right,
Yeah,
we
now
are.
you're getting
All right,
silly.
well, I'm just saying that's what I'll do.
I'll try it, lady.
Thank you very much, Helmsy. All right, real quick, let me get this in.
We
RBU
should've
this
done it and
week.
not mentioned it.
Yeah.
We still have, Greg.
Good. Now you see the face again.
His eyes couldn't be more wide open when he does it.
Well, you have to if you got hot like that.
Did you see where his teeth are going?
Hey, Greg, you have to if you got hot like that.
Please look at him.
When are we going to do the hour same story every segment, but act like we're not doing it? When are we going to do
that? Out of
that?
the bag messed it up now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we just got to do it one day and go, hey, today's the day.
People now you're supposed to sneak it up.
I know.
Get your little promo out.
Sneak it up.
RBU.
Well, it's not really it's just you tell everybody what's going on, you know.
I'm just messing with you.
So we got RBU this week. Stacey Lynn Harris. She has a long history with the show. She's on the Outdoor Channel every Monday night at 7:30 p.m. Central Time with a show called The Sporting Chef TV Show.
Yeah.
On the Outdoor Channel. Also best-selling cookbook author, blogger, speaker, wife, mother of 7, by the way.
Yep.
We'll talk about a lot of stuff with her and look forward to that. As all of us are getting ready for the great outdoors, if you are a hunter, and you're getting ready for the whitetail deer hunting season coming up, then she's got a lot of recipes for you, some different things that we can discuss. But it'll be good to catch up with her and talk about. She's got her latest book out, Stacey Lynn's Harvest Cookbook, was sold out on Amazon within hours of its release. She has another upcoming book in 2023 that we'll talk about too. But a lot happening with Stacey Lynn Harris, so we thank her for taking time to be with us today. All right, so a lot out there today, but you said you had something.
I had a question, but
I
I don't really want to ask it because you can't answer the question, and I don't want to leave you out.
What do you mean?
So I was in the shower this morning.
What do you mean?
And
this has to do with shampoo and hair?
Yes, and
I
actually thought about this. I thought about this in the shower, and I thought, well, I'm not bringing this
Speedy,
to the
go get some
table.
coffee.
Hey, can I tell you why I might be in on this? I had to use shampoo on my head today.
You did? You had no shaving cream?
I was out of shaving cream and didn't realize it, and so I had to go with
Probably
shampoo
different.
and smear it all over my
it is
head and
different.
shave
I gotta
my
feel
head.
like it's different.
Y'all ever
is.
shaved your hair with shampoo?
No, I've never shaved
No.
my head. So.
It looks nice though, and smells nice.
Okay, buddy.
And there's
Not
no
that I've been
flakes.
close enough to smell, but I just
No flakes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
It's all right. So I have an order in which I do things,
Ooh.
and I got out of order this morning on when I shampoo my hair. I normally, if I get everything wet and then I shampoo my hair.
Same here.
And then I let it kind of fizzle in with the body, and then I use some body wash or soap, whatever's there.
See how he's doing all that.
And get all that
But
done.
you don't have to go this much
But that's the
detail.
order in which I do. I usually shampoo hair first, then go body.
Well, you need to do that because that's how you wash a car.
But
you don't wash the bottom of a car
I get that,
first.
and I got out of order this morning.
Go to the top.
I wasn't going to wash my hair this morning. I couldn't remember if I'd washed it yesterday or
You don't
the
wash
day
your hair
before.
every day?
What's the deal?
No, listen.
You out in the
I
stuff?
I do wash my hair every day. You didn't listen.
Evidently not.
I couldn't remember if I had done it the night before. I didn't want to do it 12 hours again. You're not supposed to wash. You're not supposed to put
I do the same
shampoo
thing.
in your hair.
I wash my hair
Like,
at night, and I wet my hair in the morning in the shower.
That's what. So I couldn't remember. Well, then it hit me after
Beauty
I had
tips
everything done that I didn't shampoo the night before. So I went and started shampooing, and I thought, this is completely out of order. What are you doing?
Well, I'm the same way. I shampoo now. Do you immediately wash the shampoo out?
No, I do not.
I tried not to, but it gets in my eyes a lot. So
Okay.
normally, I mean, sometimes I do. Most of the time, I wash my hair and rinse it out and then proceed.
Okay.
But because the only reason is because it gets in your eyes, it burns.
Yeah.
You know, you can talk to me about this. I was
Okay.
I was born
I
with
still wanna
hair.
leave you
I mean,
out.
otherwise,
You
I
have
had
washed
hair.
your hair at one
I mean,
point.
I had hair till I was 20 something.
Yeah. So it's been a minute.
You
But
know.
yeah.
It has been. I'll give you that. But
I've-
I mean,
I
it's
have
not like
never-
I've never had hair.
But see, I've never known you with hair. Never.
right.
I did. I knew him without when he had hair. Wore a cap.
See, I was here.
Remember you had them cool hats?
It's been 14 years. I
Little
knew you.
Kangos? Yeah,
I knew you
cool
2 or
hat.
3 years before the show. So we're coming up on a 17, 18 year knowing you, and you didn't have hair for those 18
Right.
years.
Correct.
Did you see that somebody sent us a picture of him from his fraternity or something in college, and he looked like Eli Manning?
He did.
I thought it was Eli Manning.
You thought it was Eli.
just a second.
Somebody sent you a picture of Eli at Mississippi State.
Yep. But no, but he was young. I mean, hey, full head of hair,
Sure.
grinning like nobody's business, all dressed up,
So you
sharp as a tack.
So you don't shampoo your hair every day. We learned that
No,
about him.
well-
Your hair stinks.
yeah.
With every
Well, you
every,
gotta cut-
every
look,
24
Helmsy has
hours,
stinky hair. Let's
every
talk.
you
Just
can
call it.
smell it, man.
You keep it
Herbal
cut
essence
close.
this morning.
You keep it cut close enough though, it wouldn't grease up.
No, it's every 24 hours my hair is washed.
Don't
It
you hate
just
somebody-
depends
You
on that
wash it or you
cycle.
shampoo it?
Shampoo.
Don't you hate somebody with a greasy head that you go?
Oh yeah, you
Go
can
wash
just
your
look
hair.
at them and it's
Yeah.
greasy. Yeah.
Now I wet it and run my hands to it whether I put shampoo in it or not.
Yeah,
The other time I take a shower.
Okay. Well, that's
I
good.
did the same thing. I don't.
And it's hot water too. It'll knock the dirt
yeah.
off.
Yeah. So is it okay? We
Like
we
a
just did.
pressure
A,
I just got out of order this morning and it made me
you
think.
I
messed
agree.
up
Do
now.
y'all
I'm saying
shampoo
more
first or second?
Is there anybody that shampoos last? I don't know.
I did this morning. And I
would
didn't like
would
it
think
at
you
all.
would go top to bottom.
Didn't like it at all.
Like you
And
said,
you're right,
great
just like a
example is
car.
like a car.
Yeah.
Start at the roof and work your
Where
way
where
down.
y'all shampoo your hair, I shave my head first and then.
I'll be honest.
I
you've got
shave
to-
my face first before I do anything. That's the first thing I do.
A lot of times
in
I
the shower.
shave post shower.
Right.
I'm in the shower.
I don't
Shaving.
know what to call
I
this.
got that
segment.
from Speedy too.
Don't forget
Beauty
we
tips.
started this segment with weird voices. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, and then somehow we got to shampoo it.
Right.
We'll see y'all in a minute.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we got 21 minutes past the hour. It is the Good Time Gang Kickoff Hour Live. We are rolling. Rick and Bubba. Adler join us right after top of the hour for the main show. A couple of updates. Yesterday, Major League Baseball, San Diego beat Philly to even the NLCS to 1-1, and now they head back to Philly. Astros beat the Yankees 4-2 to take a 1-0 series ALCS lead on that. College football tonight, you got Virginia at Georgia Tech on ESPN, and then Troy and South Alabama both having really good seasons. They're on ESPNU at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And, Greg, I'm sorry, but the prime video game of the week, Saints at the Cardinals, 7:15 p.m. Central Time,
matchup.
Amazon Prime. That are the games from yesterday
You gonna watch
and
that?
some of the games tonight. Do what now?
You gonna watch that tonight?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'm probably gonna go over to ESPNU if I have a second and watch South Alabama and Troy.
Oh, I like to say that.
Yeah, that's they're both doing pretty good.
About the
5-1, 5-2, or something like that. I mean, they're both doing pretty good this year. So we'll see how that plays out. But that's on ESPNU tonight. Then tomorrow night, you've got Thompson and Hoover. Now, for those of you around the country, Hoover, Alabama, they've been a national powerhouse for how many years? Good Lord. And then Thompson has come along over the last few years and won championships. And so it's a clash of the Titans. And that game is on local TV in the Birmingham market. But Thompson is hosting Hoover. And the reason I say all this is because Rick and baby brother are going to be on the pregame show.
Yeah, they got a pregame show, and I've actually found out where you could watch it if you want to make fun of us.
Sure. I would love
Thompson
that.
Athletics Facebook page, THS Athletics.
So there you go. For those of you around the country, so what do they search, Greg?
On THS Athletics.
THS. Thompson High School, THS Athletics.
Page if you want to see me and Rick trying to pick high school games, like we know what we're talking about.
Tell everybody about what time Friday night they could go to THS
about
Facebook
6
page.
o'clock.
About 6 p.m. Central, if you want to see the Burgess brothers on the pregame show, do that, and they do a really good job. They got a
it's like game day
set up out front, and so that'll be cool. Last year y'all did that, went real well. And so you're back. So for those of you around the country on Facebook, THS Athletics, Thompson High School Athletics on Facebook.
Yeah, we'll be
there you
picking.
Go. Look at you with some information.
Yeah, I rarely have it.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. Which reminds me, I'm going to be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall tomorrow, 11 to 1.
Oh, look at you.
Throw that in there, too, while we're throwing stuff out.
Sure.
Come on, buy Papa Murphy's Pizza.
Are you going to be like the Pat McAfee? Or are you more of a Desmond Howard, Kirk Herbstreit kind of guy on this panel?
I'm not McAfee. I don't crank it up like he does. I won't have my gold chain on.
No
He's
belt,
growing
no
on
big
me,
belt buckle. He's growing on me,
He's growing on me.
Yeah.
At first, he was a bip to me. I ain't going to lie to you.
I know.
It took me a second.
Yeah.
But now I get it.
Yeah,
I get what he's doing.
Also, Friday night, I know how you both don't like college football on Friday nights.
I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it. I have that and NFL on Thursday.
Well,
I'm good with either one.
UAB I got watching the game on Wednesday.
I may not watch it, but
that was weird.
Yeah. UAB is away this weekend.
That's right,
they're at Western Kentucky Friday night, 7 p.m. Central Time on CBS Sports Network.
Probably won't watch that one, but
they're going to bring you
I'm
in.
Okay with.
You want if I traveled with them?
I think you should.
Yeah, the Friday college. Like I said, I was watching one on Wednesday. It was one.
The only time
Georgia State were on last night.
The only time I ever traveled was with the Titans when they were in the playoff run, and they had to go to Jacksonville Jaguars, and they wanted me to travel with them and host a pep rally. And so Terry went with me, and we went and we did the hosting of the pep rally and stuff. That's why and I apologize for the Jacksonville Jaguar fans, she still just despises the Jaguars.
You told me they were really hateful to y'all.
Oh, were they?
They were.
I mean, now me being a dude, we're going to get heckled, and we're having to walk through tailgaters.
I almost kind of respect it.
But one Terry Wilburn did not like it. Well, they're just rude, and they're mean, and
I'll say this.
So I'm like, well, I get it. It wasn't that bad, but they were pretty verbal as far as what they were saying. They were just,
vulgar.
What I say?
Verbal. You said they were pretty verbal in what they were saying.
Vulgar, yes.
And I was just making sure.
Didn't even know I said that.
I was just making sure.
I appreciate
was wanting to know if they were.
Thank you for flying cover for me.
What limited experience
that was
I've
a good
had
friend right there. That's like me having something on my face and nobody telling me.
With NFL game days, I'm talking being there. Because we, where we grew up, college football, we don't have a major.
Right.
Atlanta Falcons is a little different, but when you go to these towns that are embedded with NFL, those fans are ruthless to each other. It's unreal.
Speaking of,
you remember we went and saw this was the XFL. Nobody even cared.
Right.
And we went to New York, and they were cussing us out, throwing stuff at us, and nobody even cared.
I do have a challenge for Rick if he's listening coming in during the pregame show Friday night. I need him to do half of it as Dickie Nadmeyer and not come out of it. That's just a little challenge for him. But Thompson High School Athletics on Facebook, you can search that on Facebook, and 6 p.m. Friday night, see the Burgess Bros. Titans, I just brought them up.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear, have y'all discussed when I was off their plans for the new stadium?
No.
I briefly read that, and it's a dome. And
it is a dome, and
I love domes.
Yeah, but it's going to be like the one in Las Vegas
that opens.
What's the name of it? I forget what it is.
That one in Las Vegas is pretty awesome.
Yeah, they said that's going to be the closest to what they're envisioning, because they're still in the planning stages. They're meeting with the city mayor and all this kind of stuff. It's been approved, but they're in the process of planning it out. But it's in the billions as far as how much money they're going to spend.
2.1 to be exact.
And it's going to be placed where the parking lot is now, just a little bit
They'll
further.
Build it and get it built and then tear that one down.
Correct. Yeah. But they say it's going to be, state of the art to where they can host a Super Bowl, host Final Four stuff.
I love that stadium. I mean, it's not like I say, it's almost like a college stadium.
Well, I think they were doing they were like doing, because it has to be renovated. Nissan Stadium right now, it has to be renovated, and I think they were going to have to spend about $800 million, close to $1 billion to renovate. And they're like, well, why not just keep going and get us a place that can we can use for multiple type events.
I know, but
so
now.
But I think it's going to have a pretty cool experience, like the SoFi Stadium, the Rams and the Chargers play in, and then the Raiders Stadium, where it's kind of this new. It's a dome, but yet it's kind of open a little bit.
Yeah, SoFi is a dome, but it's not closed in.
Right. Yeah.
Because when it's hot there, like when the season first started, they're talking about the heat.
Yeah.
It ain't like a climate controlled like the others.
Right. But so we'll see how this plays out. But now don't expect it to be. I don't think they're going to break ground until next fall probably. But so it'll be a 2026 I think is when they are expecting to open it.
But yeah, it's been there. But I remember when the Titans came to Nashville.
Yeah.
And they built the new stadium. But you think back, that's been a long time.
Yeah. It has. Right there on the water though, that's kind of cool. And they said that the way it's going to be unique because the things around it is going to be. Very Nashville, and so it's just going to be different than some of the other stuff. But
it'll be good.
That was a big announcement out of Nashville.
Getting it done is going to be a hassle.
Yeah. Parking's going to be fun.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology, they overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security Simply. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. SimpliSafe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A2B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A2B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs to help quickly prep your taxes and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A2B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at A2B.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LEAR Bubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Dave.
We got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. It's the Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Sad news coming out of college football, and there's other things we want to get to, but we also don't want to just ignore that this has happened. Sam Westmoreland, who was a freshman at Mississippi State, a football player, just 18 years of age, was found dead. Cause of death has yet to be determined with the university. They're working with local law enforcement and the county coroner's office. But Sam was an industrial technology major and a freshman at Mississippi State. Mike Leach described him as a tremendous young man with limitless future, expressed condolences to the family, and said the most important thing for us is to be there for the family and the teammates and make sure we get through this. Of course, the Bulldogs traveled to Tuscaloosa to play the Alabama Crimson Tide Saturday night. Tough week here for the guys now dealing with this. Report is sketchy, but apparently he didn't show up for something, and then they started trying to find him and then ended up finding him there in Starkville. And so our thoughts and prayers go out to the Mississippi State community, of course, Westmoreland's family, and it's just tragic news. Just 18 years old.
That's terrible.
Will Rogers, who is the quarterback for Mississippi State, had sent out a tweet too that was a little confusing. We won't assume anything, but we'll just wait for the official report to come out. But just tragic news coming out of Mississippi State. Is Sam Westmoreland, a freshman on the football team, just 18, was found dead. Cause of death unknown. So we'll get more information about that as it comes in. Don't forget, RBU this week is with Stacey Lynn Harris, Monday night, 7:30 p.m. Central Time on the Outdoor Channel. You might be seeing her. Sports Chef Show with Stacey Lynn is what the show is called. She's, of course, an author, a blogger, speaker, wife, mother of 7.
She's came to the show at
She
Toast
sure
and
has.
cooked for us.
Yep.
The food, outstanding.
That's right. Terry's used recipes out of her cookbooks before. And so we'll have Stacey Lynn on the show today, or actually on RBU. That's Rick and Bubba University's podcast this week. If you are not subscribed to the podcast, make sure you do that. Subscribe and get notifications. All right, so Helmsy, you have a Dang the Luck segment here. What's up?
When I read this morning, this is from the New York Post, and you guys have probably seen this, but the minute I saw it, I thought, this is what would happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Washington Commanders, season ticket holder, won a raffle, won $14,000.
All right.
His check doesn't show up that he's told he would get.
Oh, no.
He gets on social media, stirs things up a little bit. Just having some fun with it. Hey, am I going to have to ask Dan Snyder for this, directly? Yeah. What's going on? Am I going to get the check? He finally gets the check. He takes it to the bank. He goes to cash it. It bounces.
What?
The check bounces. So now he's in
bounces.
He's in this waiting game of, hey, what is going on?
Was it a scam? Was
$14,000 check that they finally got to him after he won a raffle.
Oh my God!
And now the check is bounced.
It legit? You think?
What do you mean?
The raffle and,
he
the
was
whole
tickled.
deal he was in?
It's supposed to be because he has been in contact with the Washington Commanders organization.
Well, the Commanders
they
just
sent him
can't
a
get
check
together,
and it bounced.
If they're bouncing a $14,000 check for an organization with the budget they got, they're in trouble.
All I could think about was I've never won anything. Okay, first of all. If I did win something, this is what would happen.
Yeah.
I would go to the bank excited. I would already have
finally
in my
got
mind.
your check.
Right. I'd have in my mind, like, planning for weeks what I'm going to do with that.
Yep.
Okay. Am I going to invest it here? Am I going to invest it there? Am I going to pay off this? Going to pay off that?
Yeah.
Had several conversations with the wife about it. Get just so excited. And then we're going out to dinner tonight and celebrate, honey. Got to make that phone call. Hey, babe, what are you doing? Hey, that cash that the commander sent us, it just bounced. Yeah. We don't have any of the $14,000 they said that we were going to get.
And even if we do get it, it's going to be a minute time we go through all the red tape, unless Daniel Snyder shows up and just folds out some folding money.
Yeah.
And not only
going on in that organization,
he got a $15 charge.
Sure, he did
for the check bounce.
Of course.
Well,
dang the gosh almighty, needs to be $14,015.
Well, congratulations on winning. That's all I can say.
But you're right. That would happen. Probably everybody who are sitting here right now.
I do think that they have resolved this.
Oh, really?
At this point, but this happened like in September, and it didn't get resolved until like yesterday or 2 days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, we get on.
Well, you get another surprise. You forget it's even going on, and you're like, "Oh,
sure.
wow!"
Yeah,
my luck, somehow in the wording, it would be written that I actually owed them $14,000.
Yeah,
sure. You're right.
That would be my luck.
Right.
The bank. Actually, you get to pay us.
Some weird thing would happen where the bank was like, "Well, until it's you're going to have to pay us 14 to cover it, and then just have to wait."
And then you get yours back.
I've got somebody just sent a question, and because we used to do this thing, questions from the audience, and I don't really want to do it.
You weren't really in it.
Well, no, y'all wouldn't participate. And
some of the questions,
the timing on this and what they're asking is pretty interesting. I never thought about this before.
Okay,
and y'all don't have to answer, okay? But not that I don't know why you wouldn't.
Right.
But
I'm not answering.
It says, I notice you three are constantly looking at laptops.
Yep.
What tabs do you have up right now and working through? What is the tabs on your computer? So, like, for example, I've got the internet browser tabs. So we're all looking at the internet.
Tell me what you mostly go to.
What are the tabs at the top that you have? And so, no, Greg, what are you into right now? This currently, like you've probably got. Do you just have one tab up?
Yes.
Okay. That makes perfect sense, by the way, that you would only have one tab.
Well, I'm only looking at one thing.
See, I'm working like 9. I got 9 things up over here.
I've got.
Well, maybe I have them up and don't know
I
it.
got about 5.
Did you hear what he just said? Maybe I have them up and I don't know it.
I just hit in the deal there, and all these frequent ones show up, and I hit the one I want.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
You could go.
Well, I don't want a bunch of stuff piled up.
You know what you need to do? Shut up. You could do this and then go right here.
Why?
And then,
I'm into different things throughout the show, and so I keep things up.
What's the
and then
difference?
go right here and then search that, and then so like if you could follow this and you could just go to different things.
That is tomato. You're
Come
clicking
look at
on
mine.
it. You're clicking
Greg,
on it either
come here.
way.
Come here.
You're
No.
clicking on it.
It's a shortcut to where you.
Well, I'm patient enough to wait.
I just
Look, see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I
6,
just
7,
I tried to
8,
do
9.
that.
I don't want
I
all
just
that.
I just added 3 on that to show
Yeah.
what it would look like, and he.
And really 5 of those stay up all the time.
But
just
to answer
because
your-
I'm constantly in
I
and
don't
out.
have any.
Speedy, what do you got up?
To answer your question, I've got college. I've got ESPN up to where I was making sure the scores and the schedules for everything is going on. I've got another one up. Dramatic video of UFOs over the Pacific are revealed. I've got that one going on. I've got mosquitoes are attracted to people according to their smell. I've got that one up. If you're just kind of wondering. I got this lady that threw a swarm of bees at some cops
like
or something out of Massachusetts. And the other one I've got is astronomers are shocked when black hole burps at a star out a star.
Okay.
And then Rust might be resuming production in California. Those are my tabs that are up.
I've got what we call.
How about you, Greg? What do you got?
I don't know what all that meant.
Yeah, that's. What do you mean
Well,
you don't know what
I
it
just showed
meant?
you what it meant.
I mean, I don't. I mean, if I don't care about it. I mean, I don't have to have.
So
it.
don't ask Greg.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Parker, who took his time to email the show this morning, and asked what tabs we had on our laptops up currently. Sorry, Parker.
I still
Greg
ain't
won't
figured
play.
out how you do that.
I
just showed you.
Yeah, you were hurrying.
You see that plus?
Yeah.
You go there and just use it. You use it like you would what you've got now, and then you could be like following 2 or 3 different stories, and you don't have to search them every time. You could just.
Greg,
hop
I don't
back
say
and
this
forth.
much. I feel like my dad's in the room.
Well, I mean, I don't get that. So, what do you mean? Like, if I want this, now what?
Like, let's say you're looking at a
So,
couple of
Parker,
stories.
I'm so sorry,
You're looking
buddy.
at a couple of stories for the show, and
But
I
I'm
see
really
here
not.
you're into Christina Aguilera.
I just clicked on
all
the
right?
first thing that came up.
and then so let's say right here.
She has a new video. It says.
Right,
Could have been
well,
worse.
You need to quit looking at it. like
I'm
you do.
not. I just hit the
You
first
need to
story
calm
I
down.
saw.
You need to calm down. So let's say you got Fox News going too.
I hope y'all are
So let's
enjoying
say
this as
you're
much as I
holding
am.
this story because this is something you want to talk about.
I
on
just
the
go
show.
to history.
But
my
that's what I'm saying.
gracious.
But you're going around your elbow to get to your butt.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, you are. Just look.
Be coachable, Greg. Remember the contact.
I
And
don't
so
need all
and so
that.
then let's say we got this one since you're into actresses and singers.
Oh,
You got
okay.
Gina Davis. Here,
I don't even know
all
who
right?
that is.
All right, so now you're going back and forth here, and if you just wanted to keep adding, now let's say you want to check your bank statement. There you go. Oh, look here, you got to check the weather for Thompson Hoover because that's all you're thinking about.
No.
So look, now we're over at the Weather Channel looking. See,
whatever.
now we're got all this.
Well,
stuff.
then
Oh,
what about when you want to get rid of all that?
you just hit right there. See that little X? The little X. And
Okay.
then now you're back to that.
If I need that, I'll use it, but I don't need it.
All right.
Sorry, Parky.
It'd be Parker.
Parker.
Okay. Goodness gracious.
I'm sorry about.
I was
all that.
also
Park-
I
let me
also
tell
been
Parker
reading
what
the
I
story
got
about
up.
the bees.
Yeah.
See?
that bee
Okay,
story's
thank
pretty
you for
good.
playing.
My favorite part is that lady picture of her with handcuffs on while wearing a beekeeper's suit.
Right. We have a lady in Massachusetts. Am I saying that right?
Nah.
I feel like I'm not.
You are.
Is accused of unleashing a swarm of bees on sheriff deputies when they were trying to service
Now,
an
what tab
eviction
was that?
an eviction notice.
So-
It happened on October the 12th. Deputies were serving a notice and were met with protesters outside the home. And anyway, so she unleashed a swarm of bees on them. So there you go.
How about that? She had the bee tag.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the fact that she's got her little suit on and they're escorting her out, and the suit is kind of crooked on her face, and she's still trying to keep it on.
It's hard to keep it straight when you're handcuffed.
It is, yeah.
Parker emailed me again, and he said, Helms, just email me what's on your tabs.
Yeah.
And tell Greg to shove it. And I cleaned that up a little bit.
Yeah.
Tell Parker I just use the history.
And I also love how Greg is.
You want me to go to my history and tell you what's on them are? I can do that.
I love how Greg will also say he just doesn't care when he doesn't want to deal with something. And I think he does care. He just doesn't want to care with the hassle
How
of
about
learning.
Ice Cube rejects credit for Kanye's anti-Semitism?
Okay.
So I got that's on, but it's in the history.
But that's in your history. See what you're doing?
That's the same thing.
No.
Good morning from Lori. She said, I just want to tell y'all that this morning's tab discussion with Greg has me laughing so hard. We're all watching on YouTube, drinking our coffee. Why am I not surprised that Greg has only one tab running?
What I love is that one tab, and he's trying to find through history everything he wants.
I don't have a problem seeing the history thing. Evidently, you can't do it. That's my skill.
That's your skill.
Sorry, Parker.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Steve is intrigued by the paranormal.
Otherworldly spirits really make a house a home, you know?
Janice has different taste.
I'd like my house to not be haunted.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Steve and Janice found a renovated Victorian that's only haunted from 9 to 5.
Okay, wife's home. I gotta bounce.
Bye, Steve.
Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we are rolling back. It is 7 minutes until top of the hour. Guess what, Greg?
What?
HelixSleep.com/Bubba is.
Hang on, put that under tab.
You could. Go for it.
I got an email I have
go
to
Helix,
read to y'all.
Go HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You can create an extra tab there on your your browser. There we go. If you need a good night's sleep, look.
Oh, buddy.
Hey, you want to be productive for the day? Because look at you. Okay, now go back to what you were doing. You can still have that open. Look at you. But Helix
I don't
Sleep,
need that because I know about a Helix.
Yeah, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They have a lineup of about 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, mattresses for big and tall sleepers, even mattresses for just kids. And you and Lisa have one, Greg.
That's right. And it's extremely – I love sleeping. It's so comfortable. And the reason it is because you go through that survey and tell them how you sleep, and they build it to meet your needs.
Mm-hmm. That's
right?
Good. That was good, buddy. That's
sleep
good. I thought you did good
on my
there.
side and my stomach. That's where I sleep.
That's right.
I try to sleep on my back, but I get hung between the sleep and the wake.
You just simply take about a 2-minute quiz, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to get your sleep preferences, and they personalize a mattress just for you, and it ships straight to your house or door, whatever, free of charge. So check it out, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. A variety of mattress models to choose from, each designed for specific sleep positions and preferences that you're going to answer during that little 2-minute quiz. They're American made, comes with a 10 or a 15-year warranty depending on the model. And remember, you have that risk-free try it for 100 nights, and plus it's free shipping too. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and guess what? You're going to save $350 at HelixSleep.com/Bubba and get a truly amazing night's sleep like Greg and Lisa. And check them out, too, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button if you need to just go that route.
I'll be honest with you, the 2 minutes survey, I did it in about a minute.
Well, because you're sharp.
Yeah. Imagine if you had an extra tab with it already up there.
I don't know what I'd done.
Speaking of the tab discussion, several emails in the break I have
Everybody
to share.
can shut up.
From one person simply said, "Is Greg 70?"
Okay.
Right. Well, that is a good,
And here's the next one from Megan. Hey, Megan, I didn't realize y'all were having Bill Burgess as guest of the show this morning.
Right.
And then my favorite.
I get that from
Robbie. Robbie checking in. Greg acts like he doesn't. Then Speedy mentioned this in the break.
Yep.
Greg acts like he doesn't care, but he will be running not only multiple tabs but multiple monitors by the end of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Especially once he figures out he can have Christina Aguilera and Salma Hayek open up on the same time.
Right.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Greg.
Well, I mean that's I went over
and grown named Robbie.
And Speedy, I love. Okay.
Now look,
Speedy. You're so gracious at trying to help him,
well,
but that was
care about my little brother.
That was a complete waste of your time.
I know.
I got it.
Well, Greg, when he doesn't quite understand something in the beginning, he'll say, "I don't care. This is stupid."
Yes.
That's his default.
Yes, it is.
But then when he starts learning,
new? They just
because then when
we've had this for 20.
Then when
years.
he starts learning more about it and he understands it, he's like, "Oh, okay, I'm coming along to it."
This didn't appear.
But
in my
I think
last
I could
upgrade.
literally go to Huntsville and explain this to my dad better than I'm doing Greg right now.
Yeah, and he can't see. But
are you making fun of the blind now?
I'm not making fun of the blind, but I'm just saying. Actually, I'm complimenting your dad. So you're saying
so
that
visually
your
impaired
dad
people
who's 80,
right?
And
visually
can't impaired,
see,
would be easier. So
to coach on this than you.
Okay,
yeah,
I understand.
Now this is also a man that can give
over. Exceptional.
This is a man that can give me directions in Huntsville, and he can't see.
That's really not a shot at me, if you say that. It's not because he's at a high level.
High level.
I'm dumber than he is by far.
Functioning high level. Is that what you're talking about?
So you think
you're stepping into it?
You think people
deeper.
that can't see are dumb?
No, I say.
Are you saying because he's 80, he's still smart? What are you saying?
I'm saying if you looked at me and you said, "Here's an 80-year-old."
For an 80-year-old, he's smart.
He's older than 80.
Is that what you're saying?
81's like my mom and dad, the same age. And if you said, that's a joke, well, man, it'd be easier for me to teach him than you. Well, in this case, that's really not far off. I mean,
I know it was.
He actually sent me a text, Greg.
Oh.
Is that okay with you? He sent me a text and he said that we're sounding good this morning. This was before you made fun of him.
I've never.
He said he's drinking a hot cup of Trader Joe's coffee that we brought him, and he's got some chocolate covered almonds that he's chasing.
Love chocolate covered almonds myself.
And he also said, "Tell Helmsy, my Aunt Lucy would always say, you don't wash your hair, you shampoo your hair.
Okay,
and you wash your car."
That's
okay.
And he put ha ha.
That's
good.
good.
Joke.
That's good.
But anyway,
Greg, I know you.
He was
were
able
kidding.
to send that, Greg.
I know you were kidding when you said
I probably couldn't have.
But you asking if this was something that was in the latest update.
Well, I thought
funny.
Is this new? Right?
Is
this
is my nose bleeding right now?
Oh my God! Yes. You have something?
Is it really?
No, it's not.
Oh, I hit it on the mic. I thought I cut it.
Well, you really look, Greg.
Yeah, he died.
We actually
got another tab.
Did you know that you were a topic of conversation last night, Greg? At my house?
Did not. After this morning, I'm afraid to ask what it was about.
Well, it was just about one of our kids and being observant, and I was like,
so he's got the gift.
Yeah, a little bit. And you just
it's really a curse.
Hey, speaking of being observant, here's what's funny about you though, Greg. You're observant about some things, and then some things you don't see for months. For instance, you know that stain that's in the carpet in here where it looks like somebody's dribbled? Greg came in this week and acted like it just happened. What? That's been there since we've been in here for 2 weeks.
I don't think that one has.
He was like, "Who spilled something all over the floor?"
Let me back up when we say
I'm
observant.
like, Greg, that has been there forever.
The observant's misleading. I'm aware. That's misleading too. I got a really good BS meter.
Okay, you do. I'll give you that. You do.
But there's some things
it's
that aren't
impressive.
BS that
I'm
Mr.
Magoo on a lot of stuff. I just go by.
You're just not aware of tab
see
buttons, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's new though. I just now upgraded it.
Sorry, Dad. All right,
sorry, Mr. Wilbur.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
I'm giving it a compliment.
Rick and Bubba.
Rip and roar, then I go to those kind of restaurants. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing wrong with a pizza joint saying, we think for us it's better to have a no-children policy because we've seen what happens when people bring their kids in there.
If you don't like it, don't support them.
Yeah.
The marketplace will take care of that too.
I bet that place is going to be packed.
Do you love when you're in one of those loud places though, and you're into it, you're enjoying the music, somebody who's trying to talk to you, and they won't not a quick thing, but they're trying to tell you a long story, and there's no way you can hear them, and you're like, you see where we are, right? I mean,
right. No. Let me tell you, I've been in that situation. And I hear the conversation where it's trying to go, and I'm like, oh, this is about to be a pretty deep conversation. Yeah. This is just a, hey, how are you moment. Yeah. There's no way we can cover this right here.
This is a, hey, what's up?
Yeah. On a much lighter note, my kids do that to me when we're in the car. Hey, Dad, turn this up. I like this song. And then they want to start talking.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me turn it down. Well, turn it up.
Right,
okay.
Right.
All right, what do we want? Are we wanting to talk or listen? What we got? We can't do both.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I used to have to do that all the time.
Can't hear you, son. Sorry.
And you turn the music up loud like they want it, then they would yell to get over it to talk.
Yeah.
I go, let's have a talking few miles. Let's have a music few miles.
Yeah. What do you want?
Guys, look right there.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy. Adam, you going to the White House or the prom?
Yeah.
What? Hey, are you bringing my car up?
Adler.
Did he join Nation of Islam or what? What is that?
It's red, white, and blue.
Adler,
I think you look good.
Look, you're dressed great. Your haircut's perfect that you got from your new friend.
Where's your organ grinder at?
What? This is a good look, right? Is this all right?
I mean, it looks great if you're going to the prom. I mean, it really does.
Or you're singing in a men's quartet.
Yeah. It's like a barbershop.
I'm a working professional, patriotic working professional. That's the look I'm going for here, guys.
Well, you look nice. It just seems it looks.
I've gotten a lot fatter since my wedding, by the way.
A lot
fatter.
That's all right.
The shirt's pulling a little bit there apart, isn't it?
What's going on there?
Hey, Big Bear.
It's fine if you don't breathe.
Yeah, that's good. So that's your look. That's what you're going
I'm
with.
so uncomfortable right now. I am out of my element.
No, you got to go.
You've got a bow tie on, a white shirt. Got a nice kind of blue.
You know what
suit.
Secret Service is going to do, right? They're going to talk into their wrist and go, guys, we got a little guy here with a red.
hat.
He's got a red bow tie on.
Red bow tie, full
guys,
body search.
Guys, some kid going to the proms trying to come into the conference today.
He's got his suit. He's got a suit on. It's a real small suit, too small.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the last segment for Speedy, Bubba, me, Adler, and then we go meet Super Tom, the engineer at the airport, and we go. I will remind all of you that it is an hour and 45-minute flight. If you haven't gone to the bathroom, the airplane does not feature a bathroom option.
Note to self, put this water bottle
And
in.
there's a curtain back there.
But it's not a pretty game if we have to do that, and it's frowned on by everyone in the plane.
Yes. And I would like to say this, if you're listening to the 9 o'clock hour, buckle up.
Yeah, because Helmsy and Greg will be doing that.
Put your chin strap on. It may be rough. You don't never know.
And
I got to get him. Look at that face over there.
Why are you so ill? Yeah, you've been walking around with it just like old Rumpelstiltskin all day. What's up? What are you mad about? What you ill about?
Not a thing.
Now we messing up everybody's schedule today. What are you mad about?
I'm just a little sleepy.
What are you sleepy about? World Series?
No, it was over. It was ugly early, so I knew. I did tell myself when I was going away at 5-0, I said, "I'll wake up tomorrow and they'll be talking about the greatest comeback in the history of the World Series." Because the way this series has been going, I knew. But actually, I didn't stay up even that late, really.
Really? Well, don't be so ill here the next day. You got a big responsibility coming. You can't just fade over in your corner. You got to come over and co-host.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. I didn't want to peak too early.
I will say this for the audience: ill is really kind of what you want.
Good.
You know what they call it? Greg's ill. Here comes the thrill.
I didn't want to peak too early.
That means no filter.
Ill
means
the
no
thrill.
filter.
I want to ask you a couple of things because I know that Bubba just dealt with it, and Speedy was asking about a couple of things. There has always been a bone of contention between my wife and me over T-shirts. I do not wear undershirts.
Yes.
And I hate undershirts.
Oh, you talking about under your nice shirt?
Yeah. And so and I see pictures, and she's right. She says you're supposed to wear an undershirt,
right?
Where when you wear shirts, everybody can see your nipples.
That's right.
You know what I
Is
mean?
that what that's for?
It's the nipple test. Yeah.
But how about this? I'm a man. Who cares?
I've never been an undershirt guy.
I haven't
hate
either.
them.
But Amanda's in the same.
So
Amanda
is
does
Terry.
the same thing to me. And I don't mind wearing an undershirt. It's the tucking. I don't like having two shirts tucked in.
Because what
Two
happens
tucks.
is it comes untucked and the other shirt stays tucked.
Yes.
And you get off.
It looks
It's
good.
all about the temperature and if I'm going to be outside.
Yeah.
And it's going to get warm today.
You go wife beater?
Airplane is always hot.
Can I wear an undershirt if I'm outside all day long and it's really cold? Yeah.
Yeah.
But
sure.
that didn't happen much.
No.
But if you're active out there, it'll get you too.
I do not like it. I don't like the way it is. I get up. She's always, you need to put on a T-shirt. And I said, you know what? And there's very few things because, I know all of us in marriage, there's compromise. And a lot of times you say, if she mommy ain't being nobody happy. I will tell you this. I don't know what it is. I've drawn a line at the T-shirt. I will not wear it.
Well,
I mean, it's like I said. I love you all my heart. And there's a lot of things I got to tell you. I'm drawing a hard line on the T-shirt.
Were you at our house last night? We had the conversation
I don't
last
own a
night
t-shirt
about T-shirts.
like that doesn't have something on it. Just would you go wife beater or just regular white V-neck?
Now you've brought up there's a compromise.
That's
on the
probably
table.
not politically correct anymore.
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, probably
but
not.
It's always caused them that.
Yeah, there is a compromise on the table because I acknowledge what she's talking about because we wear so many golf shirts and polo shirts, stuff like that. Now, if you got a jacket on, it really doesn't matter. But if you've got a button down on or you've got a polo shirt on or whatever, obviously, you definitely. I guess that you're not supposed to. I don't know, but anyway, so I'm thinking if I go back now, keep in mind, Greg, if you remember, we're talking what we used to call the old man T-shirt.
Oh man, everybody.
Rick and Bubba's Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we start this hour with our national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. Go, Rick and Bubba. Here we go. A brand new hour is rolling. The kickoff hour done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess and Helmsy handle that for you. Eddie Van Adler settles into his spot, overseeing and directing all things visual on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, which viewers are growing by leaps and bounds on that option. And hello, tubers. Glad you're here. Whether you're watching us live or archived, you have either option every day. Also, we grab a best of hour. Adler puts that together. That's available on our podcast archives, our YouTube archives, Blaze TV, and other TV stations in various markets. So there you go. Rick, where's all this content you're talking about? How do I access all of it? Well, just go to rickandbubba.com and find all the different ways to listen and watch the program either on your own time or live. All those options are there. Also, the Rick and Bubba store there if you want to pick up a little Rick and Bubba swag. Across the way there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
Somebody say, are you ready tonight? That's one of those underappreciated Boston songs.
That may be my favorite. All the Boston songs are, and there's a bunch of them. That may be my favorite.
But think about how few
That's
times.
a little kicker.
Think about how few times you bring up the Boston catalog. Somebody says, I like feeling satisfied. And because when they say it, you think they're not talking about a song. You're like,
that's
well,
true. You go, yeah, but what song?
Yeah, you're like,
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, but you're right. I think that one may go under the underappreciated.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm with you. That's one of their better ones, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, the first record, every cut on it was good. This one was off the second record,
right?
Which was still a good one. The
Right.
third, yeah, lost me a little.
Well, that was that happens. So, Bubba, we have a lot to unpack on the program today. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, happens today. And I think this is a topic that, if we were all honest, a lot of times you're uncomfortable with. And there's most of the time when you hear somebody say, "I don't like wild game," I just don't like wild game.
Right.
And I'm not saying every time, but the majority of the time, it's because the person that prepared you the meal doesn't really know how to prepare it.
That is correct.
And because there's a lot to the preparation of wild game, and we will actually talk about that. And congratulate really a longtime listener of the show who has got a show now on the Outdoor Channel, runs on Monday nights. That's Stacey Harris and her family. We've talked to them a couple of times over the years, and the show is called Sports Chef Show, and we will talk about some recipes and preparation. And for a lot of you with hunting season that has begun, for others it's about to begin. And it'd be a great topic for you to maybe learn some stuff on the preparation of wild game, especially since our country is destroying itself. Now more than ever, you probably want to know how to do it.
Yeah, we've had Stacey.
Not trying to be Glenn Beck, but I'm just telling you.
Right. Yeah, don't go to squalling over there.
Right.
Stacey's been on the show several times. She had several cookbooks published and really high level publications, and I had no idea she had her own TV show now.
I didn't either.
So when we found that out, we said we got to catch up.
And also that's a topic that I think is there's people like, I would like to know how to prepare it. I'm a little intimidated with the thought of, here's my husband or myself. I've brought in, say a deer, and I hear everybody talking about deer and how good it is, but frankly, I don't like it, and I don't think I've ever learned how to prepare it properly.
Yeah.
So
that aging process is key because if we didn't age our beef like we do, it wouldn't taste the same either.
It really wouldn't. So
talking to her latest book, Stacey Lynn's Harvest Cookbook, it was sold out on Amazon within hours of its release. She's got another one coming out in 2023, but yeah, anytime her cookbooks are available, they go quick.
Yeah. So that'll be.
Adler's been down. They've been hunting, right?
Adler has hunted on their land a couple times.
Yes, their family is so incredibly kind. Yep. She has 7 kids, and she invites my family out to hunt every single year. Every single year, they're just the coolest, kindest people ever, and they have 7 kids, and they're just a wonderful family.
Yeah. I always the people that have a lot of kids, and it's pretty much the same thing I've heard from every one of them, and of course. At one time, I had 5, so I can understand. But and it really is true when you say their kids are well behaved, and they almost always say the same thing. Well, there is no other choice.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You can't have this many children and your kids not be well behaved.
That's right.
It doesn't work. So so anyway, that will be an interesting topic this weekend that you might learn something. It might be a game changer, pun intended, with what you're going to be doing this hunting season as well. And really, if you look at it, one of the main things, and Bubba touched on it, is what God told us when Noah and the family got off the boat. That's one of the most important things to do.
Yep.
Drain the blood out of it.
Yep.
That's where that wild taste comes from a lot. It hasn't been drained properly. All right, we'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. We got a lot to do and a lot to unpack, and we look forward to hearing from you on the program today also, as the old world just continues to provide plenty to talk about, but always stuff happening within the show as well, and we'll cover it all when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The wife beater.
Yeah. I tried to stay away from that one.
I know, but that's what everybody calls it.
That's what we call it.
That's the T-shirt tank top.
Yeah.
And so,
I don't mean any disrespect, but that's what everybody called it.
And you still have
I didn't come up with the name.
Yeah. No, you have the granddaddy V-neck too. It's still you're your granddaddy wearing that.
Oh
one,
yeah,
the old V-neck.
Yeah,
I got a few.
Always had a slight BO smell.
It did,
but didn't it? But that tank top undershirt, I used to wear those back in the day, and I understand somebody.
You wore them just as a shirt.
I know, but if I look around. The tank top has made a comeback.
Rick, I'll tell you, I like
right there. We got to be out here with one.
I like it better than the T-shirt.
Oh yeah, by far. So
and I don't know why.
So because I'll tell you why, because at least you got your shoulders are free.
Loose.
So I'm thinking about I may try that again. But now when I crossed the line with that
T-shirt,
T-shirt,
been a tank top guy.
Oh no, I rocked a tank top back in the day.
Well, I did in the '80s.
Oh yeah. Look, you got the tank rock. The tank's back.
I know.
I haven't.
I won't.
Some
go
people
there
are wearing
now.
that they shouldn't be wearing.
No, I think it's kind of like with your hat on backwards. There's a certain age.
Yeah.
I think tank tops same
But the
way.
tank is back. Yeah. It went away completely. My younger sons wear them all the time.
Then you don't wear them for a while. Then there's the older bunch you do.
Yeah. Well, by then you don't care. Yeah. Whatever.
We went tank top to no sleeve T-shirt.
Yep.
Remember it kind of evolved.
I'll go
from
no
tank top
sleeve in the yard.
to no sleeve T-shirt.
But anyway, it went back to this. So I'm thinking I may go. But see where I crossed the line, and we talk about this on the show, and I have it, by the way. Somebody sent me a picture of it from the Troy State yearbook.
Oh, Rick.
Is that I have my college picture made in one of those undershirt tank tops. And my mother, it was horrifying. I didn't know that's what they were doing. I thought it was just for an identification card. I didn't know this is what was going in the annual.
And they sent the proofs home to ask my mother if she wanted to buy any. And I remember I was still in high school. Rick was at college. I was coming through the kitchen. She goes, "Hey, reckon I'm gonna buy these?" And I looked and I had to laughing so hard.
We're in the middle of two-a-days, man.
She said, "That's ridiculous."
Yeah. But so that if you go find Troy State 1983, my college picture in the annual is me in an old man tank top.
Rick,
that's so
what
good.
What year was it when we were younger and she got mad?
Fourth grade.
You made a horrible picture in the
fourth grade.
Fourth grade. Hey, that turned the house upside down.
Well, so you're coming alive now. What I had was the attitude you had all morning up to this point.
Boy.
And I didn't want to have my picture made, and my hair was sticking up on the side, and I was mad about it.
Look, his picture in the yearbook. I mean, for
it's
little
me mad.
kids,
It's frowning.
He was mad
as a hornet.
Listen, mother saw it and went, you got in bad trouble.
Yeah, threw it across the room.
Yeah, you got in real bad trouble.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you want to go fourth grade, Oxford Elementary School, you'll find me with a very angry look on.
Yeah.
I never did make good pictures. I'm not photogenic.
Oh, I'm still not.
You know, but the
oh God, don't forget that one.
And I used to have a little peeled haircut.
Yeah.
I mean, my
Oh,
dad,
peeled
he
that
kept me in
peanut.
Kelly's
Yeah.
barbershop, and I mean, it was just like a potato got peeled.
Oh yeah,
sure.
Well, I was the same. So I'm thinking about if I have to wear undershirts with button downs and certain shirts, I may try to go back to the old man T-shirt, see how that works.
Yeah.
You know what I
cannot
like.
wear
You know
a
what I
sleeve
like,
T-shirt.
and I haven't got to the point I can pull it off. But you got to give Steve Jobs props. He said, "I'm going black T-shirt and jeans and tennis shoes, no matter what I'm in," and he pulled it off.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you went to that.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
he was a
little odd.
trendsetter.
He was a little odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was odd. Nobody said he wasn't.
No,
Right, yeah.
his oddness.
But he didn't have to put a tie on much.
No, he didn't. I guess if you have that kind of success, you can wear whatever you want.
Yeah.
Who's gonna
Just gotta
say
deal.
anything?
I'm not sure he wore that to funerals though. I mean, there are times you have to put on.
You
a
would
suit.
think.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
I don't know.
going to
Can you find
eventually
a
have
picture
to.
of him in one? I can't.
No,
He
was
probably
always
didn't
that
go to
turtleneck.
funerals,
Yeah.
Rick.
Really?
I don't know.
You're
So
probably
nobody
right.
he loved died.
Are you? When can you be exempt from funerals?
I don't know. I just
If
threw
you
that
don't
in
wear
there.
suits.
Okay. All right, we're going to leave you with
like I ain't
Helmsy
another shirt.
and Greg if you got another hour, and then
Hey.
we'll update you on what happened at the White House tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's the Rick and Bubba Show. I am Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. That's right. It's not a best of show, and it's not the kickoff hour. It is the big show. The boys, Adler, Speedy, and Rick and Bubba, headed to get on a plane for our nation's capital.
It's the left behind hour. We've
It
been
is.
left behind.
That is a great call, Greg.
Everyone else has gone to D.C. We're stuck here at the studio, which I don't mind.
I don't
we'll
mind
go up there
it
and
either.
hang out in D.C.
You know-
Good for them.
You know what I've come to a conclusion. By the way,
I ain't got a suit on. They all had suits on when they left.
for those of you that are, I've already got asked from the Golden Ticket seats, who was that in that speech and that intro? That is
That was me.
That is Greg Burgess.
No.
That is Dr. Rick Rigsby, and that can be found at rickandbubba.com under the goodies section.
You
The
talking about
song
Dr.
is
Rick
Whatever
Rigsby?
It Takes, Imagine Dragons. I'll throw some Imagine Dragons out there in a
Yeah,
minute.
you're kind of into them, aren't you?
And you don't like them.
Not
I can
really.
tell.
I don't hate them, but they're just not my thing. You
I
know?
can tell. Gonna be a lot of
They're no Blackberry Smoke. Come on.
There's going to be a lot of phones this hour, 866 We Be Big. We do want you to be a part of the program.
Join us.
Yeah. So the guys leave, and I hate to bring this up, especially with Speedy not here.
We're Rick and Bubba's show. Yesterday's Bible study archive now available to you, both on our YouTube channel and our podcast archives. Genesis 41, and it was chocked full yesterday of things that I will tell you. This walk through Genesis, I cannot tell you what it has done for me, and I hope that others are benefiting as well. You know, especially when you think you know these historical events, and a lot of them you've heard about since you were a child. But boy, diving deep, word for word, spending a year in Genesis, wow, there's so much there. All right, so. But that's available to you now if you normally go and grab the archive, or maybe you never have and you say, I think I may start doing that. It'd be a good one to jump in on because there's a lot there that applies to our lives. So, Bubba, I've noticed this even hanging out at the house, you know, during the time we live in the Deep South, so we have a lot of our year is warm, which means that we don't have a very big window, sadly, that is bug-free. As a matter of fact, I talked to some friends of ours that have felt called by God to move and plant a church, and others have gone from our same church there to work with them in Vermont, and they said that was one of the biggest shocks. They had never been to a place where the climate, when it's winter, is so cold. You really don't have bugs like we have here.
But it's also interesting to me, like when we meet people from North Dakota or people who've been there, I would think they wouldn't have any, and they said, "Oh, we're eat up with them in the summer."
Right.
So
it varies, but in Vermont, they said it isn't that way. But anyway, we live in I mean, you can pretty much have mosquitoes year round if the temperature decides to do what it can do. And I have noticed, and I'm sure we all have. Like I can sit outside and Sherry be going, man, I'm getting eat up by mosquitoes, and I'm not even
Right. Same way.
I'm not even being bit.
I'm the same way.
Or the opposite. I've been out there. They where I have a struggle with mosquitoes, and maybe this story is going to help. is honestly, if I'm getting bit by mosquitoes, it's usually my calves. They go after my calves.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I guess
my
because
legs were
I guess because they see them like full of blood like a tick. You know what?
Maybe that's it.
But anyway,
you know,
Can't resist them, Rick.
one of the biggest things to keep from getting bit by mosquitoes is to have a little wind blowing. You know, they can't navigate when the wind's blowing.
But why are some people seem to attract mosquitoes more than others? A study is out, and it provides the evidence that people can be mosquito magnets, and it could be your smell. People who produce high levels of acids on their skin are more attractive to the bloodsuckers. Says some people swear they're mosquito magnets, and this study says, you know what? They're actually right. It's the way you smell. And the mosquitoes are drawn to some people. And the researchers at Rockefeller University in New York found that people who are most attractive to mosquitoes produce high levels of certain acids. Removing acid can damage your skin health. So that's the problem. But they said maybe if we could find a way to deal with this, some people, we could help. But the bad problem is if they take away what's drawing them, that's going to be bad for your skin.
Yeah, they don't mention what the acid is, do they? Or I didn't see it in the story.
No, they just keep calling it acid. You're right. I kept looking for what. Maybe I don't fully understand that. Do we have any scientists in the audience that knows what kind of skin acid they're talking about?
And I think too. I don't know about with you, but I'm a bit of a magnet, but not all the time. It varies greatly. I'll get bit once or twice, like you said, Betty. In my case, I'll just get eat up with them, and but it seems like it's different at different times, and that may have to do with what you're eating, or
you're right.
What different things in your system going on.
I'm a huge magnet. I will be destroyed. Everybody else will be fine. I'll just be getting all over my legs and arms.
Really?
Yeah. So as far as what kind of acid, I would probably have to guess bad acid.
All right.
You may be
Wait
right.
on that one.
Oh, that was good.
Okay, here
it
here
says
is
greasy.
Here
The word
it is.
greasy is being
He's a little
It
greasy.
says these greasy molecules are
Okay.
part of the skin's natural moisturizing layer, and people produce them in different amounts. The healthy bacteria that live on the skin eat up these acids and produce part of our skin's odor profile.
I got a profile. I mean,
You do. So it's kind of hard to follow because they're saying if you have greasy skin, then and that's
I thought they dialed into your the air that you're exhaling.
Here it says
Carbon dioxide.
Here it says that may be true overall. I think, Bubba, you're right. But what they're saying, if you're somebody who seems like you get them more, you attract them more than other people.
You're talking about the magnets.
Yeah, I mean, and there are some people if they walk out, they get eat up.
Oh yeah.
And so it's
So it says the study was performed with 64 volunteers.
picture it.
And they were asked to wear nylon socks around their forearms to pick up their skin smells. And it went on to talk about what the study found, and y'all are discussing that now. But they held a round-robin tournament and ended up with a striking gap. The biggest mosquito magnets were around 100 times more attractive to the mosquitoes than the last-place finisher.
Yeah, that's considerable difference.
So then they say the bloodsuckers stay loyal to their favorites.
They love it, buddy. Well, we do. Don't we eat at our favorite restaurants?
Oh, yeah.
we do.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the same way. It was.
we're grubbers too.
Well, one of the things. So here's what I don't like about this story. It explains why you're a magnet, but it basically says there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
You're just.
Because you're kind of stuck with it. We're working on it.
You're going to be a magnet.
We'll get back with you.
By the way, I've noticed too, and my wife is the queen of trying these things. These more natural ways to repel mosquitoes because of being concerned about chemicals on your standard backwoods off and all that, and about deep woods or whatever it's called. When I put it on, it's called backwoods. But by the way, none of them work. Sherry was like, "Oh no, just spray some of this lavender on you." My wife thinks lavender will solve anything. I sprayed.
I thought lavender is relaxing.
It does. That's another one thing she says. I sprayed it on my massive calves. It didn't stop one mosquito.
The bottom line, you got to have DEET.
You
ain't got no DEET. It's been around for 100 years.
DEET will run them off, but it could be bad for you.
I mean, don't bathe in it.
You know. Recently, as all my kids are now adults, I've told you all some of this before, but it ties into this topic. Things that I told them when they were little that I never went back and changed. And so they went into their adult life thinking it was true.
Right.
And it was all just things you do to mess with little kids. And so one of them that I forgot, and it was a guy that played sports for me and was friends of one of my sons. And he came back. This happened only a few months ago. He said, Dad, did you not ever tell Mark Hand Jr. that you were just messing with him? And I said, what are you talking about? He said, I walk over and he's telling people that a snake bit your calf and broke its teeth.
Rick.
And he said he thinks that's true.
Right.
And I said, no, he knew I was kidding. He goes, Dad, he was telling people. He said, I had to walk in and go, that's not true. Dad was just messing with you. Like that. He goes, he's sitting there at 21 years old and he didn't know that.
Rick broke its teeth?
Yeah.
Rick.
I was out there one time and I said, Hand, you see him calves? And he said, yes, sir. And I said, a snake one time bit me, tried to bite me on the calf, broke his teeth. Like that. And then I just moved on.
Forgot about it.
I thought he knew I was just kidding around. I didn't
Rick,
know.
he bought that steel?
Yeah.
He broke its teeth?
Rick, that's
Brody said he was holding court, saying, hey, you ever seen Coach Burgess' calves? One time a snake broke his teeth on him. And he was being serious. He thought it was real. And I was like, isn't that obviously?
Yeah, I would think so.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
I didn't realize you have to go back and correct that stuff. I didn't know they.
Yeah, you thought eventually they'd figure it out.
Right. Didn't know my kids thought that they served cat at the restaurant down the street either.
Rick and Bubba.
But I'm going to because, one, we need something to talk about.
Yeah.
And two, he's listening right now. He has been on me for a good 6 months now to start back working out with
And
y'all.
you even brought it up one day the other week. You said, you know what, I think I'm thinking about, maybe starting to work out with y'all again, blah, blah, blah. And we were like, yeah, whatever.
Well, I put some things in place. I said, look, Adler, guys, for those of you that don't know, Adler's office is I've seen
scary.
Storage units that haven't been touched for 20 years look better.
It looks like, and I know this is just, if you're not watching the series, Stranger Things, it looks like that tunnel under the city when they're all walking around right now. It looks like that. It's scary.
So
it's like there's bones laying everywhere.
Once he was finished with the documentaries, he had that 100 documentary run, he said, I'm going to have some time to do some other things. And one of the things that I asked him to do, I said, hey, Adler, it's none of my business, but I'd like to see you clean up your office.
But he can't get to that because he's doing all that charity work he talked about.
I know.
Doing stuff for the Children's Hospital and stuff like that.
So I made a pledge. I said, I tell you what, if you will clean your office, I'll start working out with y'all again. And I've got to say, I went in there today. Now, last week, he had made some major ground on it. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be now it still wasn't in good shape, but it was better than I thought it was, than I thought it could be. I went in there this morning. I think he has got to a point where I should start working out. I think he has lived up to his part of the deal.
So we're starting today?
So starting today, without Speedy, me and you will go work out together.
Okay, we're
and
good.
hang out.
We'll go right over here next door.
And I know that bothers Speedy because
he
he's been the one that's been on me about working out.
We'll take pictures and send them to him.
Well, let's don't do that at all.
Maybe not.
But I will. I thank you, Adler. You have lived up to your part of the deal. Okay. Yeah. And so I will. And here's the thing. I was pretty confident that he would at some point do this. I went back and rejoined last week.
Oh, so you're ready?
So I it's not like that I had been thinking through this. No. I've joined up. I did it, and I strategically did it when y'all weren't looking.
Well, I hate it.
So y'all wouldn't know that I actually had gone back over there. Right. But so we'll start that today. Me and you'll work out together.
Good. I hate Speedy's not going to be there.
I do too. I do too.
He had his chance.
Well, I'm just telling you. I will be honest. Monday morning on my way to work, I gave myself a big talking to, like really talk down to myself.
How'd yourself respond?
Well, evidently he's responding in a way that he needs to because I'm committed to going with you guys. Now, here's the thing. I have, and I'll tell you what hit me. It was Monday morning. Now, I have a really steep driveway. It is very, very steep.
You do have a steep
It's
driveway.
very steep. But I shouldn't be acting the way I'm acting, walking back down it once I've taken the trash to the road. I mean, I'm borderline having to call somebody.
I'm not going to say it's steep, but I watched you one day. You were moving stuff up the hill. You had some of them Sherpas that help people go up Mount Everest, and they were hauling stuff to the top.
I should not have to puff on my inhaler when I get to the bottom of the hill after taking my garbage can up.
To you, I get scared when I go down it.
You can't. It is one of those driveways
I'm afraid I'm going to keep going.
That when you take the angle down, you can't see where you're going for a minute.
Yeah,
it is one of those.
And on the way out, same way. It's like you're launching. You just hope you don't land on somebody.
And you got to get a running start too. If you got semi bad tires,
tell it's going to be fun though.
Snow. Yes,
that's going to be fun.
Absolutely. We had a little bit of that last year, but
yeah, you get you a little.
It's
slide,
also dangerous.
Get you a pan to sit on or something.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm serious. Well, I'll just be honest. I cussed myself out Monday morning. The time
So you were like,
well, see, here's the thing: is I have consolidated my life down to just a few things over the last year, which is good.
Your whole life.
Well, I mean, just busyness.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I got you.
Like with kids are not doing so much. We're not doing so much. And so I have time. There is no excuse for me to look and be as out of shape as I am.
You can run up and down that driveway and work out.
Well, don't think the kids hadn't done that. I've punished the kids before running up and down the driveway.
Oh, Speedy would have his kids. If he had that driveway.
That's a fact.
You know how he makes his kids work out?
No, seriously, I had them do it.
Punishment.
It was.
You put a little green vest on them so they don't get run over when they get up the top.
I
can't see.
They had a line right before they had to go all the way to the top.
Ooh,
it was
that's even worse.
It was some things going on. There was some disrespectfulness, especially from the boy. But Caroline got caught up in it too, and so I put about 6 things in place that they had to do before they got back phones and iPads and TV in rooms and all this, and they had by a certain day and time of day to get it all done. I mean, I'm serious. There were miles on treadmills. There was up down the hills. There was jump rope, box jumps. All the while, I'm sitting there lazy.
I was thinking to say you didn't join in on any of that.
No, but here's the thing.
You were there for moral support.
I was. Well, and I told him. I said, "Look, I'm not gonna watch you do it. I'm not."
$35 past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Anybody ready to get the earbuds working? Man, you put these Raycons on, you're going to love them. You got the noise isolation or the awareness mode. I need to close everything off around me to really concentrate on what I'm listening to, or I need an awareness mode. I need to know what's going on around me. You can choose whichever one you would like to use. They work great. If you try to do a little better, you got a workout going on. They won't fall out of your ears. They work perfectly for that. They're very comfortable. You can wear them all day, and as I said, they're secure. They've got different gel tips for, sometimes our ear canal got different shapes. Find the one that works for you. And these are premium audio earbuds. And if you look and you compare apples to apples, they're about half the price of the competing brands and giving you the same quality, if not better. 32 hours of playtime. 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life. So you can see what the hype's all about by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That will get you an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. It's almost like if you're part of the Rick and Bubba family and you don't have Raycons, you feel like I'm not fitting in. Everybody here has Raycons. Go get yours. Buyraycons.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we continue to look at the good, the bad, the ugly from the pandemic. And many times, as others have said, our response to the pandemic may have been more damaging than the pandemic itself, except in this particular story where our response may be a good thing.
Well, initially during the pandemic, because none of us had been in a pandemic, and it was a scary time, and a lot of people were dying, and there was a lot of panic out there. People thought that we may see a drop in the birth rate, even though a lot of people were confined at home or working from home or spending a lot more time with their spouse. And is that me? Who is that beeping? So that was kind of the mindset. But guess what? That doesn't appear to be what actually turned out. We may be looking at a pandemic baby boom thanks to people being at home. It looks like the birth rate for U.S.-born mothers has jumped by 6.2%. An unexpected crop of 46,000 newborns, defying a years-long decline in fertility rates, according to a new study.
Yeah, when you think about, you can be scientific all you want to be, okay, and you can come up with, man, I'm telling you, with all this doom and gloom of the pandemic and all this uncertainty, people are going to be so terrified they're not going to want to bring children into this evil world and all the uncertainty. But then there's things that take all that thinking and throw it out. There's a lot of people laying around with their spouses, and unfortunately in some cases laying around with people that aren't their spouses, and they're just laying around with nothing to do. And I can assure you that let's think of something to do will overshadow any concern about bringing children into this world. What people were doing with all this free time produces children, and to me, this is as simple as A and B.
Rick,
2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah, the 2021 baby bump is the first major reversal in declining U.S. fertility rates since 2007, and was the most pronounced for first births and women under 25. It suggests that the pandemic led some women to start their families earlier than they had planned, or earlier than they had been doing statistically.
Right.
So how about that?
Well, because it's common sense. We're all told to stay indoors, don't leave our homes, and we're in here together. What do you think's going to happen? We're not busy. We're not exhausted every day by the time we finally go to bed. I mean, we're around each other all day long for long periods of time.
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen?
Right.
You throw men and women together. I mean,
I can almost hear Starland vocal band playing in the background.
You can only stream so many shows.
Right. I mean, there were people that had heard they'd heard the legend of afternoons, and they found out about it.
Can't go anywhere.
Gonna grab my baby.
Gonna hold her tight.
Gonna. Well, there you go. There's the numbers, folks.
The numbers are in. And does that really surprise you, though? To me, that's just just logical.
They say that was with complete data that had come in. Early data from the year following that, which will be 2022, which only California trends are in on this. It looks like the trend is continuing. So they're thinking that 2022 is going to be a bumper crop also.
Right. They said they also saw a huge drop in headaches.
Excellent.
I'm trying to be good today.
Advil sales went down, actually.
Yeah, they did.
Well, if you slow down, you're not as busy.
Yeah.
You probably have less headaches.
Yeah, right, for sure.
You're not going and doing. You're
I think a lot of people
staying at
too.
home.
I think a lot of people who had never experienced the panic and the trauma of a worldwide pandemic or a big event like 9/11 was, or like for our parents World War II or something.
Right.
I think a lot of them that just was kind of puttering along in their life went, wait a minute, I need to get busy here. There's no guarantee tomorrow's going to be out there. We got to get.
I tend to think my theory
Gotta be
is better.
so careful how I try. I feel like I'm in a minefield.
I really think it is no more complicated than people were stuck in their homes with nothing to do.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
Everything's a little better
In the light of day.
Light of day.
And the night is always gonna be here anyway. Hey, thinking up and working up an appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight.
Come on.
And it's getting so excited, sky rockets and flight.
Afternoon delight.
It says here that cigarette sales were up too.
All right.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Who sent that text to you?
It's great.
Mark,
I will tell you this on a different note. It did also tell people that we were too busy. Slow down. And because a lot of folks they didn't have anything to do. I mean, you've seen and talked to folks that were like, wow, so I was going really hard, all day, every day. Yeah. Just slow down.
Why don't you just
just slow down and not do as much, not be as committed to much as much.
Yeah.
I know
you
people.
can do too much. You can do too
we
much.
know families that moved to the lake and never came back.
Right.
Serious business.
I tell you the people that I keep running into, and I'm so glad it didn't happen for us. People that were told by their companies, you work from home forever now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't have an office anymore.
Right.
Well, that's happened with a lot of them.
And for some of them, they're like, it's really kind of depressing because you're just in this same old room. There's no There's not any variety. You're not getting in your car and going somewhere and then coming back home and having your environment change.
Yeah.
I think a lot in our parent company are that way. They're working from home, but they meet once a week and stuff. But it's a performance based thing anyway.
Yeah.
So
there may be a time in my life where working from home is preferred, but I don't like.
But if you're in sales, you're out and about anyway.
Yeah, but there's something about that where you just walk down the hall and go in this room and do your work and walk back out and there's the kitchen and I mean that just
there's the kitchen.
But didn't you hate
something about that's depressing to me?
Known as the break room.
But let me ask you this: didn't you hate? And we've both been in sales for broadcasting. Didn't you hate having to like go back and do an afternoon sales meeting?
Well, again, yes, but for all the wrong reasons. Now this is just me.
Yeah,
some people are good, but I have to have accountability
structure.
Structure is okay
to be
because,
productive.
right.
If you leave me out there and say you don't have to check in with anybody. And nobody's going to ask what you did today, and nobody wants to see who you called on today. We just want to see you get those sales in. And hey, we noticed you didn't. We noticed you really didn't get dressed. See, they don't know I'm not getting dressed till 11. You know what I mean? And there's Burge. You need to keep an eye on me.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
Right.
I hear what you're saying.
Right. And I think others are that way.
Like in my case, if you live in a city 2 or 3 away from where you're working, you may be calling on a client a county away, and then have to go all the way back to turn in a call sheet, which really makes it counterproductive because you couldn't see these other people at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I
know what you're saying. I got that.
And I understand what you're saying.
Couldn't you have to? But I mean, couldn't you check in the next morning on what you did the previous day as opposed to that afternoon?
Yeah, and then all I do is go home and fake it and fill out something to get ready for the next day. I just got to have structure. I don't do well outside of structure.
You never sit on an order at the end of the month, did you?
Oh, yeah. I was the king.
When you already made your budget?
Oh, yeah, I was the king.
I think they really want this in December.
Yeah. This thing of, hey, there's no need for y'all to come to the office, that doesn't really work for me.
Yeah,
I like to have. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I like to have 2 worlds.
I do too.
It feels like I have a separate world.
That's me.
I can separate my life, and I can fill in the people in one world what's going on in my other world.
Yeah, but I work better to what Rick's saying on deadlines and accountability meetings where you're like, okay, what do you got? It's just like online classes. A couple of my boys, in college that have had to take those.
I would have been a disaster.
I'm going to have to be in class.
I would have been a disaster.
I'm a disaster, too.
I was a disaster when we had to show up for class.
I was a disaster on that format.
Maybe
anyway.
I need to try something else.
But
give it a shot.
For me, it's really there's
Greg tried that stay at home and study.
It didn't work.
He just didn't have a computer.
Back then they wasn't set up for it. I tried it though.
Yeah.
You know what? You were ahead of your time.
I was.
Greg was just a trailblazer on that.
Yeah. Well, that professor said he didn't count cuts. I said, all right.
Well, and I think the accountability is one thing, but what Adler said is really it. My psyche, I need my work world and my home world. I don't need it to be the same.
Right.
I got to have some variety. And I like that feeling of work world's over. This is now home world. I'm leaving home world. I'm going to work world.
Home world, work world.
Just for my psyche. That's healthier for me. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'll sit here with a counter. Y'all, you got to be honest enough to go do this. And I was proud of her. Braden got it done. And Caroline did too. But Caroline's didn't have as much as Braden.
I got you. She wasn't as much trouble.
It was the mouth on Braden that got him. But that's fine. He's a boy, and I get that. That's just part of it, I guess. I was the same way, I'm sure. I'm sure my mom and dad are saying, yeah.
Good thing you didn't have a driveway like that.
I kind of did. It's not near as steep, but
yeah, I've been to your
mom. My dad. There was one point. I'll never forget this. We were, I went to Glencoe. It's a statue back in the day.
Yellow Jacket.
It's probably still there. And I remember one night not having the best night at the free throw line. I think I went like 8 for 10. Like I think that would be good, don't
That's
you?
Pretty good.
But because I missed those 2, I had to shoot 50 free throws before I went and saw my girlfriend. And there what we didn't like have light. I did it under car lights. So I had to do that. I had to make 50, not shoot 50. And so had to do that before I went anywhere else.
Well,
so, I get it honest. I'm passing stuff like that on to them.
A lot of things starting to make sense now.
So, yeah. All right.
All right, so here we go. That's our first segment.
Well, we knocked that out of the park.
Yeah, we're done. We'll see y'all. See you next week. See, I keep feeling like today's Friday, but it's not.
I know. Well,
they should be back tomorrow with no
Well, if they
delay.
are, maybe me and you just go home.
We could do that.
Interview was the Secretary of Energy, and then the last one for today, and we'll have some others next week. We may play back Kellyanne Conway.
You know, I came away yesterday. One, I want to thank our listeners for giving us the opportunity to do that, because without you, nobody cares. Trust me.
No.
And I came away with such a much. I mean, I had a good feeling, but even a better feeling about the people that the president has surrounded himself with.
Yeah.
There's some pretty sharp guys up there and girls, and they're doing a good job. They know what they're doing. They're professional.
Yep.
And I think if we'll just let them do what they want to do, we're going to be okay.
When you look at the obstacles yesterday in the process, you know, a few things were that were really trying on us, like our travel schedule and security taking a little longer than we thought. Of course, our travel schedule also got extended a little bit by something that we all enjoyed. That's an aborted takeoff.
Yes, that was my first one.
Which led to a little bit of anxiety in the plane. Woo! And with me, you know how sometimes that little bit.
You grabbed my knee.
Yeah.
And was
well, I said, because sometimes we kid around. Hey, this time I looked up and like things I would normally kid about are actually happening.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, okay, it's not good when you feel that plane about to lift and then you hear everybody shutting it down. And also
the nose had already, I think, started coming.
Well,
off
yeah,
the
the sensation of lifting off,
and
then you
then
expect it to be smooth.
Hey, Greg, and then they shut it down. I'm talking, we're about to lift, and they shut it down. So then my next thought was they've decided not to take off, but can we get stopped in time before we hit the dirt I now see out there? And so that's when Bubba's knee took the squeeze. when I realized, and then you see the pilot.
Speedy, you didn't see what was going on because you're back, and I can't imagine how.
Yeah, I'm flying backwards, so I'm looking at your facial expressions.
That ain't no time to fly backwards.
No, and so I'm looking at you trying to read you, and I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, it was no joke. And then I see them pointing at lights on the board, and then Super Tom, who also is a licensed pilot, and I see him looking. And then you want to know what's going on.
Right.
Hey, back here. Hey. Eight minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. If you're one of our affiliates that you run the hybrid break there, the network side of that break did not work. So we don't know why. We're searching the system right now, so we apologize if you were left listening to the Rick and Bubba theme for 2 minutes. But we are back. For those of you that you don't take that break, you're like, we don't know what you're talking about, so don't worry about it. You're good. As we make our way back, much to cover. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bubba, we do have an Elon Musk update. Let's go! Oh! Hey, I say bling, bling, bling. Bubba, again today, I thought that was you laughing. Again today.
I thought it was me laughing, and I thought, wait a minute, my mouth's not moving.
And I know more. I mean, Rick, come on, learn it. And I get it. And I think, well, look, Bubba's having such a good time.
He is.
Tell me you are anyway.
He is.
All right, so Elon Musk is in the news again. He's going to be in the news, by the way.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on out there. Tesla's profits double in a year to $3.29 billion, as it predicts 50% sales growth over the next few years. But it also lost 37% in stock over fears that Elon Musk would sell off shares to fund his $44 billion Twitter takeover. The electric, Tesla reported Wednesday another quarter of sparkling earnings growth, but shares fell amid questions over the resilience of electrical vehicle demand. The company flagged battery supply chain bottlenecks as a constraint on EV growth and noted logistics
We're going to have more of that. We're going to have more of that.
You're going to have some of that.
You're going to have it.
Now, get this. They, when I was reading this, it kind of caught my eye. Listen to how they say this, Rick. The Austin, Texas electric vehicle and solar panel maker said it earned so-and-so, so-and-so. So they're officially based out of Austin, Texas.
How about that?
They were in California. A lot of their plants still in California. Right. But, Elon said they were moving to Texas, and he meant it. Just think of the money that he saved with that the state income tax.
Oh, and here's what I don't get. Why do people know that, right? I mean, if I have a business and I'm able to go wherever I want to go, and I think my production is not going to be affected by the move, I can be just as productive in another state.
Yeah.
Wouldn't I go to the one that allows me to make more money?
Yeah. I would.
I would. Again, that's back to just walking around chewing gum stuff, isn't it?
At some level, like what, a lot of us would make, it wouldn't make a big difference.
No.
But when you start talking about professional athletes and you start talking in the billions, can you imagine what that is? I'm curious because I know there's a lot of EV cars out there now more than ever. If we did a phone segment, if you have a Tesla or one of these others, how you like it, yay or nay, kind of give us pros and cons.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you
I'm
this.
seeing a lot of them on the car, on the highway, Rick, and I immediately think, there's a Troy State fan. Oh, wait a minute, it's Tesla.
Right. I saw, you're right about that. It is the
ticket.
same logo.
Yeah.
It looks like it. I saw where Rolls-Royce has jumped into this world, and they're claiming that every one of their cars will be electrified by 2030.
Okay.
Well, they're going to have to in some, California's outlawed.
When is the market going to get down for us middle class to be able to afford it? That's where you better go, because I can't afford one of those.
Okay,
right
what would make it affordable? That's another good question in this discussion. What would you consider affordable? What does a new combustion car run now? I mean, I've seen it
40 to 60K.
Yeah, if you get some of these other SUV things, though, you push it on up there close to 100 now.
Absolutely, they do.
Well, I'll tell you what.
If 40 to 60K, you think,
I think that's
the street?
I think that's I'd now preferably if I'm gonna buy one, probably anywhere from 30 to 45 is realistic.
Right.
But I will tell you, in modern time, the time we're in now,
I'm not gonna spend 60 for one.
Right. The time we're living in now, I'm talking 2022 stuff. The least expensive automobile that I have found that I would actually drive.
Yeah.
I'm not a smart car to me. I can't even believe we allow that.
I
on the
can't
road.
do that either.
I can't believe that's even on the road. Okay. I mean, I really
hardly get my backpack.
I stood next to one. Of course, I towered over it, and I was looking at it, and Sherry was with me. I said, "Can you believe people actually get in this?" She goes, "And get on the road." But anyway, so that's
our golf carts are more roomy.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, side by side and all that.
Oh
yeah.
I'd much rather be in that.
Yeah. So anyway, the least expensive we have, and it was brand new, and it was the latest car that Sherry got after the kids had moved on. We didn't need big automobiles anymore.
Yeah.
Was about brand new off the lot, about $28,000.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything. So I think that's
what was it?
About $28,000 off the lot, brand
new.
You
mean cost, not type?
No. I was talking about the cost.
Okay.
So and then I'm with you. As much as I love, I need to be real careful with this. As much as I love what I'm getting to drive right now, if I had to write the check for it, it's above what I would pay.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Well, and I don't normally in our family.
I can't spend more than $40,000 on a car. I just can't do it.
What's my payment?
Right. Well,
Well, here's the other
Well,
problem.
the car companies are turning into finance companies.
Right.
That's the thing.
They don't. They hate if you want to pay cash. They panic.
I have never. See, let me make sure I got this right. I'm thinking I have never purchased a brand new vehicle in my life. It's always been I have a rule: a 2 to 5 year old car is what I normally purchase.
And here's the problem with you right now. And you know that because
So
of
if I do that-
demand.
exactly.
On demand,
I'm never gonna have one.
They're right now. You can get a new car cheaper than you can get a used car.
Yeah.
Because used cars are they're hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that when I bought my truck, and then got offered 2 weeks later for more than I actually spent from somebody that wanted it.
Oh yeah,
and I didn't take it because I liked my truck.
When Big Love got the car that he ran his car from the time he was 15, learning to drive, till he graduated college. In the car, he needed a more reliable car for his next step into the universe. And now he was going to get a used one, and they were like, "You can get this used one. I got one on the lot. Everybody here is offering money for it, and you'll walk away paying $20,000 more than it's worth.
Yeah.
Or I can get you the same car. You can order it new for $20,000 less than the used version of it."
Is there
crazy.
what is the lowest Tesla version right now, cost wise? Do they have that out there already for somebody like me that's wanting?
You probably. That's why we need the callers because I can't tell you.
Kelly Blue Book says the average cost of a car is $46,500
Of
any
all
car
cars?
for 2022.
Okay.
A new car as of May of 2022 was a $46,500 was the average price.
Let's have
of
some
a new car.
Let's have some EV calls.
Okay.
If you're an electric vehicle person, call us and let's look at pros and cons.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wish we were going to take off, and then we didn't suddenly.
Yeah.
We locked the brakes down. Why?
Than others.
Yeah.
Well,
agreed.
We've done stories. We've heard.
This is what they're
stories.
going to play back when it happens. Don't do it.
Yeah.
You know how they always play that back?
I know.
The guy who said, "Well, yeah."
We've seen these stories where people
Here he goes.
Oh wow.
have trouble, technical
Me and
trouble.
Greg will play it back when it happens.
Thanks, Helms.
And you think, why in the world did you continue on that flight?
I know.
And then it doesn't end well.
All
right,
Leonard.
Okay, in that documentary.
Do not bring up Skinner.
Well,
Are you
it was
going
in the
to?
documentary.
He's already gone
Rick,
there.
he did. Rick, he did in the plane.
Rick, people have that thing has been aired. Everybody knows that story.
What's next? I'm gonna start playing Simple Man.
But Rick, when there is flames coming out of the engine, you do not.
We did not have
You
flames.
did, I know
They did.
but I'm saying in their case, you. This is what we all think. How do you take a plane that has flames coming out of the engine, and then get back on it, and they go, "Oh, it's okay."
I know.
Flames negative.
All Bubba's saying is they had issues with the plane, and they said, I don't think it's a big deal. Let's continue.
But that's what pops in your mind anytime
No,
there's
it popped in.
something.
Hey, bud, look here. Here's what you need to know. Here's what you need to know. You know how a deer has that moment where they think, I might run, I'm running.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I got to might run. I just didn't run.
Right.
Honestly,
I'm like
I want
you.
I
I
want
thought,
you to hear
well-
me. There was a moment that said, Rick, get off this plane. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, especially when those lights were still on, and we just taxied around. But
And if I could tell all the pilots out there, when idiots like us are asking what's wrong, simplify it.
Yeah.
Can we stop the plane is all we want to know.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Why did y'all do that? And they start talking about,
and Tom is very technical, and
everybody's going to get real technical. Can we fly without dying?
And I tried to simplify it.
Why are we
once I understood what he was talking about, it's kind of like driving where your trunk is open light, but the trunk's not open.
Right.
That's all.
Little sensor issue.
Yeah.
So you have to address it.
Yeah.
And go,
Will
okay,
we make it? Yes or no?
They got on the phone talking to everybody, talking to the mechanics. It was not good.
I'll tell you what, it did prompt us to text the family.
It did. We all text the family.
Hey, love you.
Love you so much.
Oh, wow.
Hey, because I wanted them to be that last text they had.
Yeah.
Hey, look, he told us how much he loved us.
Right.
The last thing we heard from him. And of course, then I start messing with Speedy going, well, we don't know if it's fixed till we land.
Yeah, thanks for that.
It ain't no big deal while we flying.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we do get the plane off the ground, and it is fine, no problem. And now we're headed to Washington. Now, if you recall on the air, during the show before we left, I made the following statement. Gentlemen, please be cautious of your liquid intake.
Yes.
Because the flight is an hour and 45 minutes, and this plane, though there is something called a toilet, they would prefer it never to be used because we usually put luggage and stuff back there.
Yes, jam full of stuff.
And it's a very, very tight setup.
Yeah, oh, boy.
So we're riding along.
And see, Rick, I know that, and
Right.
I am a believer in that.
Right.
But sometimes, I mean, every now and then it just, you can't help it.
Well, Speedy said it, and he's 100% right. I noticed that your facial expressions started changing.
Yeah, it did. It did. It wasn't fun anymore.
And at one point, I thought Bubba would love this. Why is he
looking at me?
Is he still worried about the aborted takeoff? And then Speedy finally said, "Bubba, are you all right?" And then I thought maybe you were having some sort of health issue.
I was trying to squeeze my bladder together to hold everything in.
Bubba went from I need to use the restroom to I must use the restroom.
Well,
now
we had about 20 minutes left to go, but see, what y'all didn't know, I'd been fighting it probably 20 minutes prior to that, and I thought, well, this ain't going. I mean, I hate to get on the ground in D.C. and have to tinkle on the wheel of the plane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's
just that's when you barely get out.
I mean,
everybody understand we're all in suits. Don't miss that.
Right.
Also, don't miss. You've seen pictures of us, big people in small area. All right. Now keep in mind we're sitting there, Bubba and I are side by side. It is a small plane.
There is 6 inches between us,
and then we've got bags crammed in between us. Coolers behind
jackets
us,
hanging up.
Right in front of the so-called toilet is a cooler.
Yeah.
On top of the cooler is backpacks.
Right.
People's jackets are hanging back there. This is a storage area is what it is, and it's not much bigger than Bubba is. As far as I mean, it
correct.
Let me tell you,
my first concern was, can he even get back in there?
Rick, I start looking around in the plane for a bottle.
Yeah, that was a bad moment.
Now hunting, we've all had to tinkle in the woods.
Oh yeah.
And you don't want to tinkle out in the woods and scent the place up. So we've all done that. Now, there's some bottles that work much better than others. Now, if you have a bottle designed for that, it has a rather large opening on top.
It does, which is very helpful.
Now, your everyday water bottle, not so much.
No.
And we've all, at some point, had a bad experience trying to tinkle in one of those with that small opening.
If you recall, I openly said my concern about this water bottle is if this doesn't go perfect, it's going to be a spray fest in here.
Yeah,
You
and
need a
it's
Gatorade
exactly like cutting on a water hose with high pressure.
Right.
Yep.
That it'll just start going everywhere.
And we are in tight quarters, guys.
You gotta hang on.
Look out!
Understand?
Yeah,
And once the faucet's on, there's no stopping.
And you don't.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls now. We start the hour. EV owners only.
That's electric vehicle.
Electric vehicle, because there's a story today about Tesla's profits double, but then there was a little bit of downside on some other stuff they were dealing with. And I'm not trying to tell everybody what to do. This is just my personality. Bubba, you're a little different. You're willing to go to the bleeding edge of technology. I'm not willing to do that. I have to let people try things for a period of time, and when I see, I see a few things catch on fire, I see some things, and then I just kind of wait to it all. I'm not the guy who you put on the rocket the first time it goes.
No, you need a more complete, easy to go, tried and true. This works. This doesn't.
Dependable.
I've waded off in there a few times. Sometimes I've got burned.
Yeah. So I won't. Now, one thing I will say, and we'll take these phone calls. Just know what the left is selling you on, that they're going to save the world. That's just total hogwash. What we really should be asking, is this just a better way to travel, and are these superior vehicles long form, and they replace the outdated vehicles that we had for a period of time?
And look,
because they're not going to save the world.
Let's look at the evolution of the battery too. We've had amazing breakthroughs in batteries, and we're really just on the front edge of it. I think you're going to see even more and more changes in this. I still think a good jump in the evolutionary process would have gone to hydrogen vehicles.
Right,
That would have
yeah.
been more what
Right.
we were used to, and a cleaner fuel. But we're going to try to eat the whole battery car thing and choke on it apparently before we get it done.
Right.
So, but no, it's look, it's what you want to do. I'd love to have one to play with.
Yeah, somebody was saying
Play
they,
with.
they saw a
Well,
story.
you know what I mean.
They saw the story. This is Alan from yesterday. He said, I saw a story just the other night that I was watching. Now, this was on Newsmax. So, everything has an angle. I got it. But he said they were trying to show, which I haven't heard others do this. First of all, have you ever seen lithium be mined? Hey, that's pretty.
Strip mine.
Yes. So this saving the planet thing, that part is just not true. But anyway, and Bubba's talked about for months now the disposal of
Years.
batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, you're right, probably years now. But they were saying when they looked at how much it took and what it took to mine to make one battery is about the same amount of energy to make a battery for one of these cars that if you drove your combustion car for a year. So the footprint is just not going to – that can't even be your mindset because you're going to end up being disappointed. The bottom line is, are we moving to better technology?
Yeah.
Are we moving to a better vehicle? That's
Do you
all.
like driving
That's it. Don't see it any other way.
Do you like
man.
driving a spaceship that you don't have to stop and put gas in but fill up every night?
Yeah. So let's go to let's start with Dan. Dan, you
What you got, Dan?
Dan, what kind of electric vehicle do you have?
All right, I've got a Nissan Leaf. I've been driving a Nissan Leaf since 2011. I bought my first one in 2010. And the reason I bought it wasn't to save the planet, it was cost analysis. I'm a tech guy, IT, I do lots of spreadsheets, and I actually bought an meter and plugged that in so I knew how much electricity I was actually using when I charged the car every night.
So you got
Or
good
every
data
other
on
day.
all this.
Yeah, I looked at the cost analysis, and over a month, after 6 years, 1 month was costing me $28.15 to drive 900 miles each month. In 2018, I bought a new Nissan Leaf, traded the old one in, bought a new one, and after 3 years, it's been about $18 is what it cost me to drive 900 miles.
So it's getting
and
better.
I use this primarily to go back and forth to work. That's it.
Okay, well
I
that
don't
was my
drive
next
long
question.
distance.
Okay, that was my next question. So because me,
that was
predictable
strictly
distance.
cost analysis.
yeah, the cost would interest Helmsy. The hassle factor would interest me. And, because I don't care if I'm saving money if every time I travel now is a big hassle. So you're saying you're not ready to go long distance in them, but if you're just back and forth and around town and all that, it saves you money and drives fine.
Right. The technology isn't there for real long distance yet.
Got it.
Now, I have reserved an Aptera. If you've not heard of an Aptera before, go look them up. They're claiming to go 1,000 miles, and they do a solar charge of 40 miles per day.
I like that.
So you
I
don't
like
have
the
to
solar charge.
Yeah.
I think we've got to
Dan's
take
on this. We need Dan to be our EV guy.
Yeah,
He's
Dan,
studying it.
Yeah, Dan, you got to stay in touch with us on this. We got to work together on this. You know,
That's the kind of
again,
information I need right there.
we talked about it earlier this week or last week. I don't know why we're not putting solar panels in the roof. It's not going to fully charge it, but it'll help.
You know what you can
Every
say
little
Dan,
bit
too,
helps.
on a real sunny day? The roof is on fire. All right, let's go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys,
Hey, buddy. We're good, man.
Hey, Josh, what you got?
I don't actually have it anymore. I bought the Chevy Volt back a few years ago.
Bleeding edge.
And the cost to me, because where I live at is up on Sand Mountain around Gunnersville. You're familiar, y'all guys familiar with that?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just went there last weekend.
Lots of up and downs, up the mountain, down the mountain, and it would just drain the battery.
Okay.
So I ended up getting rid of it for a Honda Civic because all I used it for was drive back and forth to work.
And with the heels
So
and
I drive
everything,
about-
the one you chose that just didn't do the job.
And
well
it
enough.
was kind of an early
It just
design.
it wouldn't.
too,
It wouldn't. It was. It was back in 2000 and let's see, what that in 17, I guess. So it was very early.
Okay.
Of course, I'm sure now it's probably better.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. They're probably learning, and
it just didn't. Yeah, and so and back and then the cost. I bought my Honda Civic for like 2018, 20, and I've been driving it for the last 5 or 6 years, and so it just didn't make logical sense.
Yeah.
And now it still doesn't make logical sense for me to go back because I have it now, and even the new Honda Civics are 20. I found a couple for 24, 25, and you're still looking at the electric cars are still in the low 30s at best.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, these are really very, very educated studies.
Very detailed.
Stephen in Tennessee. Stephen, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My wife and I just bought a 22 Tesla Model 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's the long-range edition. It's got 350 miles of range. And my wife typically uses it to go back and forth from work. The one thing I will say is that we love driving it. It's got a 0 to 60 time of 4.2. It's not a performance model or anything, but it really brings the enjoyment back in driving.
So it'll kick it. So your guy says I've done a fun study on it, and it passes the fun study.
Hey, how much was that car when you bought it? What are we talking about price wise?
Yeah, so that's the sticking point. A lot of people think that they're going to save money by going electric, and that's just false. And, I want to clear that up. You're not going to save money versus a gas burner. My big thing is I don't want to line the pockets of our folks down in the Middle East anymore. We produce power here locally. So to answer your question, though, it was about 58 out the door. That's before tax.
Have you checked?
I'm not doing that.
What is it costing you a month to drive?
So I've got the app on my phone. I can look at my last 31 days of usage. I think we've spent about $90 over the last month in power. So I usually see it's about a third of what gas would typically run me. Even with gas prices being as low as they were, when they were up high at $5 a gallon or higher, we were saving $300 to $400 a month.
There you go.
But it still doesn't cover the car payment.
Right. No, I got that. Yeah, I understand. Well, he and Dan Dan's got to study his car now.
Dan was getting better numbers, wasn't he?
It's very informative here.
Yeah, well, Dan may not have paid as much for his,
But I mean, just cost a month.
Well, I think that was comparable. Dan, he had some months that were around that.
Yeah, your Model 3 can be $40,000 or it can be $60,000 depending on which Model 3 you get. So it ranges.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Turbulence at that point.
No.
Keep in mind, Greg, you've been in this plane. I mean, Bubba and I are literally, our shoulders are touching.
Yeah.
Speedy's legs are up against Bubba's legs facing him.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the other seat has
Did
stuff
Speedy
in it.
hold the jar?
No,
stop it.
And
It would probably work better.
And then,
You can't. It's impossible in that setup you're talking
and then
about.
Adler's in that seat that's facing the door. Then you have Tom and the pilot
Wait
up
a
in the
minute.
front.
For the first time, Adler didn't have to sit back there on the toilet.
No, he didn't. Well,
usually-
if Adler been
You
in
know what? There wasn't room.
No, there wasn't room.
wow.
See, there's the setup in there. So Bubba that's Speedy after you found out. That's Speedy after the aborted takeoff, or when he heard it's a no smoking flight. But anyway,
Okay. Have your fun.
But anyway, so right behind Bubba's facing Speedy.
No,
So-
you know what that was?
okay.
We just got in the air, and Rick, you said, "Well, we won't know if that's fixed or not until we land."
That's right. And Bubba took his picture. Bubba took his picture right after I said it.
And
Look,
so
Adler's trying to text before he gets too high up.
Adler's texting his wife, telling her everything he ever wanted to say.
and I'm trying to read Rick's facial expressions right there because he keeps going, "Ooh,"
Greg, how many times? Anyway, so finally we come to the conclusion that we are all good friends, but we ain't that close. We're not going to help Bubba teach.
No,
Correct.
no,
No,
there's a line.
I'm not asking you to, but
No.
I am going.
Well, we're just gonna
I'm
throw all
going to try to attempt this so-called bathroom in the back of the plane.
And all it has to cover you up is a curtain that
Yeah.
you pull across
Yes.
and try to button.
Good
Now-
night, y'all.
I'm, kind of at maximum density right now.
Yeah.
And-
Bubba's large.
And trying to get into that little compartment and pull up the curtain. The
Greg,
only thing
Wait a
is,
minute, he was back there in that little back part with the curve.
Greg, you know what I declared at one point? I love you, but this is impossible.
well, first off, we had to move everything out of there, so we looked like we were doing the fireman's carry to move everything to the front.
And I got to
pile it
tell
up.
you, have you ever tried to get your carry-on luggage into that little they have like a little compartment that you're supposed to fit it in, and that will tell you if you can get it on the plane. That's Bubba's belly trying to get back there.
Greg,
we're trying to get him through.
He's got to pee.
He would have been declared if he was a piece of luggage. He was a bin hog.
You know what it was like?
He wasn't a guy. Too big. You can't go.
This is what I
check it. Yeah.
This is what I compare it like. What it felt like if you had to climb into a 50-gallon drum and then go to the bathroom.
Sure. Oh wow!
Yeah.
Climb into it to begin with.
No, you're right. I don't know how you got positioned to complete the task.
Well, as bad as it looked on the outside of the curtain, I'm sure you would not believe the position I was in inside the curtain.
It wasn't one of these where you go, this bottle ain't big enough. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna fill it up, and
I was gonna, since it had a bathroom on it, I was gonna find out what it was, but really the bathroom on that plane is a bucket with a bag in it.
You know what? It was like because it had a curtain, Greg. You know what it was like? It was like watching an illusion. It's like I thought the only way that he pulled off what he just did. At one point, he had to be hovering in there.
I know that.
I know
y'all. I know y'all. Somebody took a picture of me with that behind that curtain. I know y'all did. Adler, you got one. I know you did.
We'll be back.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States. Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth. And you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
We were in the East Wing yesterday of the White House, honored to be invited as one of the few shows that was there to talk to different members of the Trump administration, including the president himself. We've got more behind-the-scenes stuff to discuss, but right now on radio and TV all at the same time. If you have RBTV, there's audio and video to go along with this. Of course, there'll be a YouTube documentary of the entire visit coming up sometime next week. But this is the interview, and you'll listen in the very beginning as the president comes in, sits down at the table, and we have a discussion about tax reform and other things. Here's our interview from yesterday from the East Wing of the White House.
Hello, Rick. Good to see you again, sir. Nice to see you both.
All right, Rick and Bubba, we're in the East Wing of the White House here with the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Pretty fancy place, right?
I mean,
very nice.
Not so bad. You've come a long way.
We like the cookies, too.
Yeah,
we got good cooks here.
That's true.
Thank you for lunch. The lunch was fantastic.
Good. That's great.
What do you normally do? You eat a lot? What do you ask for lunch?
Well, I don't have much time to eat. We're trying to pass tax cuts now, and we've got all sorts of things lined up. Tomorrow I head for China and Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Other than that, it won't be very busy.
Right. Won't have much. Well, let's talk about it. The tax plan, we've been talking to some of the different members of your administration, and there seems to be a lot of optimism about it. Of course, the economy is doing great even before this. The corporate tax cut could only make things better.
Well, we're doing great as an economy. We're having tremendous numbers, tremendous stock market numbers. Every day we're hitting new highs. And the tax cuts, but are really needed to really make this country take off like it should.
Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so a couple of things. We're trying to get information in from current electric vehicle owners on cost, performance, and one thing we don't have, and I'm not sure this audience can produce one, but I'll try, and that is anybody out there, have any of you tried any of the electric trucks? Because there was some people that seemed to be making fun of their lack of torque, that the power that the combustion and the diesel can produce, or the diesel and the gasoline can produce, I suppose all combustion, but versus the electric seemed to be, a lot of people didn't think we were there yet.
Well, maybe it's undersized, I don't know, but usually that's not the case. Usually an electric motor has more torque than the others, so
I don't know. Yeah,
we'll see.
I don't know enough about it. Here's somebody, Chris, we all are on this one. He said, I had to buy a new Yukon to bus around my 4 growing kids, $85K, but it was worth, because of the supply-demand problems, $95 to $100K when I drove it off the lot. And I will tell you, we are living in a time of something I've never experienced, and that is that your automobile actually might be worth more.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that crazy?
He said, I was concerned with the total value versus cost, not with the monthly payment. Only way I could bring myself to pay that was that I got a high price on a trade-in because I sold my wife's previous car. and about three-fourths of what I paid for it 12 years ago, which was still pretty good. So I had some additional cash on hand, and he said if I could fit my family of 6 in a Model X Tesla nicer SUV, I would have paid $110,000 or so for that. Tesla seems to hold their value as long as the batteries get replaced under the warranty. The maintenance costs are lower than traditional cars. Wanted a used Yukon, but I couldn't bring myself to pay $60K for a used car with 50,000 miles on it. I don't blame you. So a lot of people trying to people are weighing all this out now, and
I love hearing from people who've actually drove them and used them. You know, that's always different than the sales pitch.
Yeah. So has anybody tried one of the trucks? Josh in Mississippi, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to y'all talking about the pulling power of the electric trucks, and there's a video y'all can pull off of an electric truck and a gas-powered truck pulling off against each other, and the electric truck just runs away with it.
Okay.
Yeah. What about sustainability though? After a period of time, like long haul, and you got to
I'm pulling a boat.
You got to go from your house to the farm that's 2 hours away. Yeah. It might initially have that power, but will it an hour and a half from then
sustain it
when you're going up and down hills?
Question. Yeah, it's good.
Here's do you guys want to see a quick video of the Lightning going off road? Off road test. Okay.
What is it?
This is
the Ford truck Lightning. Yeah.
In an off-road kind of situation, it's a really perfect setup. You don't have to worry about keeping the engine in the torque range. You don't have to worry about lower range gears or anything like that. You always have all the torque that you need available to you at any speed, and you've got really precise control over that torque with the throttle, which makes it really great for rock crawling or any stuff like that. We also got to check out the locking differentials in a situation where we unloaded both corners of the car. That can be a tricky situation if you have open differentials, but one tap on the touchscreen, the diff's locked and pulled me right out, no problem at all. So even doing off-road stuff, despite this not being an off.
Anywho, it's pretty neat. But
that's good, Adler. I want to see all of that.
That's pretty neat.
No boy, Adler.
Kind of want one of them.
Let's go to Thomas in Troy. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, my wife has a Tesla Model Y that she's had for several years now. We love that car, but I kind of have a unique perspective because I own a towing company too. So I deal with a lot of the problems with the battery-powered cars.
Okay, so what are some of those?
Talk to us.
Yeah.
My opinion, and this is completely me, but it's backed up by how many I tow. If it had a Ford logo on it, I wouldn't buy it if it was electric. Those Mach E Mustangs or whatever, man, we tow so many of those, it's ridiculous. I guarantee everyone in South Alabama is probably on the back of our rollback.
Oh, wow.
It's ridiculous. But the Tesla, we bought it in 2016, and I looked at it. There's no way to buy a new vehicle and come out financially ahead. You're going to throw away a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So we looked at it as we're going to buy something for my wife. Either we're going to get a Tahoe or Suburban or something. We're going to drop $80,000 on it. So I just kind of looked at my options, and I was like, I could buy a Tesla and solar to go on my house to charge the Tesla for the same money as the Tahoe. And I'm gonna come out payment-wise the same, and now I don't have to pay for gas or electric. My power bill for the last 4 years has been $9 a month.
Well, that may be a more interesting conversation there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And to talk about the truck stuff, I actually was a diesel mechanic before I started my tow company.
So maybe business.
I was involved with some of the research done with over-the-road hauling EVs. And I think really you're looking at the FedEx companies and UPS and the shipping companies. I believe they're uniquely set up to utilize the electric format because of the way their distribution routes run. They can just swap batteries at different terminals and make the trip that way. I think that's going to be the introduction to EV in the heavy haul world. I think the battery technology, it's improving so much that the cost of EVs is actually going down.
Yeah, and that's the way technology always works, and that's kind of what I'm waiting on for it to be show enough dependable.
People get stuck on the lithium thing, and it is bad to mine lithium, but Tesla is doing a lot of research into sodium ion batteries, which look like they're going to blow lithium out of the water, and it's way easier to mine. So I'd say we're at a good enough place right now. If somebody was going to buy an electric car, I'd say as long as you don't buy, one of the more. If you buy one of the Fords, I feel like they just haven't got it figured out yet.
Yeah. Has the
if you go buy a Tesla?
Yeah.
You can't go wrong, in my opinion.
Rick, what is his name? I can't see it.
It is Thomas.
Thomas. The sodium battery you were talking about, is that the one? It actually holds its voltage up better. You know how the other ones will go down in voltage as they discharge, but doesn't it hold its voltage up high and then kind of quit all at once?
Yeah, I think it shows that it'll hold the voltage for a longer time without reducing it, but it charges a lot faster as well. And it just gets the cost down because the biggest cost in batteries is lithium. So if you use that sodium ion, we can get salt from anywhere.
Oh, no, we got salt.
Yeah, sure.
The ocean's full of it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Thomas, that's
cool.
That's very interesting. And just so you know, I mean, I actually have a person that I know that is really into Teslas, and he said, I just have to tell you based on his latest experience. He said, love the technology, I love it, but you can get a lemon in anything.
Yeah.
He said my first one was flawless, and he goes, and I tried to upgrade, and the one I have now stays broke all the time, and I can't really explain it, and the service has to come from Atlanta. And he says, I don't know why. He said, I guess just like with everything, there's going to be some that come off that just are problematic. Mm-hmm. But he said it's not the technology that's problematic. He said, I just got one that's it's got trouble. Yeah. So he said, they're about to replace it and give me another one. So I mean, there's none of it's perfect and never will be. But this technology is heading in a really interesting and I think good direction.
Exciting.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tax cuts are going to be very important, and I think they're going to happen. There's tremendous spirit in the Republican Party, and I can tell you the Democrats are worried. They're obstructionists, and they're worried about it. But I think we're going to do fantastically well, both in the Senate and in the House.
Can you get it through? That's the key.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that there is, for instance, we were really there on health care, and then we got a surprise vote, and we're going to come back to health care right after this is over, and we're going to get that done. But I will say that I think there's, you guys know as well as I do. You see what's going on. There's tremendous spirit to get the tax cuts done.
Yes. There's a lot of energy out there. And
tremendous energy.
And during the campaign, when you said you could produce 3% growth, you were scoffed at. And there it was. We just had it this week. I think it was revised up, 3.1, right?
So we've already hit it. We had 3.2, and now we have 3. And the 3 is in a tough season because we had hurricanes. We had really 5 hurricanes. I mean, bad ones, as you know, probably better than I do.
Yes.
And that's supposed to be a point. That would mean we would have hit 4. So we had a GDP of 3.2 and 3 in the last 2 quarters, and most people didn't think we were going to be there for 3 years. So a lot of it is the fact that I cut the regulations and that companies are already starting to really get back to work, but the regulations have been very seriously cut.
There's a lot of small business that want to reinvest. They want to move forward, but they've been scared because they didn't know what was coming their way.
They're ready to rock, and this country's ready to rock. And don't forget, other countries have GDP at 11, 12, 13, 6, 7. We were at 1.2 when I came in, and it's just not acceptable. And now we're up to 3. And each point in GDP is $2.5 trillion. That's more money than we're talking about, to a large extent, for tax cuts. I mean, that's actually more money than we're talking. 1 point makes a tremendous difference. And nobody can tell me we're not going to get a point. And we just left the Rose Garden, you saw. We have Jay Powell going in at the Fed. And he's a very, very talented guy. I think he's going to do a great job.
Well, I think Americans, which is the reason why I believe that you won, I think a lot of us out there have been so frustrated that it seems like the government doesn't have basic concepts how business works and how the economy works, and so many things the government does lacks logic.
Right.
We're small business owners, and we weren't about to add any employees because everything was so uncertain. Then we went through the thing with Obamacare, and then we have this forced on us, and which has just been
Obamacare, by the way, has been a disaster.
I mean, and we've got to the wheels have already completely come off on it. It's not like it's going to be bad. It's really bad. And the phone calls that we get,
as you know, we're talking about ending the individual mandate and giving that to the middle class and giving it to businesses where they go out and create a lot of jobs. But the mandate has been a disaster. The individual mandate has been a disaster. I mean, people that had insurance before Obamacare, now they have to pay not to have it.
Right.
It's got to be the most unpopular thing, one of the most unpopular things I've seen in government. And so we're even considering getting rid of the individual mandate.
Well, there's a little bit of a frustration because I think there's people that said we voted for this administration and we want their vision for America to be implemented.
Yeah, and they're going to get it. Honestly,
Yeah.
they're going to get it. We're going to get repeal and replace, and we're getting very close to getting it anyway. And Obamacare is exploding and imploding, just as I said it would. And the tax cuts are going to be very important. In a way, I feel a little bit guilty leaving for China and Japan and for South Korea now because, this is prime time. But I will say the receptivity, and you people know it as well as I do, the receptivity has been fantastic for the tax cuts.
What about when you talk about the corporate tax rate? I mean, that's obviously something you're very familiar with. Is this enough to really?
Oh,
I
this
mean,
will be great.
Yeah, because
this will be great.
being the highest corporate rate, that made 0 cents.
Right. Well, we're bringing from 35% down to 20. That's a tremendous cut. This will be the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. So this will be bigger than anything we've done.
And historically, those have caused big booms.
I think it's going to be tremendous. And also, the reason I say for business needs it because we are one of the highest taxed countries in the world. It's not even close, okay? We're one of the highest taxed in the world, and now we're going down to one of the lower. Not the lowest. I'd like to be there, too.
Right.
But, you can only do so much. And by the way, there is a phase 2. Maybe we do a phase 2 if this kicks off like we think it will. But this will have a huge impact on business and a huge impact on jobs.
If you get another shot at it, the Rick and Bubba plan will be 0 deductions and 10% across the board.
Well,
Everybody
that sounds
pays.
interesting. That's a very fine plan.
I mean,
great economists.
Be difficult to get through, but it would get it
We
done.
figured God was for it. We could live with it.
Hey, there are some people that agree with that. I have to tell you. You know that, right?
Let me ask you this while we have you. We saw the test walls go up.
Yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
feel about it?
I
And you're
feel
going to
great.
go down and judge them,
Right.
right?
I'm going to go down very soon, and we're going to be, when I get back, sometime after I get back from Asia, and we have 5 and even 6 test walls up. We call them prototypes. And it's interesting. We have the Border Patrol working on it, and they're working hard and nice because they're the ones you want,
Yeah.
and they want a certain vision through the wall.
Right.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speaking of better ways to do things, cleanpods.com/Bubba. Yep, a better way to clean. A better way to clean using the pod technology, meaning you go there, you pick out the little bags of pods that you need. They come to you in a little pod bag there, and I've got one for bathroom. You got one for glass, countertops, multi-surface, floors, whatever. We'll get you, by the way, 10% off on any bundle that you pick, and we'll also get you free shipping. And then they send you 5 commercial-grade spray bottles. All you do is put the pod in the spray bottles, which they're yours now, and add water, shake them up, and off you go. And this is a cleaner way to do it. It's a better way to do it, and it's going to end up costing you a lot less, about $2 a bottle, full of cleaning and ready to go. Many of you are transitioning to this. I know in the beginning you're like, I need to hear this. I got to think this through. But you're transitioning now to a better way to clean. cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com and you'll see it right there under the sponsors button. 10% on any product or any order plus free shipping right now. Go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors or directly to cleanpods.com/Bubba. So the Biden administration, they made it pretty clear that they were going to be done with the combustion engine and fossil fuels. Of course, now we approach the midterm elections. They're trying to find some fossil fuels real quick, but to try to get those gas prices down. Peter Doocy, of course, is going to ask Jean-Pierre about this, and she seems to get too blocked because it's almost like she's forgotten that she actually is the press secretary for a president that said he was going to do away with fossil fuels.
Yeah.
So
it's funny how they forget that.
Yeah. So here is that uncomfortable exchange.
You're asking oil companies to further lower gas prices. What makes you think that they are going to listen to an administration that is ultimately trying to put them out of business?
How is the administration trying to put them out of business?
Well, they produce fossil fuels, and this president says he wants to end fossil fuel.
Yeah, I mean, really, are you that dense?
Yeah, good
I mean,
answer.
go back to any Earth Day speech, and they were ending oil. They were ending that. Of course, you have to have it for plastic.
Sure.
And here is Biden with his own words.
Yep.
No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period.
Would there be any place for fossil fuels, including coal and fracking, in a Biden administration?
No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated. I guarantee you, we're going to end fossil fuel.
What about, say, stopping fracking and stopping pipeline infrastructure and
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
No more, no new fracking. We are going to get rid of fossil fuels. Have a transition from the oil industry, yes.
So,
I don't know where Peter got that question.
Yeah, I heard Biden yesterday, and he was admonishing the oil companies.
Yep.
He said, you're having record profits. Put
They always
that
say
money back into building refineries and production and get the price down at the pump. Well, that sounds good. That's actually a good answer. But the problem is then you won't let them build refineries.
I know.
Your EPA shuts all that down. You give leases on federal property, but then you won't give them permits to drive over that property with the oil to get to the refineries.
Right.
I mean, they're just playing a game with everybody, and it's just ridiculous. I'm just, if we don't make a major change in our government at the midterm election, we deserve what we get, folks.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't understand. And it goes back, and again, I guess this is maybe this is just me, but does it bother any of you that they think you don't know what the president has been saying?
I mean, not once. It's been
we don't know,
nonstop.
like we don't know that.
Hadn't California banned combustion engines after what 2035?
Yeah. And they've already on the lawnmowers and all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so
chainsaws, lawnmowers, weed
blowers.
eaters.
If I'm a company and I deal in fossil fuels, I'm supposed to make a deal with the president that says I'm putting you out of business as soon as I can.
So let me help you out now by getting production up, costs down, so you can get your party hold seats in the midterm election. I don't know, Joe. Doesn't seem like a good idea to me. Because you don't mess with Joe Biden, you know.
Yeah, he said that in so many words.
Yeah,
He did.
Speaking of fracking,
also on this topic, video 2 here. Do we have electric school buses now?
Oh, I heard that.
Oh my God!
I've never seen one. I thought our first big trucks, Tesla's rolling out in December, right? We don't have electric.
We ain't got them here.
Is there a school? Is there a fleet of electric school buses that I don't know about? I mean, maybe we do have them. Do we have them yet? Is that available? No, I mean
I don't know.
Yeah, but is she just saying this is her favorite part because it'll be coming in the future?
Yeah, is our vice president Kamala Harris? This thing she says about electric school buses, there's just something she's excited about the prospect of, because maybe that is it. I want to give her benefit of the doubt, but do we have electric school buses?
Maybe she explains. I don't know.
Okay, here we go.
What are some parts of the Inflation Reduction Act, this amazing new law that you are most excited about?
So much. One of the things that I'm very excited about is what we have been doing in terms of electric vehicles. And I have a particular fondness, I must tell you, for electric school buses. I love electric school buses.
Yes, clap.
I really do, and we're manufacturing them in our country. I've been to the manufacturing plants. I've been on these electric school buses, and think about it.
Been on them.
Aside from the pandemic, on a daily basis, 25 million children in our country every day go to school on those diesel-fueled school buses.
Oh.
And hundreds, thousands of school bus drivers are driving those buses.
Yes, that's what drives a bus driver.
These people, these children, these adults, are inhaling what is toxic air.
I tell you, that sounded confident and clear, didn't it?
Look,
She'll be president in 6 months.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel like humming. I'm a rambling man.
And it's everything you ask her, it's that same type of answer.
Did you hear,
Word
though,
salad.
the girl asking that this amazing new Inflation Reduction Act, what the VP just talked about is a climate issue.
Right.
In their mind. It has nothing to do with reducing inflation, and we said that all along. It was a climate bill dressed up, because if it was an amazing law, it ain't worked, because it ain't happening.
It has not
It's
worked.
still going up.
I would like to, the girl that asked the question that was fed to her, somebody asked her, tell us what you like about it. I want to hear what your opinion.
I'd like to hear what makes this law so amazing and wonderful that I had to put a fake name on it to get it through, and it ain't working.
Yeah. Right. Well, really, the first reaction on the vice president's face is, I have no idea what's in it.
I know it. She see her scrambling. Well, I mean, there's so many. I can't list them all.
And then she looks over to her right, down on that little piece of paper, trying to see what notes they gave her, and she must have seen the term electric school buses, because she just started going
it
crazy
was off
about
the
that.
hip. It was way, I mean, like, and you know when you do and you're trying to act excited about something, and she just grabs school buses. I just love them. You know what I do? I love them.
Well,
What are some parts of the Inflation Reduction Act, this amazing new law, that you are most excited about?
She doesn't know when to quit.
I mean, so much.
Stall.
One of the things that I'm very excited about
Look, Sarah, look
is
down.
what we have
She
been
sees
doing
electric school
in terms
bus.
of electric vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
And
I love electric school buses.
I'm ad-libbing here, and I'm going too far.
Fort Payne High School, I'm being told by emailers, have electric school buses.
Okay.
I'd like to know how y'all like them. Do they work good?
So there you go.
We're discovering and learning today.
Yep. Not sure, like you said, what that has to do with reducing inflation. But
yeah, well, nothing, Rick. It
Give me
actually
this
will cause it
wonderful,
to go up.
This wonderful piece
They
of
have two
legislation.
buses at Fort Payne High School that are electric.
Well,
they got two.
Well, the vice president is particularly excited about them.
What she loves, electric school buses.
Because before that, you've been inhaling toxic air.
Yeah, there's there's the drivers, and then I mean,
Then there's
Rambo.
There's children, which are younger, smaller humans.
Yes,
That's what,
and they breathe.
what children are. They breathe air in and out of their mouth
Smaller
and
lungs.
their noses.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
She's just scrambling.
driving the bus are, of course, adults. Well, I hope so.
You mean bus drivers?
Yeah. Did
They
you
drive
know
buses?
An emailer said here, we have laugh enders. We talk about people that kind of laugh after they say something. She's a nod ender. If you notice, every time she says something, she finishes it with, like nods.
She's also.
I didn't notice that.
That was hard to watch.
She's also a laugh beginner.
Yes.
She is.
Yeah.
She is.
Well, again, Rick, I'm stalling.
So
I got to
much.
stall because I have a clue when I'm about to say.
And how about that hard-hitting journalist that refers to it as what kind of?
It was amazing.
Amazing.
And the wheels on the bus go round and round.
They
A lot
do.
of people don't know that.
They do. They do. She's actually been in where they make electric buses and got on one.
I'd like to hear from some of the electric bus people in Fort Payne how that works.
Can you imagine? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Think about it. You can't just have a concrete wall that you don't know who's on the other side. So they want to have a vision through the wall. And no, those are some great prototypes. There's one or two in particular that we like, and I'll be going there over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I'd go with the Israelis. I mean, if anybody knows how to build a wall.
Well, wait a minute, Rick, we got a couple of them from Alabama.
Well, that's true. We do have some Alabama ones in there.
So, will
actually-
you just judge
actually-
it and put a ribbon on it and they win?
Yeah,
How
well,
does
it's
that-
basically I'll be picking the winner, but I'll be picking it with ICE, and I'll be picking it with the Border Patrol.
Right.
And you just mentioned Israel, but their wall works.
Yeah, it does.
99.9%. They
Well,
actually
they got a
told me
history, yeah.
99.9%.
Yeah, that's one reason why we thought it was weird that the Pope acted like he didn't like the wall when he lives
He's got
in
a big one.
He lives in South.
What is that about?
When I heard that was actually during the South Carolina primary. You know that, right? Remember that? And it was during the South Carolina, and I heard that they that the Pope was sort of against the wall. And then I said, wait a minute, let me see some of the pictures of the Vatican.
Well, ask the people who had to bury their loved ones, sadly.
Absolutely.
Over the last
Oh,
24,
that's so
48
sad.
hours. Because what? It's not immoral and it's not unreasonable to say that we're not saying that people can't come into our country. We simply want to vet them out to keep our citizens secure, and that's a reasonable statement.
And we want a merit-based system.
That's right.
We don't want lotteries. And you can imagine who they put in those lotteries. They're not putting their finest.
No,
They're not putting you guys in the lottery,
No,
okay?
no.
They're putting people that Let's not even talk about it. But
Why
they're
is
not
that
putting
so
their
hard
foreigners.
for people to understand? Why do people oppose
Inconceivable, but I think now they're understanding it. And I would like to say move fast, because in 3 weeks from now, they won't understand it to the same extent. Now I understand a lot of Democrats want to end that lottery system. Well, I've been talking about the lottery system for a while. I've also been talking about chain migration. We have to end chain migration. Chain migration's a killer.
Yeah.
Where somebody like him can come in and they'll bring 20 people, 23 people with him potentially, and in his case, he only has a green card. No, he's a bad person. He's an animal as far as I'm concerned, and we're going to be very tough.
And if people don't understand that and they don't like it, what we keep saying is, don't blame our country who now wants to be secure. Blame the people who keep doing these kind of things, and that's what's causing us to start vetting. It's not our fault. It's the behavior of those who are coming in that tend to do harm.
Well, we have extreme vetting, and now we have more than that. I mean, you see what we've been doing, and we've done a great job at the border, 78% down. And you look at that, when, if they went 1% down, it was a big story. We're 78% down, people pouring into the border, and that's before the wall.
Right.
So,
that's just enforcing the laws that were already in place.
Enforcing laws. The people on Border Patrol and ICE, they endorsed me.
Right.
And the first time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate.
Well, you know
I
why
love
they
those
wanted?
people.
They wanted to be allowed to do their job.
They want to do, they actually work much harder now than they used to, and they love it. Yeah. They're doing their job. They love the country. They're proud of their country, and they're doing their job.
Well, thanks for taking time to include us
Thank
today.
you.
It's an honor to be here. And of course, the last time you were on with us and you did a liner for us, it made national news, even in the radio industry.
And we appreciate that.
So thank
That's
you.
true, come to think of it.
Yeah, so just thanks for doing
That's
that.
very true.
Yeah.
Thank you both
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
This is a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Donald Trump taking time to be with us here today on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, there it was. 045 talked to us from the east wing of the White House. We'll come back and kind of give you some behind-the-scenes stuff that was even going on during the interview. A lot of things are happening to people in the news. We didn't have anything to do with that. All right, so anyway, and we didn't shut down Trump's Twitter. All right, so let's a couple things that went on. First of all, happy birthday, Greg, to our mom today. Now, this is like we talked about, we love our mom so very much. A wonderful, wonderful lady, and happy birthday, Mom. And I sent some stuff out to her today on happy birthday, and this is the reply. Okay, and I know that all of us who still have our moms, it's a blessing, but they're always our moms. Rick, thank you so much for the happy birthday. I'm listening to your interview with the president. Wow. Of course, I had to find out about it on Facebook.
Oh, no.
Mama, I'm sorry. It all happened so fast. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Love you, Mom. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom.
So I'm sorry you didn't know I went to the White House.
Happy birthday, Miss Burgess.
I'm sorry you didn't know I was going to the White House till Facebook told you.
Rick, do you
I
know?
heard you didn't tell
Boy,
your
you're
son
in trouble,
either.
buddy.
No, we got into trouble.
You've got to discuss that. That's funny. I will tell you this, though. I thought about the parents as I was going to the airport. We were flying out of here, no pun intended, trying to get to the airport. And I went, wait a minute. I hadn't told my mom and dad this is happening.
Right,
so I
good.
called and said, Dad, I don't want you to hear about that. We're going. Wanted you to know, but I guess you didn't do that, Rick.
Well, no, my mom said, glad you're interviewing the president. I hear it now. Of course, I had to find out about it on Facebook.
Sure.
Happy birthday, Mom.
And one of your boys didn't know it.
Yeah, and we have this thing with, maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later. We have something going on with our 16-year-old who claims the family tells him nothing. The family tells me nothing. And he's claiming this all the time. It's like he didn't know anything. Like he didn't know his mother was going to France. He did not know that his mom and I actually went to D.C. a couple of weeks ago for that banquet involving the Israeli deal. He said, well, I just look on Live 360, and there's Mom and Dad on Pennsylvania Avenue. Nope. For the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. Have you ever wondered how to make wild game taste delicious? Now more than ever, that's probably important to know. We'll talk with Stacey Harris. She's written a number of best-selling cookbooks involving wild game and has a new show on the Outdoor Channel. And we'll interview her, and that'll be out this weekend wherever you get podcasts. All right, so Bubba, breaking news out of the UK. They had a brand new prime minister.
Yeah, I mean, she ain't been in there, 2 months?
2 months. And the big news is that brand new Prime Minister Liz Truss has now resigned.
Yes, less than 2 months in office amid pressure following a reversal of economic policies that led to economic instability.
Well, how'd they get this done? So they, I know we're under a different deal, but I mean,
their party gets to hold on to the seat. She said, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. There will be an election that will take place within the next week. She will stay on as prime minister until a successor has been chosen.
Now, how does it work? Her party just now will put somebody else in there? They don't have to go back and win again, do they?
No. The party has won the seat. Then the party gets to decide who they plug in there.
Like if we were under their deal, which I wouldn't want to be, right now the Democrats could say, look, this guy, he can't do the job. We're going to replace him with somebody else. And it wouldn't have to be, it could be anybody they want.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the VP necessarily. They could... they could caucus and elect another Democrat to put in there. It wouldn't even go to the people. The party members would vote.
So the conservatives will stay in control because they won the vote, but now they're going to replace their person, right?
And one of the main guys that they thought would step in has already said moments after this, guys, I'm out. Don't even consider me for this. Yeah.
How can you blame her for some economic decision? She had been there long enough to see.
I know.
I don't.
Something
ain't. We ain't hearing
something has happened over the last week. I've been watching Bloomberg, and they have been their markets. That sector of the world has just gone dramatically down. Now I don't know the why.
It's hard to blame it on a person that's been there 2 months.
And I think she's got in there and realized I really can't do anything for the people that I wanted to do stuff for.
Mm-hmm. Reading the article here, she apologized. Yesterday, admitting she made errors during her time in office.
In 2 months?
6 weeks, insisted that scrapping the tax cut plan was the right decision in the interest of the country's economic stability, and apparently the British pound had been declining in value to nearly equal the U.S. dollar.
Yeah,
think about that.
Yeah.
So, but still, it doesn't seem like you would have done enough things in 2 months to cause a problem.
You would think somebody, your predecessor, would have a little bit to do with this too.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you ain't even unpacked good, right? I mean, have you got the dishes out yet?
Yeah, I actually turned by the other night on C-SPAN or something, and they had the Parliament in there all hollering and yelling. I enjoy watching them. And they'll holler right in the middle of her talking too. I mean, she'll be up there talking. They're just screaming stuff in the background. But I mean, here is one of the quotes: says she just isn't up to the job. Sadly, Steve Double. That was him chiming in, and it was time for her to go. I guess, Greg. It sounds like we've all heard this joke, and it's been attributed to different coaches in different situations. But it's a good joke. But it almost sounds like she is doing the political version of the famous, well, now y'all got it so messed up, can't nobody do it.
Yeah.
And is it one of those?
Phrased a little different.
Yeah, is that one of those situations now where she's looking and she says, this thing is just, what it's going to take to get us headed in the right direction, I can't do.
I ain't the one.
I don't have the skill set for it. I don't know. So anyway, Prime Minister out in the UK, new one coming in that will be put in by the party.
Yep.
Isn't this quite a quote here? The business of the government relies upon people accepting responsibilities for their mistakes.
Really? Okay.
Wow, that's crazy. In politics, really?
Who said that?
What a concept there.
Basically, the spokesman for the party.
No one from here.
Yeah.
No.
It says pretending we haven't made mistakes and carrying on as if everyone can't see the mistakes we've made doesn't make sense.
Is she
and magically the things magically come out right is not serious politics, and so we can't pretend like we can just continue.
So basically,
she had just fired the Treasury head too a couple of days ago.
Is somebody actually saying, a politician's actually saying, "Hey, this is on me, I'm out"?
I guess.
I'm sorry, it still makes no sense.
No,
that quick.
Well,
your policies can't have that much effect yet.
We just don't follow the British world every day, so I'm not familiar with.
Don't miss too that they're panicking because the pound's almost as low as the dollar now.
Yeah,
right. Make you feel good.
I understand.
Don't miss that. All right, so I know the other thing that we were going to try to get to today, and I'm sorry, Adam, I'm catching you off guard a little bit. I don't even know if you have anything about this UFO stuff, and I can push it to next hour if we need to find it.
The Pacific,
where dramatic videos of UFOs over the Pacific are revealed as expert pilots describing seeing bright lights moving in racetrack circles over the summer, but said their employers told them to be quiet. This is the headline today. If you need some time to look over that, we can do that next hour. But I looked over on the video list. I didn't see it. But So these are some pilots that claim that they saw UFOs while flying routes from Japan and Hawaii in August and September, and they're now saying something when they were told not to say anything. I guess I don't know if they can give permission or what.
Here you go.
All right,
this is the and you're going to see some stars in the footage too, but also
this got audio.
The UFO. I don't think it has audio of any kind.
All right, so where am I looking? Pilot 4, y'all still seeing it out there? Yeah, we got
maybe it does have audio.
There you go.
What's your position?
We're actually up on the Zulu track.
Roger, we're up there on the Zulu track.
So everybody's seeing it.
Oh, there it is. Is that which one's the star?
Yeah, we're eastbound on the Zulu track, just about 80 miles out of Zulu, but yeah, we see it.
Yeah, we see it, they said.
We can hear it.
Yeah, we can. Okay.
Yeah, we're at 330 right over Civic, and we're looking at it.
We're looking at it right now, he says.
Where is it?
I believe
at
that's
the top,
it. This
Rick.
is it. This is it right here. That's it. See it moving?
Yeah. Okay.
We're right behind Civic. Can you give me a clock code?
Can you give me a clock code, he says. Where should we be looking, he says.
We got it.
We're at the lower right-hand corner of that.
Oh, I see it going up there.
Greg will make fun of this within 10 seconds.
It's by the cup of the Big Dipper, he just said.
534. We're 30 miles west of Civic. It looks 320 at 20 degrees north of the horizon, and it's probably it's either the SpaceX satellites or maybe it's the Perseus. There's a Perseus meteor.
He says maybe it's SpaceX or maybe it's a meteor shower.
Got it. What's this down here? What's that? What's that?
That looks like a meteor or a predator.
I think they're not moving like meteors. Looks like they're orbiting every now and then and changing direction.
It says it's changing direction.
What?
We curve.
Hear it perfectly clear.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, that was crazy.
So
I saw a couple of dots in the sky.
Well,
you don't ever see that.
One guy was like, it's probably a meteor shower, and the other guy was like, it's not moving like a meteor. They're hovering, changing direction.
See, now you're making. He didn't say
that
it
was
like
bonkos.
So anyway, they're.
I didn't hear that part.
It says multiple pilots saw it. Their discussions are much more intriguing than the actual visual, because they know kind of what they're talking about.
Could you guys hear that?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tells me anything. and he claimed he had no idea. Hey, what is Dad doing with the president? Nobody tells me anything. And of course, we told him that we say things, but you don't pay attention.
You don't.
You're right. We do discuss these things in the house. First, we have to be at the house.
Yeah, you got to stop in every now and then.
And when you make a dinner,
Touch and go.
Hey, pay attention to what we're talking about. So anyway, so there was a couple things yesterday that we did want to talk about. We were there were 4 other shows there, and then there was 2 chairs in the middle of the room where Laura Ingraham was to interview the president. Now, keep in mind, first of all, and I think all of you know this as Americans, we should be very pleased. The Secret Service, they do not put up with any foolishness. They're running everything, and you do exactly what they say to do, the way they say to do it.
They are professional, and they are on the wall, and they are busy.
If they tell you can't go to the bathroom, guess what? You can't.
That's right. You just hold it.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, man, we're going to hit the restroom. POTUS is on the move. Sit back down, sir. Okay, thank you. I am. I'll sit right here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hey, can I get up there and get some of that dip and chips? No, sir. First lady's on the move. Will you go back in the room? Yes, I will, and I'll shut the door. So anyway, so when the president comes into the room, there's this really cool moment where he really looks over at us, and I want to be sure everybody hold me accountable that I'm not exaggerating. He looks over at us and he says, "Hey, guys, I'll be with you guys in a minute."
Would you like to hear that, Rick?
Yo, do you have it? Okay.
I do.
All right,
I do. Here,
let
let me zoom that out. Here we go. Here it is.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir. He just said it.
It's not every day the president, so it's just how
Yeah, that's him walking in. Yeah, and he keeps saying, "Hey, I'm going to do this TV interview that I'm coming over there with you guys."
But I'll be over there in a minute.
I'll be on just a minute, which I thought was incredible. So now, first of all, let's go ahead and let's deal with the elephant in the room. And he was as loud as an elephant, Lars Larson.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Love Lars, but hey, wow.
Lars, we love you, but you're very loud.
Now, he announced to us, he told us he was loud.
He warned us.
And we said,
he said, I'm loud.
So are we.
Yeah.
But we're all in this big open room, and it's just going to echo through there. Now, Rick, you're loud. But I'm gonna tell you, Lars is at a whole. He's at a whole nother level.
Let me tell you something.
When he would come back from a break, we would all jump.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what kind of equipment he was using, what kind of microphone and compressor. I told Tom, I said, we got to get a picture of that because I don't know how there's a piece of equipment that can actually contain his speech when he comes back.
Yeah, Lars Larson, I felt good about it because Super Tom, the engineer, and Bubba, they always complain about a little bit about my loudness. They don't think I'm loud anymore. Lars Larson was so much louder, and then it became an issue. We, of course, you know us because it's our job to report things. We noticed pretty quick if they're going to take Laura Ingraham and sit her in the middle of the room with these. See, because we were not live, the rest of them were afternoon shows, and you could hear them all start at the same time.
Exactly at 3:06, every one of them said, "Welcome back."
At 6 minutes past. All right, well, I'm from the East Wing. Here's Lars, and then of course Lars drowns everybody out. And so I'm thinking, there's no way that Laura Ingram's going to sit there and do a TV interview with Lars. I mean, Lars is going to drown it out.
I've seen football coaches on the field coaching that wasn't that loud.
No. So anyway, so they sit down for the interview, and now this became a twofold problem. See those chairs right there? If you're looking at RBTV, there she is sitting with the president. Okay, that's Laura Ingraham.
No, the president's with us, but
she just came down. But I'm giving you a perspective of where
she's still up there with her next interview.
Where's Lars?
Lars is over to my right, and Bubba's right. So anyway, he's so loud, the president stops. I can't do this interview with he just. Wow. So hey, you have a great voice, sir, but I mean we can't do this.
Yeah.
And so then we're like, now it's awkward. You know,
Laura Ingraham
got cold,
and Lars is live. He's taking phone calls. Yeah, okay, you're right about that. I agree with that.
I'd like to see a little more cut right there.
Yeah, it's not what we're looking for, but I'm happy we're getting something. Like that. And also the president goes, I can't do this with him over there being loud. Now you think about the people who set up the room. Now they're gonna be. You know,
oh yeah.
So there was a moment because the president gets to do whatever he wants, where the president just tells all the live shows, all the handlers for the president say, "You're just gonna have to quit talking." Now picture there's people live on the air where they're going, I'm not sure what we're doing here.
I'm pitching it back to the studio.
And then can we do a commercial break? Well, then comes the next awkward moment. Laura Ingraham doing her job. She's got POTUS. So she's going to interview him as long as he's willing to talk, and the president is willing to talk.
And she just keeps going. Now, keep in mind, Secretary Rick Perry, has sat down at our table, and it's awkward there because he won't talk because the president's talking.
Well, we're not going to talk.
We can't interview Rick Perry. Lars can't talk. Is it Joe Pack? Joe Pack was there. He can't talk.
Right.
And he sounds like the guy from Talk Radio.
He's so quiet. I mean,
I've got the voice from God. And so anyway,
I asked him if he'd do liners for us. How much a page?
Hey guys, I hear some good things about you too. Thank you, God. But anyway, so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden comes the awkward moment. The handler for Laura Ingraham, who by the way loves the show, great. Look, he's wrapping up Laura. The handler for Donald Trump is
Hope Hicks is telling the president to wrap it up.
She's wrapping up the president, and everybody's doing this, and neither one of them stop.
It looks like they're calling in a plane.
Yeah, I thought at one point somebody would take a white towel and just throw it in the middle of it.
I did too. And now we're awkwardly sitting there with, of all people, Rick Perry. And then Rick Perry realizes, hey, now you're probably going to get bumped. They're going to give us the president. He goes, I know you guys got to upgrade. I'm out. So anyway, but then we bring him back around. So we realize now then a plan starts. We're changing our plan. And then there's an attempt to change the plan for the live shows, but then the Secret Service shuts that down. Oh, no. The president's going to go in the exact rotation that we're ready for him to go in, and he's going to Rick and Bubba next.
The handler started whispering off mic behind the cameras, okay, here's what we're going to do. And then the plan was changed. Wait a minute. He's going to come to you first. The president gets up and goes, okay, where am I going?
Right.
And for a split second, there was...
He tried to go to Lars.
Well, because that's where he thought he was supposed to go. And they said, no, Mr. President,
I think they were pushing him to Lars, and he was going, no, I told them I'm going next.
Well, and plus Secret Service said the plan was Rick and Bubba next, and that's what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And everybody else can have a Coke and a smile.
Right.
I don't know if y'all know this. We can kill everybody in this room. And then we become, now you get to be humble about it. Well, Secret Service is with us.
Sorry about that, guys.
I just want to do what Secret Service says. 7 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And we're glad you're here. All different kinds of ways to get the Rick and Bubba show either live or on your own time. Find all those at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And please join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Do what we do. All right, so we finished up with the Prime Minister. Helmsy just told us in the 1800s we had somebody serve 102 days.
118.
118.
Yeah.
And that's
if I
the
said
number.
102, I'm sorry. It was 118.
That's the number 2 slot.
Canning, I think his name was, and he died.
Yeah, and now this prime minister is going out 44 to 48, somewhere in their days by the time she's out.
Yeah.
And we Helmsy just heard a press conference, and it sounds like it was the joke we made.
Yeah.
She's like, look, y'all have set up this governmental system so poorly now. What we need to do and what I would do, you can't do.
Yeah. She mentioned some mandate that was preventing her from doing this. She threw Brexit in there, and I don't know as much about Brexit as I need to, but she threw that in there.
Mandate this, mandate
but she
that.
seemed like, it did seem to me like, guys, y'all, I can't do what I promised for the people that I want. She didn't actually say it that way, but that's where she was going.
I got you. All right, so now let's move on to something really important, the aftermath continuing of the Tennessee victory over Alabama. All the controversy, everywhere you look, there's various shots of missed calls, and you can't beat them, and referees too, and referees are out to get us, and referees are celebrating Tennessee touchdowns, dropping flags late, doing this, doing that. Of course, you make a makeable field goal, you still win, but still. So we've got some things going on with fans, and we now have. And then we have something going on with one of the players from Alabama. That's a new video that has surfaced. We'll get to that too, which I'm not sure about this, but we'll look. So here is a Tennessee Vol fan jumping off restaurant bar and grabbing TV after the win.
Have you guys seen this?
No, I haven't seen. Bubba, tell me you've seen this.
No, I have
you
not.
not? Okay, all right. So.
Y'all, this is unbelievable. At first, I thought it was an Alabama fan that was mad the way that this guy reacts. And this clip is going to cut off right after he jumps, and then I'm going to go to another clip that shows the aftermath of his jump.
Okay, all right.
And y'all aren't ready for this. So this is a Vols bar, and they're watching the kick. It's about to go up.
Okay.
There it goes. The kick is up and good, and this dude gets up on a bar and decides to pull the TV down.
Please look. Please look at him.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all.
He was going to hang on it. He missed.
So how far was that jump, you think?
That was a big jump.
That's
6, 8
way.
feet. So his hands get
He
the
shorted
top of
it just
it,
a little.
and then
Yes.
he slips.
He
back.
was short.
And y'all,
Good night.
Unlike that field goal, he was short.
Yeah.
Yes, here's the aftermath of it right here. And guys, he knocks himself completely out.
Well, I bet he does.
He knocks himself completely
Oh, my
out.
God. He hit right on his head.
He's out.
He's
He's just out. He's just out like a light
He knocked
ration.
himself completely
What's
out.
he thinking?
Guys,
What an
his
idiot.
head hit harder than Tua Tagovailoa's.
All right.
I mean,
Boom.
You know what's so bad? He just witnessed a huge victory, and he will not remember 1 minute of it.
Second of it.
You realize he's not going to remember any of that.
No. What an idiot.
Let me tell you who needs props today. Whoever hung that TV.
They did a great job.
Yeah.
'Cause
AV professionals, way to go.
Let me tell you, I
He
don't know.
landed right on his head.
I don't know who locked that baby in and who hung it, but they did a good job.
What
The
makes
fact-
you?
It's funny enough, but the fact he knocked himself
Well,
out.
Greg laying there, not kind of
I
knocked
mean,
out.
you could have counted to 100 over it. Not need 10.
He's laying there like he's asleep.
It looks like to me, and I could
Well-
be wrong, that he was planning this in his mind. If we win, look how he's grabbing the
Oh,
bar.
yeah.
Just
Yes.
get up and dance on the bar if that's what you're going to
Yeah,
do.
just stand up there. And
Why
give
are
a
we
few
jumping
pelvic
and
thrusts.
hanging on
You know,
the
I-
TV?
Sing Rocky Top.
I think
Yeah.
this is nature's way of protecting us. When you're doing something so crazy and the body says, you know what, I'm just going to knock us out.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He
it
has
loo-
no recollection of this
It
game.
looks like it's already on his mind.
That is a
See
long way. That's a long way. That's
See,
through
look,
a
yeah,
hallway.
look, there he goes. Look, and so
Oh my gosh! And
out.
God. Killed him, y'all.
I mean,
he really could have.
He's lucky to be alive.
Oh my God! So what
And
was
his momentum was taking him.
was the plan?
His feet
Was the
going
plan to hang on it or to come down with him?
Maybe hang.
I mean,
I don't know why you would pull the TV down. You just won, right? He's a Tennessee fan, right?
I don't understand.
Now he don't remember the end of the game.
I think he probably thought he could hang on it or something.
His first memory is going to be like leaving the house that morning.
Yeah.
Everything else is going to be gone.
Yeah.
The whole game. He won't remember any of it.
All right,
Had flip flops on too. Don't forget that.
Oh well, you gotta
be sharp.
You gotta have those. So next, Alabama's Jermaine Burton. So this is a player on the team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now has been booked in county jail for aggravated
Did they book
assault.
him?
It said that I can't
Is
find.
that true?
It's on Twitter and people are saying that he was booked, but I can't find an official story saying he was. But he's the transfer from Georgia,
Yeah,
right?
he was the one who was.
and he's walking off the field, and it looks like a lady is walking past him.
So Adler, why are you saying he was booked in county
No,
jail?
that's on Twitter. That's
It
what
is? Okay.
I sent him
Okay.
yesterday that showed the video and his. I don't know if this is his mugshot or if this is just him. It's like from the shoulders up, so I don't know where this picture comes from. But there's people reporting that he was booked, but I can't find
Looks to
an
me
official
like he just
story.
hit her phone. Or
All right, so here, yeah, I've seen it from far off, but I haven't seen it up close like this. I've seen this footage from far off, but not this shot.
Yeah, he. It's really shaky video, but didn't Nick Saban say that they were? He definitely responded. Nick
Right.
Saban said we're gathering information.
Correct.
That is definitely real and official. But yeah, this is the shot here. I'll go to the other wide shot here in a second.
Yeah,
Give me one
the wide
second.
shot you still can't see very good, but you can at least see this hand goes up there and either pops her in the head or moves her phone out of the way or something. It certainly doesn't like an assault.
no.
But here he is.
He didn't
right
show her how
here.
a turkey peeks over a log. Did
No,
he?
he didn't. He
So
talked about it.
watch him right there. It's I don't really know what he does there. It's hard to tell.
I'm
really
not
hard to
saying that
tell.
he should have reached out and had any contact, but it doesn't look.
Here's
It looks to
an-
me like she's filming and he's trying to knock the camera down.
Yeah,
She holds her head afterwards. It's not in this video, but she holds her head afterwards and kind of looks around. Is like, did I just get hit in the head?
Her phone probably banged.
It's
off
not-
her
the
head.
She got her white boots.
He
on.
might have been flirting with her.
He may have been.
Well, again, it goes back to this.
Lovely.
Is he frustrated? This is also why they fine you for running on the field. You're running on the field where a bunch of people have been at battle and are frustrated, and then you're
filming him.
you're filming, putting stuff in their face and all that. To me, what he did would be under the let's not act that way getting off the field, but it's not criminal,
Right.
No. I mean,
maybe he should have just did a hand gesture.
I mean, he
and left it
didn't.
there.
You know, when you see if all this if the allegations of
That's not
that
assault.
there's been assault, there's nothing assault here. If you want to say, hey man, just get off the field, don't interact with the fans, and you hitting somebody's phone or even moving somebody's head out of the way, don't do that. That's okay, and you can say, hey, you're in trouble. You need to now be punished or apologize, but it's not criminal.
and it
Do you not have to have an injury?
Yeah, and it does look
Right.
like that Twitter, some of the Twitter handles or
You talking about the
whatever
fake world?
that are in that area saying that he was booked, that's not verified. Even though a tweet says it was and gives details, it has not been official. But Saban, to Adler's point, did say they were looking into the matter.
I was
and are
expecting
aware
way
of it.
more
And this is,
than
I
what I
think,
just saw.
Saban's
It looks to
response
me
to
like
it.
And the headline
it's
says
like-
smacking a woman on a head.
No.
What are we talking
Right.
about?
Right.
Really?
Here we
Yeah,
go.
this is Saban's.
Come on.
We handle, discipline issues, internally, and that's the way we'll handle this. But, as I said today, when I was asked about the whole, the league has tried to control people, rushing the field. And, it's a difficult circumstance for the league. It's a difficult circumstances for the people who are on the field. But, we got to go through those difficult circumstances and still respect other people. And I think that's on us to do that. And that's certainly a lesson, for all of us to learn.
Yeah.
I think Biden's. Coach Saban is calling classification point A. Isn't he? Shouldn't have been on the field to start with.
Well, yeah, he's saying this is the reason why we're trying to stop this. You have drunk people, and I'm not saying this girl was drunk, but you do have that mixed in. You have just crazed fans. Yeah. You've got children sometimes, and running onto a place where a hard-fought battle just ended with a lot of intense people. It's not a good combination.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Has just informed us
I knew y'all were video
that his cameras were rolling when Bubba came to the decision that he was going to have to relieve himself on a tiny little airplane in a tiny little area. So Speedy's queuing it up.
I don't think you can call it a bathroom. It's more like a
a
bath glove box.
It is designed for only the worst case scenario.
Yeah, it is.
And emergencies only.
It's usually that's where our jackets are hanging. You'll see us trying to move all the stuff out of there. As Speedy's getting it ready, I want to point you to lebleu.com, lebleu.com, and a lot of times when you're out there dealing with, whether you're drinking water or when you buy bottled water, a lot of times you think you're buying water. You're not even buying water. You okay over there, Speedy? We're going to show it. Just hang on. Let me tell you the great thing about LeBleu Ultra Pure Water. It's water. That's all it is. There's nothing in it but water, and that's what your body actually craves. And because it's just water, you're going to find it's also more affordable than the other stuff you're buying. Look at the label when you're buying these so-called bottled waters. A lot of times they're not really water. There's a lot of stuff in there, additives and minerals and other solvents. Some of them even have low traces of arsenic in there. So look at that. Lebleu.com is water. That's all it is. LEBLEU.com. Ask the retailer where you buy bottled water. Do y'all have LeBleu yet? And if they don't, tell them to get it. And again, get the information at LEBLEU.com. Be sure you're drinking water. Also, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right,
Rick,
Speedy, are you okay, buddy?
Rick, wait a minute. Let me point out something.
We can't. We got to get into it.
We went to the White House to talk about a tax plan that could put thousands of dollars in families' pockets, greatly change the future of our country. And we're worried about me going into the glove box bathroom.
Yeah. But that's this show, isn't it?
It is.
It's been 23 years of this kind of
it's on me, and I'm all right with that. But I love the humor and happiness I brought to Speedy.
You did. The audio video starts with us realizing something's wrong with Bubba.
Yeah, that Bubba's got an issue.
Here, let me tell you something.
This is me telling him it can't happen. Greg, please look. I'm saying it ain't gonna happen.
Bubba's got to pee.
Look at his face. Look at Bubba's face. Speeding's down. Look, I'm trying to work it out. I'm saying this is what it's going to take. Look at your face, Bubba.
No, you're struggling. Oh, I'm hurting right now. I'm about to die. Hey, Tom.
Look at Tom. Look, we're telling Tom now. Tom's flying. He's co-pilot. I want to thank our pilot, Terry. Did a great job.
Right. Adler's filming and trying to get Tom's attention at this point.
Right, we're trying to get Tom's attention.
It's going to be awesome. Tom, does the toilet work? Does the toilet work? The toilet work.
I'm friendly to you guys.
Bubba's struggling.
Now he's asking the pilot. Yeah, do you need to use the pilot?
Tom, what are you thinking right now?
We're flying 275 miles an hour.
I'm trying to determine if I can talk him through finding the relief tube.
No, there's no tube. Here's Tom with his terrible
There's
tube.
no tube, Tom.
Flip the seat up, and the relief tube is on the side.
But it's not.
Number one or number two? yeah, just relief tube. It's a little key in the tube. There's a little funnel. You pull it, trigger.
Record this.
Look, I'm
trigger on the side.
I'm going.
Sure, you push the trigger.
I'm looking for it, and it's not back there.
Hey, I'm not in charge of that.
I'm trying to tell Speedy, give him instruction.
Greg, at this point, I'm saying this is physically impossible.
And we're trying to figure out all the junk we got back there.
They start sucking when you pull the trigger.
All right.
Please don't miss this.
Stop video all of
Your Bubba stop videoing this.
Rick's trying to empty out the little compartment he's got to get into.
Look how much stuff's back there.
Now look how thin of a alley he has to get back there.
Speedy, you make fun of me when I stand up. That's all you do.
Greg,
well, yeah, Bubba.
Greg, I want you to hear it scrub when he goes back in there.
Hey, the mayor's got to pee. We got to get you back there.
The mayor's got
to cut a ribbon and pee.
Look at Speedy. Speedy, Merry Christmas.
Bubba, I'm the only one that loves you right now. I'm trying to make it happen.
I'm telling you, to have to pee.
That's the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without a
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show, and I have something funny I can say about those two.
Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, let's do that. As we make our way back, bottom of the hour. Now it's no, it's not, is it? It's just 22 minutes past. Okay, I missed that. I thought we were at the bottom. Let me hit this couple things, and we have another story from the Alabama-Tennessee game. So we have, first of all, for some reason, people emailing Helms talking about, well, one of these videos isn't it or whatever. If the close-up video is a different video, that's fine. But we still saw the video that is out on social media, the far-away shot. Mm-hmm. So what we're commenting on is still the correct video because the first video doesn't really show you anything anyway. But the far-away video is the one, from what I've gathered, that everybody is showing, and the guy put the story that Speedy was talking about. And the guy who put the story out that there's been some sort of booking is some sort of a reporter, but nowadays
he just reached up,
right? But what I'm saying, all I'm saying, Greg, now is we don't know whether that's really true or not.
I just haven't been looking at the video.
Correct.
Yeah, but the video far away shot there, I can't really tell the severity of it, so I could be wrong. It could be more severe than I think.
Yeah.
But what we see does not look criminal. It looks rude, but again, it also goes back and as Saban said, you still got to be able to handle the situation.
Correct.
This is why we're trying to tell people don't run onto the football field after a big victory and mix and be in the middle of players and all that.
Does she look like she's on the phone and when she walks by him reaching out is really him just trying to knock the phone out of her hand that happens to be at her ear? Does it?
Could be.
I can't tell. Like, and so it looks like he's slapped her, but really he's just trying to knock the phone out, which he shouldn't have done that anyway.
No, he shouldn't be doing that.
He
shouldn't have had his hands on anybody.
I can't tell if it is or not. It might not be. I don't know.
It
might be that he actually reached out.
I think he was trying to give her a wet willy.
Okay, look right there. Better. Okay, he dipped that head back a little worse than I thought.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, then maybe
now she's turned around looking.
I thought she had something in her hand, but maybe not.
All right, she cuts around him. He reaches out.
Had a wet willy.
I can't tell. It gets blurred right there, so I can't really tell. I see her holding the side of her head.
I mean, he shouldn't have done that.
Maybe she didn't. I don't know. I can't tell.
No, the question isn't whether you should or shouldn't have done it. Is it criminal?
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I don't know why we can't have those.
The answer's
conversations.
a hard no.
And here's an email.
Is she injured?
Here's an emailer.
I'd like to know that.
These are the times we're living in, and probably
it's going to depend on what team they're pulling for, Rick.
This is probably it all matters. This is probably somebody that doesn't like Alabama. Stop taking up for football players who put their hands on anyone.
But is this that same guy that's mad about the other one?
No, that it is criminal, and you'd say so if it happened to your wife.
It's
or mother.
criminal.
And we'd say so if it was our wife. I wouldn't say it was criminal, and I might deal with it,
right?
And but I would not say it was criminal.
No, I wouldn't
but yeah, I mean, I would not like it, but I don't think it's criminal.
And this does kind of go back.
Criminal's a different thing.
This kind of goes back to the players that tackle the guy on the field. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you shouldn't be on the field, and that's the rules, and Tennessee's going to be fined for it. If you follow those rules, none of this ever happens to begin with.
You can take, because they mentioned this, we don't take up for football players. You can take the football players out of it. Say we're at the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo and this happens. Wrong, but not criminal.
Actually, it did one time.
Yeah, you should have seen what Greg did to Speedy.
Yeah, would I go if I was there? Would I go over to the young man and say, "You owe my daughter or my wife or my sister an apology or my mother"? Yeah, I would, but I wouldn't be filing charges against him. Yeah. Not for that.
No,
I mean,
we don't have
honestly,
to act like the rest of the world.
No, I don't. I don't claw
or just cag him back.
Yeah,
and to be honest,
or the best case, just because I'd say apparently you don't know about 075.
But
and
now
where
that they slowed it down, I get the first video. If that's a different video, looks like it. But in that, it's almost like she wasn't even looking at him. That she was just on the phone, not even paying attention.
Now I will say that because I remember trying to get off a field one time after we lost the championship. and I did shove someone down. I didn't mean to, but they were running across in front of me, and I was trying to get off the field.
Who, Devontae Adams?
Yeah, and I did shove someone down accidentally because I was just trying to. People were coming from everywhere.
Sure, accidentally.
No, it was accidental. And,
what about the elbow you threw after?
But they wouldn't have gotten shoved down if they hadn't run up on me like that.
Absolutely.
But
I thought you was a little soft on Adams the other day. I see it now.
You got it.
But what I'm saying is this. I really don't think the Devontae Adams things was criminal. I really don't.
Well, no, I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway,
I just called
unfortunate situation.
Yeah, unfortunate situation. Somebody got pushed down, and everybody ready to break. Next topic.
Does the man should he be given an apology? Because sometimes in the heat of the moment, you go, "Man, I'm so sorry."
That was nothing more than a minor car wreck. Somebody pulled out in front of somebody else, and Devontae hit the gas instead of the brakes.
But I will say
that's all that was.
But I will say in this situation, I can't tell how hard or what he was doing because it gets blurry where his hand would be touching her head somewhere.
Yeah.
But I will say this. On the negative side against him, she got out of his way.
Yeah.
And then he went over and hit her anyway.
And don't lose the fact that this is the second person that we've seen that he's done this to in the same situation. If that's true, the other video was a different video. So, I mean, how many people did he pop in the head?
No, he's frustrated getting off the field, and it's a bip when fans for the other team, in my opinion. I mean, but you got to be able to handle that.
The video we watched is real. This mugshot that you may see going around is fake.
Well, sure.
Yeah, that's
so.
His picture from the press guy.
And I don't know why this guy who has 14K followers would put out this fake mugshot, but this is a fake mugshot.
It's a fake world.
It is. Yeah. We're living in a fake world.
That's why.
We're living in a fake world. And I think if we want to be just completely honest, and from my decades, by the way, of studying behavior revolving fans and their teams, the bottom line is this: if I don't like the team, what the guy did was criminal. If it is my team, everybody's overreacting.
Yeah, and that's for both sides.
And that's really usually how it goes.
And speaking of fandom, Rick,
no doubt,
we have another story that revolves around the Tennessee-Alabama game this weekend, and this one, a gun is involved.
Oh my God, Bubba, it was an emotional game. It was an emotional game. A lot going on. Fandom. You know, the word fan comes from the term fanatic.
Yes.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
So bad. You're holding it together. You're not holding yourself or nothing.
Well, you had a bad look though.
When
the
this
first
thing
time.
started, you're
Greg,
16 minutes.
Greg.
If you didn't flush the tube, it's gonna come out all over it.
If I can get my head through it, I can make it.
If you look at my face, I'm saying it ain't gonna happen.
How's he gonna fit through that?
Tell me I couldn't get to a goal line.
Are you assessing?
He gave up.
Well, I was.
He's got to rest, Rick.
There's a trash bag in the toilet.
I was looking for that stupid tube.
It's just a trash bag, like you can't pee in this one.
Is there another opening beside it?
Can I pee in the bag?
Can I pee in the bag? Yeah, but there's a tube beside it.
Today's a great day to have RBTV.
I'm telling you, there's a tube. I'm gonna pee in the bag. I gotta go.
Greg, here we go.
I'm going over for the touchdown.
He's going in. That's it. I'm gonna make it happen.
Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
I didn't think you could. I didn't think you could fit.
More stuff. I'm going in. Tell me I couldn't get a yard in the tight.
Over the top, Bubba. Over the top.
No, I'm going in. How much stuff have we got back there?
Why don't you pull a rabbit out of the hat?
Look, I went right in after that. Couldn't get the snaps to work, of course.
Let's listen in now. Now we're trying to get the snaps to work.
Oh, if I had to go that bad, I wouldn't worry about that curtain.
By the way, we've almost landed by now.
That's my point.
All right, listen up now. You can tell when he starts to pee.
This is the greatest.
Look, Abbott, don't film it. Speedy's struggling.
Speedy claiming he can smell pain. Rick, thanks for holding the curtain.
I was trying to. I mean, we've been through enough. Is that it?
No. Listen, we just hang on.
Look how much stuff we had to move to get you back in there. That big red cooler.
It's Speedy.
We're close.
Greg, and to answer your question, no, it's bottled water and soft drink.
Yeah, there's Adler. He's turned the camera on himself there. He's the one filming.
Right, got his new haircut from his friend.
Yeah, and now we can tell it's working because we're about to start smelling something.
No, you can't smell
it. Just a little hint.
Well, I smell pee. You good? You smell
And I'm trying to balance, and I hear all that going on.
Did you hear what I said? Speedy said, I said, you know why? We're sitting next to it.
Now let the curtains move, and here it goes.
How happy am I?
Look, it looks like a baby being born. The mayor's back. Oh, how much better did you feel just then?
Oh, my goodness. The weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders.
Or your bladder.
Yeah, somewhere else.
We'll come back. The Rick and Bubba Show, Friday edition. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Mike Lindell and the gang at mypillow.com/Bubba continue to actually live out what they claim to believe. Last week, 20,000 pillows and blankets delivered to the people still. And we forget about this. We've all moved on, sadly. A lot of people are still going, and know people even from our local church that keep going. We got people that don't have homes still. I mean, they're needing just the basic stuff in Fort Myers and the surrounding area. And so Lindell and the gang, 20,000 pillows and blankets just arrived there. And you can go to mypillow.com/Bubba now. And these are the kinds of things, Speedy, when you were gone on the recruiting trip, was that Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday. When you were gone on that recruiting trip with your son, I was almost feeling bad that that was the first day they had this new offer. Men's and women's My Sleepwear and Loungewear, 80% off.
Oh.
Now, see, that's speedy savings right there.
That's, you talking about 8-0
He
together?
could almost get his credit card out for that.
Can I tell you what, Speedy? That's this close to free.
You're right.
I mean,
just a smidgen.
Yeah.
Down blankets, 30% off, and the temperature's dropping a lot of places, and those blankets are sought after. Bath towels, 50% off. 6-piece towel sets, 50% off. The My Slippers that I come home from work and put on every day, $49.98. My sandals are as low as $19.98. So mypillow.com/Bubba, if you want to spend your hard-earned money, don't you want to spend it with a company that sees things the way that you do? And it's so difficult to find a company that doesn't compromise They don't. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. No wokeness there.
Anytime a percentage is more than I am old, I always pay attention.
That's what you look for?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we continue with this Alabama-Tennessee aftermath. So we did clarify, we do believe the part about the player facing some sort of criminal charge, or certainly not being, arrested or anything like that. That's all been exaggerated, which shows once again the reliability of the online, and I'm using quotes, journalists.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a story, Bubba, that actually comes from a reliable source, and we do think this happened.
Yes, Rick. A Florence man was arrested for allegedly shooting his neighbor's house after the University of Tennessee Volunteers beat the Alabama Crimson Tide Saturday night.
Well,
WAFF reports that Ricky Franks Jr. allegedly got into a verbal altercation over the game with his neighbor, then went home, grabbed a shotgun, and fired at his neighbor's house.
Remember, we've said this. This is a lot of things that the Rick and Bubba Show has taught you. If an adult man, not a child, if an adult man does not change from Ricky to Rick,
look out.
Watch out. Yeah. If he goes into his adult life continuing to go by Ricky, he's got a little spice.
The shots that he fired, or the shot, allegedly hit the house.
Right.
Wow.
Officers arrested Franks without incident,
Ricky Franks.
and he was released from jail on a $30,000 bond.
Right.
He was charged with discharging a firearm into an occupied building.
Maybe he's listening.
Well, in all fairness, in all fairness, let's not be too judgmental. Yeah. It's hard to beat an opponent and the referees at the same time.
Right.
So was he
the
Bama fan and his neighbor was a Tennessee fan?
I'm only guessing. Yes, I don't really know.
Got to mouthing, and he said, "I'll show you."
Yeah, here's one. Here's try this, Rocky Top.
Yeah.
I'll
this. You're taking it a little too.
Oh my goodness! There's the understatement of the day. Hey, take a step down. Hey guys, that honestly, I
Ricky Dollar back one.
Right. Y'all realize how bad this has impacted fans? You realize we haven't heard from Dickie at all. We're 4 days. I mean, we're 5 days from the game.
Yeah.
You think he got out of there?
They just don't lose much.
I think
it's tough.
The way they lost, I think, was too much. I mean, sometimes people they have their breaking points. As we've seen,
the
video, Ricky Franks.
The video from behind the goalpost with that thing spinning and how close that was amazing.
It really was.
It's a game of interest.
Right.
What would a Tennessee Vols version of Dickie Neidmeyer? Who would he be?
I don't know. It's a great question.
I like Tennessee Hank.
Yeah.
I say TVA Tom.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Well, we have Dan down in Auburn.
Well, one of the things I think
he lives in Harpersville.
I think what it is. That's so good. I think what it is, and really, Helmsy said it in the break. And everybody be calm. I don't want any of y'all shooting at my house or slapping me in the back of the head or anything like that. But honestly, Tennessee, we don't know about your fandom because you haven't had anything to get excited about in a long time. We almost forgot about you being fans.
Yeah. Rick, it's like a volcano that has gone inactive, and then all of a sudden it's spewing lava again. You go, she lives.
That's what. There's fan love. There's fan love everywhere.
Yep.
But let me tell you, they go from zero to fanatic.
They do
quickly.
They have.
Yes, they have. By the way, and I hate to bring this up. I hate to bring it up, because I know how frustrating this conversation is for some of you. But I can't. I'm really being irresponsible not to have brought it up yet. Bubba, for years, which I actually agree with, the Tennessee orange, it runs up to yellow and stops right before the line.
It's as yellow an orange as you can get.
As orange can get away with.
Called orange.
As orange can get away with.
And I've told you for years, though, with me, it always looked yellow.
Well, you called him the big yellow.
Yeah.
Well, I thought, why do they call him the big orange?
Yeah, what's
I didn't get it.
So
be the big
to
yellow.
me, Clemson was orange.
They are, but it's the darker orange.
We're watching the game with my in-laws, and we're watching the game, and Sherry says to me, "Well, my goodness, they're yellow." And
you couldn't believe it.
And I said, "Well, here we go." And I said, "Well, they call it big orange," and she goes, "No, I know, but I mean that really looks yellow." And I said, "It does." I said, "It gets up to back to what y'all just said. It is the orange that gets away with staying orange.
I think it's the boundary orange.
If it took one more step toward yellow, it couldn't be orange."
Well, if you see them play in person,
Yeah. And they're in their visitor uniforms. It has a lot of white on it. Boy, it really looks yellow.
Yeah.
Now, if you see maybe the home jersey would be different, but a daytime game that I've seen Tennessee play several times, it looks very
How about
yellow
when they
to
wear
me.
the grays like they did against LSU?
No, it looks more orange.
Yeah,
than
my
it does.
smoky gray.
It does look orange.
like it a lot.
As a matter of fact,
That tones it down a little bit.
I'll go. Look at that. I'll go as far as to say that that the T on their helmet doesn't look as yellow as their jersey does.
That's yellow.
They need to mix a little more red. They really do with the color scheme because the red brings out the. And when I say color, I mean
look at that compared to the yellow on the wheel. I mean, it's
because red and yellow makes them.
Maybe if we put yellow up there, it would contrast.
What about red?
Red.
Did I get that right?
Red. Let's go back to this
I think
again.
you add a little more red into the color, and it brings out the.
Well,
orange.
it's a boundary orange.
I learned colors.
It's a
when I was
boundary
like
orange.
Fifth
It's
grade.
right on the boundary.
It needs a little more red in the color.
But
when you're mixing it up in
yellow
paint,
tint.
add a little more red to get the orange tint to really glow.
That's a
Tennessee
little more,
orange.
Let's
though.
get a little more
That's their
orange.
color.
As Alabama fans call it, throw up orange.
But look over there, and we're looking
They
at
do.
Michigan.
I've
We're
heard
looking
it.
at Michigan.
I've heard it.
Now that's yellow or
It made-
maize.
It made them throw
Yeah,
up.
if you see, we just sat on one of the other TVs, Michigan fans, and when you see that yellow, or maize, you said compared
Here
to
come the Michigan man.
to the Tennessee, it does look more orange. It's all what you're looking at around it.
Speaking of Tennessee, somebody said that the Tennessee head coach looks like Bobby Hill, the little kid from King of the Hill, just grew up, and I can't get it out of my mind.
Oh, he does.
Oh, wow, he really does.
He looks like
that's
Bobby
great.
Hill.
Oh, wow, he does.
Look, Josh has put on some pounds since his play.
No, that was another thing. When Sherry and I had a conversation, I said, now I want you to look at the head coach. She goes, the one in the yellow jacket? I said, yes.
Yeah.
And I said, he at one time was a quarterback. She goes, no.
National championship
She
quarterback.
goes, no. I said, no, he played quarterback. She goes, he didn't play on the line. I said, no. He's a former quarterback.
And a good one.
Yeah, like
Oh,
I said,
dandy.
national championship.
And a good football coach.
And I started saying coaching now. He's 1-0 against the greatest.
Yeah, he is.
What's his name?
Josh Heupel.
Is it Heupel? Is that what you say? It's a P, right? Not a B. Heupel.
Who did he play for? I've
Played
never
for
heard of him.
Oklahoma. Oklahoma.
Never heard of the
He's
guy.
offensive coordinator for Missouri. And then went to Central
Florida was their head coach after Tony Scott Frost.
Yeah,
Right.
He's won every.
Because their AD got hired at Tennessee, and then when that job came open, he brought him in.
You're talking about the shine off somebody, Scott Frost. Where's he at?
Wow.
today?
You talking about Tiny Scott
Tiny
Frost?
little Scott
Minuscule
Frost.
Scott Frost.
Thimble Scott Frost.
But by the way, if you want to get something that'll bother you on the uniform, if it ever gets in your head, speaking of these two teams, have you ever noticed that Alabama's helmet crimson doesn't match their jersey
It
crimson?
doesn't. It's darker.
Oh,
It's
here
darker.
we go. I wouldn't start this.
I'm just telling you, it doesn't.
You kicked an ant bed over
little
that
dark
one.
on
friend. Your email's going to look different
On
today.
a daytime bright sunny game, it's closer. At night, I can tell more.
I think it's because of the material difference. But
Just
You
the
send
material.
that directly to Rick. Rick at.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it doesn't match.
I'm not even going to read it.
Nope.
I've been saying this since the 70s. I'm just telling
That
you.
was Rick, everybody. That
This
was
is all
Rick.
you. I'm
Burgess.
just telling you, it doesn't. It's two different shades.
And what about Ole Miss claims both blues? They claim light blue and dark blue.
That was another conversation.
And
I had.
red. And red.
and red.
That was another conversation I had with Sherry. She goes, well, why have they got baby blue on? I said, they do both.
They used to have just the light blue helmet with the dark jersey.
And then she said, well, which one's the official blue? I said, please don't. Let's just move on.
we don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The real Greg Burgess and Helmsy all here. Eddie Van Adler's got RBTV for you. With the Trump administration and including the president himself, we've already done a lot of those interviews. Now, if you listen to the show in different order and you don't listen to it live on your affiliate, it's possible that you're about to hear that. So anyway, but we're playing them in order as far as the live show is done. How it's done, we've already done President Trump and Mick Mulvaney, and also we have talked to Rick Perry. This hour, Kellyanne Conway will be the look back. We've talked about the stories. We've gone behind the scenes. We've watched hilarious video of the adventures of traveling. And, of course, there'll also be a YouTube video of our interview with the president out later today. Then probably a documentary of the entire experience coming to our YouTube channel sometime next week. So be checking all the pictures that Helmsy's put out on social media. There's tons of pictures on everyone's individual social media. You can look at that, too. Also, we just want to talk about the weekend coming up. Sunday, I'll be back in Birmingham Honored to be speaking at Valleydale Church. They have 2 services, 9:15 and 10:45. If you're in Birmingham or you live there, everyone's welcome to join us for either one of those services. So looking forward to that. So one thing we haven't talked about on the trip was, Cliff Sims.
Can we talk about this?
Yeah, we asked him, and he said yes, because I remember
I just want
actually.
to double check.
We didn't. Now, I did hear that right, Speedy? Okay. So
I asked him.
Getting real tired at that point, so
Yeah,
I might have missed it.
I asked him, is this off limits? Can we talk about it? He said, most definitely talk about it.
Well, Cliff Sims is a special assistant to the president, and Cliff is from Alabama as well. Cliff has worked with the show, used to run Yellowhammer News, and would do a lot of coverage on politics and things like that. Would interview us from time to time, do stories. So we got to know him pretty well, and actually even had him travel with me one time to go back to where his family was from for a speaking event one time. So he's always been very kind to the show and plays a big role in our new access to this president. And so as he came over to us, he and his wife are now there in Washington full time. He came over to us and he said, no matter whether I'm in the room or not, when you guys finish, do not leave. And we were like, oh, okay, great. He goes, because I want to take you guys on a little special tour before you go back. So we were kind of like little giddy kids at that point. Because
we were.
Because what
we'd had very restricted access.
And rightfully so. So all we really had seen is we came into the main entrance of the White House. It was interesting when we found ourselves eating out there, with all the portraits of some of the presidents around us. That was a weird moment.
It was.
But they wouldn't let you bring food or drink back into where the broadcasts were going on. And that was great. There was a bit of a panic because of our travel schedule that we had missed lunch. But it was very kind for the White House staff to bring us outbox lunches when they found out we had missed it, and that was very, very nice. So when it was over, Cliff said, there's Bubba eating cheese and crackers in front of George W. Bush on RBTV. So,
well, you said cheese.
Yes, I did.
Right.
I didn't mean you should literally eat cheese, but there you are. And it was good cheese.
It was.
So anyway,
good cooks, eh?
Cliff came over and he said, I'm going to take you guys to the West Wing. So, West Wing. I mean, that's a whole different animal now.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're getting over where the action is.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to, it was very quick, but it was very kind of him to take us. And, we got to see the Situation Room.
Yes, saw that.
Situation Room.
We saw several offices, that of the vice president and communications director, chief of staff, all that stuff.
And then the coup de grace, the Oval Office.
The Oval.
We did.
We were able to walk out that door. That sidewalk that they walk down in the Rose Gardens to
Rick,
their left?
I've watched West Wing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that sidewalk. We walked that sidewalk.
Yeah.
And went right into the Oval Office and got to stand in there for a few seconds. Now, I will tell you this, because I know that everybody's wondering. When people allow you access, you can't abuse it because then it gets them in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
I fought everything in my being. And you know what I've come to the conclusion? I'm doing better. About this, I think I am doing a little bit better. I wanted to go sit in that chair behind that desk so bad, and I knew it was not appropriate. Then there was a side of me that I wanted to sit on that couch and tuck my feet under me like Kellyanne Conway.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
mentioned that.
Yeah, but I could tell that was not what we were going to be able to do. The lighting in the Oval Office is brilliant. It's really well lit.
Boy, it is.
And
it's indirect. It shines up, so it really gives you a glow. And Rick, it ran through my mind all the things that had been in that office. And Tom and I were just looking at pictures from back at the turn of the century, the Oval Office. And you think about all the presidents.
All 10 lines are available. Whatever you want to talk about, come on. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, we'd love to chat with you. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table, not doing meaningless shout-outs. We're not doing shameless plugs. No baby predictions, anything like that could not be done in 30 seconds. You're making comments, you're asking questions, you're bringing information to the table. At the end of your 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will close. We will move to the next caller unless you get one of the 2 timeouts that are available. But there are only 2 of those, and Speedy is getting you lined up ready to go. While you are calling, a couple things you might want to be aware of. Baby brother and I will be appearing for the show in Birmingham this Friday night. We'll be there with Thompson High School. We'll get to be on their pregame show. You can watch that on Facebook by going to THS Athletics, 6 o'clock Central Time. Me and baby brother will be on there. I'm going to talk football with my baby brother. I'm going to have him a little snuggled on my shoulder.
Oh, my goodness.
So we got that. Then this weekend, some things going on. 2 man churches from themanchurch.com. I'll be speaking at the church at Liberty Park for their second man church. There is a meal tied to that, so you need to get a ticket and let them know you're coming. You can do that at the link that we provide. And also, Rich Wingo will be up in Warrior, Alabama at Crossroads Church. They've been doing the strategy now. They're in their second year. And Wingo, his first time to go there to speak to the men of that community. Find both of those by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. To the phones we go. Frank is in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Frankie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the officiating crew got put on probation a couple years back. So, you know, they have a record of making pretty bad calls. So,
well, you have to wonder why they were picked for the Bama game. I mean, you think that's a coincidence? Don't think so.
So let me ask you this:
timeout.
I'll
give you a timeout, Bub.
Yeah, if they are bad and they have a history of bad calls, how come they don't put somebody else in that group or break them up or do what?
And you're acting like that's legit.
Yeah. Well, sir, do you really truly believe that that's what happened Saturday?
I think he's listening on the radio there.
Yeah, you're the one that called.
No, I'm not listening on radio. I just wondered, was you talking to me or was you talking to Ricky?
No, we were asking you that question.
Do you truly believe that that's what made the difference on Saturday?
No, but they did miss. They did. You know, they could have gave us like the rough. You know, when you have
Yeah, well,
you know what? Good point.
Yeah. Jason in Tennessee. Jason, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds. One timeout's gone. Only one remains.
Yes, sir. I can explain the shade of orange in Tennessee.
Okay.
Please.
If we get in trouble and you have to pick up trash on the side of the road, it's the same shade of orange. The jumpsuit to match.
That's funny. I saw that one coming, but it's always a good one. It's always a good one.
like it.
I've heard that one before, by the way.
Jermaine Burton may get to wear one.
Marcus.
Yeah, he may do it.
Marcus in Florida. 30 seconds. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, you know how to keep 5 really simple people in suspense?
That's funny.
Tell them the volunteer color is orange.
Say it again.
Tell them that the volunteer color is orange. Is that what he said?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I didn't understand that. Sorry. We continue. Let's go to Jim in Helena, listening on ZZK. Jim, go ahead.
Hey guys, Rick was talking about getting snake bit on the calf and then breaking a snake's fangs this morning. Our story.
Yeah.
There's a story going around the Helena ballparks that Speedy was also had a snake attempt to bite him on the legs, but it split the uprights.
That's a good one.
They call them snake claws.
That's good.
That's good.
That is a good
That's
one.
great.
The upright.
Stan in Mississippi. Stan, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard y'all speaking of Ole Miss's colors, the powder blue as compared to the navy and the red and all that. Well, the story that I heard and I've understood, I guess, through my lifetime was back in the day when Johnny Vault took over as head coach. I don't know if it was in his tenure, a little bit down the line or whatever, but they ordered a bunch of new helmets, and they came in at like a powder or what they call eggshell blue.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that at that point he didn't want to.
So they wore them.
I wasted on mine.
There was only one time
Somebody
I left.
couldn't communicate.
Yeah.
I couldn't throw
So I think he was saying they got the wrong
It
color.
happened
and they
by
said, let's just
accident.
go
Just
with
went with it.
It happened by accident, yeah. So they're blue and red. It's just they're either powder blue and red or they're more darker blue and red. But
And for years they would wear the powder blue helmet and the dark blue jersey, but now they have a dark helmet that they wear with it, and they even got a light blue jersey.
You win 10 games for many years, you get to do that.
Let's go to, I like when they go with that powder blue. I think it looks good. It looks good. Let's go to Matthew in Alabama. Matthew, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey guys, how are y'all doing?
We're great.
Hey, just Just started watching y'all on YouTube, and I was wanting to know if y'all think that Greg looks like Jimbo Fisher.
There you go.
Jimbo Fisher, yeah, he does. Now we
absolutely
we get that a lot. As a matter of fact, I keep buying him Texas A&M hats and he won't wear them.
I'll tell you what, if my bank account was like his, I would be really
so
glad.
Much. I think if they'll pay me that much, I could win as many games.
Yeah,
I think I could too.
That time.
Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Josh?
Hey, fellas, Alabama Tennessee game. Did you hear at the end of the game they had to hide Smokey?
Had to hide him?
Yeah. Alabama fans are notorious for poisoning things with bark.
That's good. That's a good one. I wish your signal was a little better.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you something. That's good.
If the signal was better and delivery a little tighter, that would have got a big laugh.
He had all the material he needed. He had content.
Yeah. Did you see Smokey before they run out and he gets fired up?
Yes.
And he leads them on the field.
I love that. That's great. Jamie and Glencoe. Jamie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
When President Trump was president and what the Democrats were trying to do to him, is that not an attempted coup? And why could he not order the military to arrest every one of them Democrats?
Amen.
Well, sadly, the president cannot order the military to arrest U.S. citizens.
Right.
Normal,
we really don't
Rick,
want
under
that.
normal conditions. And I would say I'd be probably against that.
We don't want that. We don't want presidents able to stick the military on us. We don't want that.
That would make us like Russia right now.
It would. Let's not hope for that.
Have you seen that mess over there?
Oh my.
Martial law.
Terry in Scottsboro, listen to 101.7. Go ahead.
Yes, I've owned a couple of Teslas, and I missed the first part. We were all talking about Teslas, but I made one trip to Florida, and the cost of Florida from Orlando from Huntsville was going to cost me $300 in my Yukon. And so I drove my Tesla. It cost me $180 round trip.
There you go.
How was the time?
I sold it. Well, I sold it. They went up 35%. So the total cost now would be $240. So you're talking $60 savings for a smaller vehicle. It's just not worth it.
Are you talking about the cost on charging at a Tesla charging station?
Yeah, Tesla supercharger.
Because I know some of the Model 3s had unlimited charging for life, right?
Well, that was way back. They don't offer that no more.
Yeah, that was an introductory offer.
And your time is worth something when you're sitting there getting it charged.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't want my trip to be longer, not over $60.
Yeah.
And don't you have to pay in some states a tax?
Oh yeah,
you
do in
use
Alabama.
of the road because you can't get it from the fuel. So they're gonna come get it anyway.
How much are the car tags?
I was told it's $200 a year more.
The car tag?
Yeah, just to replace gas tax.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then I got to thinking about all the things that had been done there. It's just the acts of war that have come across that
big
desk.
Stuff in there. Truman in there.
Oh yeah. I told you. Truman sat right there and probably had a discussion about if they were going to use the atomic bomb or not. JFK on that desk signed the order proclamation 3504 authorizing the naval quarantine of Cuba. Almost carried us to the Third World War. I mean, it's just so many things. JFK was at that desk in the morning and flew to Texas and never came back.
How about this?
And that was on the desk, by the way, that Trump is using, what's called the Resolute desk. And they've been several different desks.
Yeah, Trump went back to the Resolute desk from National Treasure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He's gone back
to
a
gift from England.
He's gone back to that one, that had
it had all the hand carvings in it. It was really amazing.
Remember when the little Kennedy boys play and it was in between? That was the one. He's brought that one back in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that desk is back.
What a moment!
It was a big moment.
I tell you,
really wanted to sit down, and I don't. Cliff didn't forbid it, but I knew we weren't.
Yeah, I didn't even ask.
Well, out of respect to him, because it was the first time he had ever done that.
Really wanted to sit there.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know how far did we go in.
We weren't allowed to take pictures. We weren't allowed to.
I felt like I needed to get back out. I didn't want to stay in there too long. I felt like I was, in the area that, it's kind of like you're peeking at a Christmas gift and you need to really get back out.
Well, what it was, if you remember, Cliff kept telling us, let's move quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be brisk. Let's stay together. Let's don't wander off.
Right.
Adler?
Guys, It was insane. We're standing there. There's the carpet. There's the couch. There's the seal on the ceiling. The desk is immaculate. I got to be honest. I did do something on my way out. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do.
What'd you do?
So, I mean, the bust was right there. Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln. Y'all, it was crazy. It's smaller than you think it would be, by the way. The Oval Office, but not disappointingly small. Like, you're not like, this sucks.
Not
you know?
well,
No. Like, it's just smaller.
Well, how big did y'all think it was going to be? It's not like a basketball gym.
I thought it was going to be maybe as big as this studio. But it's like half our studio.
I would have given you that. Yeah.
I thought it was as big as the studio, but it's half the studio. So, but not disappointing. It's good and tight, and you can get business.
But everything seems big to you, right?
Well, it's not. No, that's not the point. That's not the point.
Okay.
But
What did you do, Ray?
We're walking out.
Ray, what did you do?
And I'm sure it's some kind of mega awesome historical clock of some kind.
Yeah, of course it is.
that
Everything in there
grandfather
is.
clock,
Yeah.
Everything in there is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
like the pens are.
Everything
even.
is.
Everything.
A
lot of history in there.
I touched it on the way out. There
Yeah,
was the
but-
clock. The couch was right there. I was like, I don't know why. I just stuck my hand out. I was
So
just
your
like,
fingerprints on it.
Why did you think you
and
had
on
to
my
do
way
that?
out? So here's okay. So Helms, this is the clock. I was like. Like that.
Adler.
Why did you
I
do
don't know
that?
why I did it. I was like, I'm gonna touch this.
You know
clock.
there-
I don't
you
know
know
why. I was
there's-
like, I gotta touch something in here.
You know there's cameras in there. They've got video of you doing that.
And now they have your fingerprints so they can pin something on
Wait a
you if they
minute.
need to.
Well, the justice system already has my fingerprints anyway. So.
Right, guys? Yeah, you got to register.
All right, guys. You guys know what it's like.
Hey, you know what? It's interesting to watch our different goals. I considered sitting in the president's desk. You touched a clock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, if you're going to go for it.
I wonder if George Washington touched that clock. We've touched the same clock. I touched the same clock as George Washington.
Who knows?
Yeah, I'm just
I don't know
telling
if that
you,
clock's that
I'm
old.
pretty sure.
Yeah, it happened. Probably so.
Yeah.
How about being in the White House that the British tried to burn down?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's got some age on it, but it's still nice.
It was unreal.
You know what I like
It was
about our White
crazy.
House? You know what I like about the White House? It doesn't look like a palace.
Yeah.
You know why? Because we reject kings. Yeah. We reject.
But
earthly
it does
kings.
look big and businesslike.
It does. But I'm talking about it's appropriate
Yeah,
for our
absolutely.
type of government. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Coming to you from the No Name Studio here on the bleeding edge of technology. From from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. We're glad that you're here. Gang's all here. Everybody's here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Ander. Can you say hello to Bill Bubba Bussy? There he is.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so I want to address something, and I know I've addressed it in the past, but I think it's time for me to really, drive this point home. And, it's always interesting. We talk about the different relationships that Bubba has with every member of the show, and everybody brings something to the Bubba table. And Greg is his eating buddy. He's his running buddy on eating. And that's what Greg does.
Buddy.
And so, I mean, that's him. It's
Bubba, there's more to our relationship than just eating.
Yeah, right. But on the surface, Greg, let's face it. Yeah. I mean, he loves you the most because you're in on the birthday cake.
I just want him to be comfortable and happy.
And I know I've talked about this. Probably, how on the list of nice people, I would say
I'm at the top.
I would say that Don Day, the guy who does the peanuts, is one of the nicest people I've ever met. And I said that I feel
a heck of a morning man.
And I feel like that I keep trying to convince Greg, and of course you benefit from it too, Bubba, but you're not doing what Greg's doing, and I want to warn you not to. Is Greg has gotten so excited about him roasting peanuts every week in the Wednesday Bible study and leaving them. And he's gotten to the point where I can tell he's feeling pressure from you, and that if he doesn't bring peanuts, that somehow he's let you down.
I know.
And I'm like,
well, good. Let's leave it that way.
And I keep telling him, please don't feel like you have to roast peanuts every week.
Every other week will be fine.
And so, Greg, no, this happened yesterday. I'm not exaggerating this.
They're really good.
This happened yesterday. So he comes to the Bible study, and of course I feel bad. He's got his plastic bag full of.
Probably stayed up late.
Even told me that he had COVID that messed his taste up, and he doesn't even like them the way you like them.
Oh, I do.
And he can't get the taste right. Listen, this is a true statement. Nothing I'm saying is embellished or for comedy value. Nothing. I was standing right there. You see where that little stand is over there? I was right there, and he said. So what I do now, he said, my wife comes in since her taste didn't messed up, and she lets me know when I get it right. I said, you've got your wife in there doing a taste test for Greg's peanuts?
I didn't know all that was going on.
And Greg, and then he looks at me, he goes, now look. And his facial expression.
Rick, it's truly a blessing.
Listen, Greg, we should be discussing what we just talked about in the Bible study. His facial expression changes, and Bubba, I'm not exaggerating this, he says, now I'm going to be in Spanish Fort next week. So,
what?
So tell Greg no peanuts.
Like visiting a family member who's like ill or
Rick,
something.
what day is he leaving?
And Greg, and he goes, so I don't think I'll be able. I said, what do you mean you don't think? I said, if you're not going to be here, you won't be coming by. Well, I just don't see why I can get any peanuts to Greg. And I was like,
you talking about Don Day, one of the greatest people?
What kind of pressure are you putting on this guy, Greg?
This answers the question.
So did y'all have a question?
I have a peanut follow-up question to this.
Okay.
Okay.
Greg is trying to convince me. There's two bags that come in. One has a G.
First of all, I want to thank Don.
Greg, we got that. Let's get to the bottom of this.
One has a DA and an M on it.
One has a G on it for Greg, and one has an M on it. Mm-hmm. Well, Greg is trying to convince me that the M stands for Michael, and they're my peanuts.
Yeah,
right.
And I know they stand for medium. I never come up in the conversations, correct?
He's never mentioned you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Greg, don't sit here.
I'm trying to say, at least he's bringing Helms something.
See, this is where he's going with this.
Even though he didn't even know Helms' name was Michael.
And every morning that he would
put an H on it. He would put an H on it.
He would. Thank you. That's the argument I've made.
Which begs, though, won't you just make them all well done?
Greg, this is where he complains about getting.
No, I'm not complaining. They're awesome.
I
even eat those.
Bubba, which ones do you like? Because he thinks that we want both flavors.
I get the ones that are cooked the most.
So you like the ones Greg
likes?
Well,
now those are
like the ones with a G on them.
You need to stay out of those.
So you're saying the M really isn't necessary?
Or Rick, don't say that.
It should all be
all be G.
All be like Greg's.
Yeah,
or WD, whatever you want to put on them.
But that's not.
But the M does not stand for Michael.
Too. The M's are good too.
Greg, hey, this morning, first thing I walked in the door. Hey, Helms, got your peanuts in today.
Why didn't you want them?
That's what he said. Hey, Helms, got your peanuts. They're not my peanuts, buddy. I like peanuts.
I do too.
And I love that Don Day, if I asked Don Day, if I put pressure on Don Day and asked him, he would have me a bag that had H on it. But those are not for me.
You know what?
Acting as if they are.
What time's he going to Spanish for now?
Greg, he's not going to make a special trip over here before he goes and visits his family. No.
That's
I
not
don't know why
happening.
I'm just so into parched peanuts.
I know, but
I like
hey,
it.
he's
dialed in, and they're good.
They don't have a chance. He makes them perfect.
They don't have a chance against
I
him.
feel so bad. I look up and that door opens, and I'll see Don come in, and I'll look, and he's got that bag with him.
Does
and
he look tired?
But
Rick?
he has a look on his face like I know don't come without him.
Yeah, well, you know what'll happen? There's
So
going to be
sad.
times he doesn't get them done, and he'll think, I can't go to the Bible study.
That's it.
because
That's
I don't
exactly
have
right.
to.
You're 100% right.
That's not
Now
necessary.
you affected a man's spiritual growth.
Just don't tell me he was here. I won't know.
He came into the TV room yesterday, dropped off a bag, and I still had some of my
He
bag
always
from,
brings Adler some.
from last week. I had still had some left, and he goes, "Oh, you barely didn't even finish the last ones." And I didn't have the heart to tell him that it's actually Greg that comes in here and eats my peanuts.
Dude.
You know what? That's really the mystery that Don doesn't know. He thinks he's providing peanuts for a lot of people.
Yeah.
They're all Greg.
He's just bringing peanuts for Greg.
I
That's
get
true,
maybe
by the way.
2 handfuls of bags.
Right.
That's
Well,
all I
well,
ever
stay
get.
in the M and leave the other one.
I think I got M today.
I'm just kidding.
So
The
you're
M's are
saying
good. We're kidding. They're
Well,
good.
you know, you'll
Don,
complain
and
about
look.
M's.
If you're not, don't make a special trip. But if you happen to make some peanuts and you want to bring them with you, that's fine.
Greg.
See, he's dialed them in. There was this guy when I worked at the power company. Every Friday he would come up to the lot.
Do you realize what it
When-
must take to roast peanuts?
When we
every
would
week
come
for
in
you?
and he'd have a big box of peanuts.
Right.
But he was selling them. And me and him talked about how I liked them kind of almost burnt, but not burnt.
Right.
And he dialed Don's just like him.
Right.
Perfect.
Right.
Man, they're perfect. Every Friday that guy'd come to me because he knew I was going to buy a few bags.
Yeah. I had the deal. You're talking about the way you want these. Now we talked about toast. I'm weird. I like toast.
I want
actually
it done.
toasted.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
I love
I want to
toast.
blow it out.
And
I
so,
love toast.
So
Dark toast.
Last night I got back from the farm and Sherry said, "Hey, you want me to fix you a sandwich?" Because we weren't doing anything big on dinner last night. And I said, "Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, hon." And she goes, "Now look, I put this on 3 like it's supposed to be, and do you see how perfect that toast is?" And I'm like, "That's not
quite done enough.
Not quite done enough." She goes, "Now I want you to eat that and tell me that's not toasted." And of course it wasn't. I bit into it and I'm like, "Well, it's soft. I mean,
Let me tell you.
it's warm bread with
Did you act
maybe
like it was delicious though?
well, I said thank you. You make an outstanding sandwich. You just got to work on your toast.
The worst.
The
worst. The toast.
I mean, it's just not. That ain't toast.
The worst
I
toast
don't
mistake
like 3.
is if
I'm
someone.
a 4 or 5.
Yeah, if someone tries to make cheese toast and they just broil it, and you get it and the cheese is done and the bottom is still white.
I can't stand that.
I'm like, well, this isn't cheese toast.
No, I can't stand
It's
that.
cheese bread.
It's cheese bread.
Peanuts have got your voice messed up.
So I ate so I ate a sandwich that was warm, and
I want it crunchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want the heel of the toe.
Yeah.
I love those.
Oh, I'll
Toast
eat
a toast a heel or a toast.
Hey,
See what you got.
You want me to find somebody in the Bible study to bring you some toast?
Well, I would like to.
It's
funny.
No, Rick, I want to thank Don. And
Right.
look, I'll give him next week off. But that,
Like
there's
every other
always the
human
next
being,
week.
Greg.
The man
Look,
shouldn't stand there and have to
thank
explain
you.
to me why he's not
No,
going to
Rick.
be here
That's 'cause he's a
outside
good
of the Bible.
person.
I thought he might say, "Look, let me know what we're studying next week," but oh no, he's worried about the peanuts.
Every one of us, Greg, has 168 hours a week, and Don Day spends one of those on you.
Is that
That's a
amazing?
good man. One day I'll do something for Don. He's going to need something one day, and I'm going to help him out.
Right, Bubba,
What
would
are you
you
gonna
would
do?
you at
Did you
least
hear
take a
what he
bag?
just said?
I'm going to cut his grass or something.
Would you at least take a bag
Can I
for
cut
yourself so we
Don's
don't feel like
grass?
he's doing it just for Greg?
Well, I don't eat that many peanuts, but I
I
like
left
them.
Michael's got his M on it.
Yeah, Michael's got his.
I heard Bubba begging you for some while ago. Can I please have some?
Oh, yeah,
Where
you
are
have
As long
they?
as he stays out of them well done.
Bubba, can I ask you this honestly? Be honest. He doesn't offer them, does he? Do you have to ask for
I
it?
saw him on his desk. I just went in there and got some.
Right, but he
Well,
won't
that's
offer them,
fine.
will he?
And I did holler and ask him, and he said use the M bag. Which I didn't know what the code was.
Yeah,
on
Michael,
it.
that's Michael was sharing with you.
Michael, sure we.
Jake, Greg, these are mine.
Did you just call him
Buddy,
Jake?
I got
did
news
call
for
him
you.
Jake. That's my
I'm
brother.
gonna tell you this, buddy. If it's Tuesday of next week and they're still in there, they're mine.
Well, I'm gonna hide them then.
Okay.
I'm gonna hide my hand. I'm gonna throw a rock and hide my hand.
I feel like you don't want them if they've been
Greg,
there that long.
Greg, I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna end this. Yesterday, a lot of people. There was some things going
Don's
on.
a good man.
I talked to this guy, and I noticed, and Don Day was not leaving. He was waiting till I talked to everybody else. So I think, well, he's got a question about the message. I mean, he's got something he wants to share about the message, and he stands over, and you know how people start looking at their feet and shuffling, and you needed to go.
Yeah.
And I said, hang on just a minute, let me see what Don needs.
It's
And-
gotta be
and
something
I was
important.
talking to a guy, one of the younger guys right here, and I walk over. I said, hey man, everything all right? And he literally looked at me like a face at. Next week, I got to go to Spanish Fort. And I'm like, okay, Don, that's fine. Well, I mean, Greg ain't going to get a spanking. and look,
You thought he was going to say, I'm going to miss the Bible
yeah,
study.
I thought he was talking about missing the Bible study.
Well, Rick, look, it's appreciated, and I love it, and I look forward to them every Thursday on my way in. So, Don, it ain't for nothing.
I get excited. Unlike Adler, I actually get excited.
He's working his hands to the bone, Greg.
Look, Adler doesn't appreciate it. Takes him for granted.
He's suffering from peanut hands now.
That's right. I'm finna go get some right now.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about what's going on. The latest inflation numbers. Bubba, you keep telling everybody the president can say whatever he wants to. You got the numbers.
Yeah, well, we just had them a couple of weeks ago. 8.2% year to year?
Yeah. Stock market, it's having some bad days. Worst ones, we've had days the worst we've had in 2 years. The Biden administration, I don't know what they're doing other than just trying to hope we don't know that it's real or we don't know the numbers, but the economy is struggling. And that's why we're recommending diversify. You need to do that now with gold and silver. And Allegiance Gold is going to help protect your IRA and your 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, if you prefer this, they'll even send it to your home, if that's what you, right to the front door, securely, of course. Their approach is different. They're going to take each individual member of this audience or of the show, and they're going to say, well, we're going to do it this way because of your situation. We're not going to make you do the same thing that somebody else that's in a different situation might need to do. They've got a long-term strategy, not short-term. Allegiance Gold has some of the highest ratings in the industry. 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, and an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Here's what you need to do. Listen to this. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. Just put our names together. Don't put an and in there on this one. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. Get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase if you tell them that you heard about it here. Go to ProtectWithRickBubba.com. That'll solve that. But if you call them, 844-790-9191, you do need to mention us, okay, to have a shot at that offer. Call them at 844-790-9191 or go to protectwithrickbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So, Adler, we're going to look at videos 1A, 1B, and then 4A and 4B as we get a bit of a political update. Political update on the Rick and Bubba Show. Those politicians, public servants. Here we go. Leave such a calamity. I've got too much time on my hands, and it's taking away. Here we go. Taking away, and I don't know what to do with myself. All right, let's start with President Joe Biden. Peter Ducey, when Joe loses his temper, sometimes he'll just lose his temper.
Yeah.
I mean, just immediately. Just he flies off the handle and
he yells, "Get out of my yard!"
Yeah, get out of my yard, you young punks. So here is Peter Ducey, and he's asking him a simple question, and he's really wanting to know why the president is putting priority on certain things when they really shouldn't. The economy be priority number one, and this is involving the border. Is that right? What question? What comment has he made that Peter Ducey asked this question?
Abortion or inflation?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you. So that's the question. All right. So here we go.
Just hoping to clarify for midterm voters, top domestic issue, inflation or abortion?
All important. Unlike you, there's no one thing. It crosses the board. Domestic, ask me about foreign policy too. There's multiple issues, and they're all important. And so, and we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know that old expression. Thank you.
What's that? This also, Peter Ducey had a back and forth with Jean-Pierre yesterday, too, where he was like, can y'all not answer this? Because it seems like y'all are trying to say abortion is the number one domestic issue when the polling shows that it's not. It's on down the list. But I think it stems from from all that.
So what does he say we need to be able to walk and chew gum?
I guess handle all these issues.
Yeah, we need to do it all.
Just one.
Doing everything at the same time.
All right. Not sure that's how
It's
the
not just one
analogy
issue,
is.
really.
Yeah, he
It's
don't need to
multiple
bring.
issues.
He don't need to bring up walking and chewing gum. He don't
No.
No,
Guy can't ride a bike
because he can't.
Yeah.
And he goes, they're all important, unlike you, which he was trying to slam Ducey, saying you're not important. But then he continued that sentence. There's more than one thing. So that kind of covered. I'm not saying you're not important. I'm saying there's more than one thing. But you know what he was trying to say to Ducey for sure.
So I noticed you've picked something from 1993, and this is when people forget these kind of statements that Joe Biden made in '93. But he did make them because they are available. And you what's that?
Yeah, Speedy sent me this.
Yeah, this was making the rounds yesterday, and I can't remember if we watched it or not because we'll watch a lot of throwback Joe Biden video that's out there. He was basically ranting about how we need to take our streets back from these criminals that are overrunning the cities, and that now think about where we are now and the left's policy versus what he's saying now. I guess what he said in 1993 would now be deemed racist, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah, if you make these kind of statements now, even though it's not racist, I mean, criminals come in all forms.
Of course they do.
Of people. But if he was saying this today, he would almost sound like a Republican.
Yeah, he's holding court right now, November 18th, 1993.
Take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing, because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets that society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them.
Wow.
You know what? I like that speech.
Yeah, that was the popular speech then to get him elected.
Mm-hmm.
He goes whichever way the wind
That's
blows.
when he and Bill Clinton ran on putting 100,000 more police officers on the street.
Yeah, because in our video selection,
Now that is a negative, by the way. They look back at that.
He gives that same speech as president right now, and his party has said that kind of rhetoric is racist, it's uncaring, and it's white privilege, all that.
Yeah, we have countless video of big major cities, people just being beat up. There's even cops trying to get gas at a gas station, and a bunch of ATVs pull up, throwing stuff at the cars. It's just a mess, man.
That is so glaringly against everything that the Democratic Party stands for now. The importance of the family unit, having parents, having a whole household to raise up kids. You don't hear that at all. The importance of police and the people that back removing police are not the people that live in these high crime areas. Black people don't support removing police, and it impacts them some of the most.
Yeah, and so and like Greg just said, well, he knew that was the thing to say then because that was politically expedient then.
Yeah, less than 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Just in case y'all are wondering.
So
not that long ago.
We come back, AOC faces more protest.
Yeah.
You mean Sandy?
Sandy? Yeah, I finally, y'all helped me figure out where that was coming from. I didn't know where that came from. That was what she was called in high school, right? In college. So we'll
right up till she ran.
Right up till she ran for office. We'll come back. We'll look at that, and we do have that video that Speedy talked about too, about the police being ambushed. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, well, it's here. There it is. This year's Rick and Bubba Best of Double CD. A lot of you, this is tradition for you to grab a hard copy of the CD, make it a stocking stuffer for the upcoming holiday season as we roll into Thanksgiving, into Christmas, and into the new year. And it is called Can't Have Nothing. I mean, hey, you can't have. And so it's there. You'll enjoy it. Now, the way this operates, because I'm getting some of you already, when does it go to iTunes? I know we're living in the high-tech times, but usually that'll be 60, 70 days, so it'll be first of the year before it gets to iTunes normally. But the hard copies are an old tradition, and, of course, because of the new technology, the hard copies are limited, which means there's not that many of them. We usually we throw them out there, and then we sell through those, and then we're done with it, and then it goes to iTunes. So if you like having a hard copy, or you just like going ahead and getting it where you can listen to it, grab it now at rickandbubba.com under the store before all the copies are gone. And we'll read to you later on all the different bits that made it to the CD. I do realize that it's impossible for us to think of every single bit that you would want to hear, but the good news is there's another Best of C coming up next year. Because there has to be a cutoff in the year in order to actually get them done and printed by Christmas. So sometimes some of those
Yeah, it's not exactly a calendar year. It kind of goes summer to summer almost.
Yeah, it really is. So there you go. So that's out and available now there at rickandbubba.com. Grab that and start shopping for Christmas. There's some other new items there, and there'll be a new Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament this year. Those should be ready in maybe another week or so. So there you go. Bubba, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Well, fired up. I mean, we've got Butterball electric fryer. Speaking of, we're giving those away today. So look for a little Rick and Bubba contest to happen today.
You know that device has changed our Thanksgiving. It really changed our whole process several years ago. And I'm guilty. I don't use it enough. At other times of the year, I should. But it is really, really handy in the fact that you can cook a turkey and make it so juicy and mouth-watering, and just do it right before you have to eat. You don't have to get up in the middle of the night and do all that we used to do.
3 a.m.?
And frankly, as good as it was, sometimes it can be a little dry.
Well, you got to get it right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be perfect.
It's not an easy deal, and this simplifies it.
Well,
and it's got all the protection in there, so you don't start a fire and all that people used to have to go through, that gave it problems with doing deep frying a turkey. So, we do it right in the kitchen. It's fine. It's easy to do.
Well,
I love it.
Let me tell you what's fantastic.
Rick, I dadgum love it.
Let me tell you what's fantastic is you don't have to go buy one. If you listen to the show, you could win one.
I know.
Picture that.
Even better.
What if you've got one and you didn't have to pay for it? What if you got?
I bet it tastes a little sweeter.
What if you got it from OR&B?
So you always got a Thanksgiving story, that's for sure.
Can you believe where we are? Can you believe this year's almost over? I can't believe it. I mean, time is going by so fast. You realize it's only been a few Wheel of Meat Wednesdays. I mean, it's since the last one.
Time used to be like climbing a hill. Now it's like we're in a wagon riding down the backside of it with no brakes.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Click, click.
So anyway, we'll look at some stories today. Some of the you text yesterday, and I agree. I saw some of the now really difficult stories to hear about the crazed, evil Texas shooter. There's all sort. I heard somebody say yesterday. They said, when you go to the Las Vegas shooter, you find surprises. Meaning there was no indication in his life that he was dangerous. Right. This is not the case with this guy. There were all kinds of red flags in this guy's life.
Yes. Well, and you see one of the problems. It looks like there was just a breakdown in paperwork. The Air Force never reported his dishonorable discharge and his violence against his family, and it never got into the national database. So he went right in and bought a gun just like anybody would that didn't have a problem. So again, we've got to look at the system. I mean, you know how I'm a believer in the Second Amendment, but I also believe that we have to have some processes and they have to work.
Well, there's a responsibility with every right we've been given.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
there's a responsibility that comes with that right, and as you just said, a system's no good if people don't implement it properly.
Yeah. Well, you would think of all people, the Air Force would
get
it in there,
that right. Yeah.
So.
Ain't got nothing to say. Morning, I go to bed. Well, I ain't nothing but tired. Back 35 minutes past the hour. Cook's Pest Control and the Rick and Bubba Show. We go hand in hand. Just so cool going down to the farm yesterday knowing that Cook's Pest Control had recently been there. They gave me a report. Everything looks good. Going into Camp House with no issues of sharing it with some critters. It's great to know that. And they do a great job at our home. They'll do a great job for you. And if you'd like to get a free evaluation from them, you can. Go to cookspest.com. They'll come out, whatever property you want them to look at. They'll assess the situation. They'll tell you what they think needs to be done, and then you decide whether you want to use them or not. Can we save you the trouble? Go ahead and use them. They're the best in the business. But they'll come check it out with no obligation. You can hear exactly what they have to say and what their expertise would suggest. So go to cookspest.com, cookspest.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can sing with us. Looky. Here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. So Sandy's having a hard time, AOC, with her constituents. They don't seem to like her as much as they once did.
Getting a little pushback.
And Bubba, right now we're gonna hear the chant of AOC has to go.
Hey, ho, ho.
She's at another town hall meeting right there in her old backyard, and it
Look at that guy.
and it does not go well. Here we go.
Got drum.
Wow, that one over there is kind of a dirty sign. You might want to look at that.
Y'all, she's dancing to it.
Oh my.
Oh yeah.
That is so cringy.
Acting
That
like
is
it doesn't bother
so
her.
cringy.
Bubba,
Wow.
What do you even say to what you just saw? Can you even explain what you just saw?
She needs to keep that on TikTok.
So they're chanting that she has to go. The town hall meeting.
Now we do have a percussionist involved.
We do, and there's one sign that someone is really they're willing to make.
They
the
really
point.
want her to
That was
go.
pretty colorful, yeah.
They really want her to go.
What is this clip where she's speaking with a Spanish
This
accent?
is it here. The same meeting.
Yeah, it's the exact same meeting, and she
So she was
tries
dancing.
She tries to get control of the audience, and this is how she does it.
All right, listen, okay, listen. All right, listen,
Is she drunk?
listen, okay, listen.
Oh my goodness.
Bubba, do something. Speedy, are you okay?
I'm confused. The group that's unhappy with her, do they think she's not being left enough and not
It's a
progressive
great-
enough?
Now, there was
don't
one
know.
group that was on her because
Right.
voting for the war or something, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
they're
Is this
based
the same bunch?
I don't know if it's the same
So
bunch.
what-
They're claiming they're true progressives, and she's not. I think
So she's not left enough
But
for 'em,
on
which is
particularly the military, they don't like her support of Ukraine, and they don't like her support of.
So she has voted to sell. We're giving them money, but they're basically buying U.S. weapons with it.
Correct.
So they don't support that, right?
Because they
So that
say
means you support the war.
They say, well, it goes further. You're right, Greg.
So
but-
we should just let Russia run Russia, though?
Well, let me tell you what they're saying. I don't agree with it, but here's what they're saying. They think this is escalating to the point that Russia will start firing nuclear weapons, and she's going to get us involved. And those like her, we need to just stay out of this, that we're going to be seen as aggressors, and it's going to launch World War III, and we're all going to be destroyed by nuclear bombs. That's what they think. I'm not saying that that's a level-headed view. And they think she's selling out to the war hawks.
Yeah.
Do I have that right?
Do we even know if that's what she voted for?
Yeah, I wonder. Surprising she
that
did.
doesn't sound like something she would vote for.
Well, and also here she's trying to make fun and belittle those that protest because she doesn't think they're very smart. If you're against me, then you're silly and dumb, and I'm gonna make fun of you. I'm a dance. I'm gonna use a fake accent.
that accent.
What I would think, I would be mad because she ran off some good paying Amazon jobs that could have been in our community. You know,
Yeah.
that's what I'd be mad at.
Right. Well,
All right, listen, okay, listen.
What is that?
I don't know what to do with that. Makes me so uncomfortable.
You might want to put that
Is
over
this what
there.
it feels like, Speedy? Is this what I'm
Yeah,
experiencing?
I would like
this
to
is
listen
it.
to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bank 9.
Yeah, that may be a bank nine.
You have an urge to run.
Yeah, I just
Wait a
like. I just wish I wasn't here.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
All right, so we mentioned last segment this this video of the ATV group. So they just see policemen at a Philly gas station, and they pull up on their ATVs,
Which are illegal to drive on the road.
right, and start throwing bottles. Do I see bricks? They have bricks.
Yeah, they have that. Motorcycles, ATVs.
All right,
And one
you
guy's
name
cutting
it.
a 360.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
and so
Got all kinds of stuff, Rick.
Dirt bikes. Boom.
I don't know if the cops are responding to something. It could be them, or
Are they just getting gas? Maybe.
Yeah, I
'Cause I don't know why they
know.
have the lights on. But.
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what's going on. Here's a better view of what they're looking at.
So
We got. It looks like maybe that's
So we're
a
throwing
rock
stuff
or
at
something.
police
Oh, so they are
cars.
throwing stuff at
Yeah,
I see
bricks
that.
maybe.
And like I say, those vehicles are not even legal to drive on the street.
Can you just throw bricks at police cars and nobody get in trouble for it? I mean,
I've never experienced that it would
Right,
be okay.
yeah, I mean-
I think normally that leads to someone being cuffed and stuffed.
Yeah.
doesn't that fall under the Bobo? No. I don't understand that. So anyway, that's. But this is all of this kind of behavior toward law enforcement, as we just said, is it's caused by the rhetoric that we hear from certain politicians, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
they gin all this stuff up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you heard, Joe Biden in '93, he didn't think it should be happening.
That's right.
No,
no matter what.
Really, a good political ad would be his audio over all this video.
Right.
Listen.
So, and also in video 6, which I have watched, it's really just these are local politicians in New York City trying to reassure the citizens of the city that they're taking the rat problem serious, and they're pretending like they're talking to the rats to leave the city, that they won't be tolerated.
Yeah, it just sounds very silly in their approach here.
Okay, all right.
The rats are absolutely going to hate this announcement. But the rats don't run the city.
Oh, yeah,
we do.
This is not Ratatouille. Rats are not our friends.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks
Thank you
for
so
clearing that
much.
up. I like that
Thank
movie.
you.
What group is this making this
It's
announcement?
just nothing but cringe-worthy politicians, this segment.
That was the NYC Sanitation Commission.
Well, I tell you another thing. In New York, they're getting a lot of these refugees that are being shipped to them from the southern border by the states down there, and the mayor has set up a tent city. Have you seen this to house them?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And Google has now officially put it on the map where you see, if you look at New York, it's called Adams Tent City.
No.
And they're unhappy about that.
Wow.
But, you know, they've sent a few thousand and they're all tore up about
Oh,
it.
yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
hey, we're dealing with 2.2 million this year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
That's been one of the most wonderful.
Oh,
right there it is, Rick. Look at Adams
um,
Tent City.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they're exposing this, because these elections, and when you buy into all this rhetoric and feel-goodism and all that, if you don't think through what it's going to actually mean, how it's going to, you have to.
You mean elections have consequences,
Right. Yeah,
Rick?
man.
What a great phrase.
It really is. So anyway.
And being a sanctuary city is really nice until you have to actually be a sanctuary.
Until you have to host people.
Yeah, that's where it goes south. One more thing that we'll come back with some things that we may have missed and get some of your phone calls too. But it looks like the CDC panel has unanimously voted to add COVID-19 mRNA shots to be recommended to the recommended childhood vaccine schedule. Meaning, you know how we all went when you had kids and they say, all right, by this time you need to do these and these. They're going to now take this and add it to the schedule of vaccines you're supposed to get for your kids.
No conflict, yes.
So they're all voting.
This
now.
is all voting
Dr.
them,
Lair.
yes.
Lair, no conflicts, yes.
Wow.
Thank you, Ms. Bata.
Bata, no conflicts, yes.
So the CDC says.
Dr. Brooks.
Yeah.
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
And that goes on and on.
Thank you, Oliver.
So they don't think there's any conflicts.
We're going to give a vaccine that has some problems.
Yep.
Okay, it helps, but it has some problems. Mm-hmm. Give them the benefit of the doubt on that. To a group of citizens that have had little to no problem battling this.
Correct.
Without long-term studies showing the damage it could do. In a time when we're not in a pandemic anymore.
Correct.
It is manageable at this point.
Right. You're right. We're talking about
And
childhood vaccines.
The death rate for children was way below the decimal point. You know, a lot of zeros in front of it.
Thank God for that.
Yes. I don't. It's just I don't know. We just seem to be shot crazy right now. I don't know what it is.
Well, and if you're someone who already doesn't really trust why there's so much push for them, this doesn't help. It doesn't help. We'll come back. We'll look at anything that we may have missed today, some things that we do want to mention before we go today, if this is your last hour, and we'll get to some of your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're all of that's still being investigated. We're not into the finger pointing, but into the hey, we're trying to prevent things like this from happening.
Right. I'm not finger pointing at all. I'm just saying in the last case, everybody said that he had.
Right. I'm not either.
He had no issues. This guy did have issues,
Right.
and no one's surprised that he was dangerous. I'm just saying, like, you know, it was different in Las Vegas.
And all this boils down to a beef with his in-laws. Is that what this is about?
Well,
Is they were members of the church? I mean, they had something.
The mother-in-law.
Yeah, but again, it shows you that he's evil.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
You can be upset with members of your family or your in-laws and not go shoot people in cold blood
absolutely.
while they're at church.
But that's the connection they
The
had
guy
with
who
the church.
stopped him initially, Stephen, is it Williford? Did you see him talking about it yesterday? That's the first time I'd seen him on camera.
I've got the story here in front of me, but
we'll try to look at that if Speedy can pull it up.
It was good, and we've got the story on that. I did hear only story I heard yesterday because I heard y'all talking about the trial. I wanted to hear more, but I only heard the one about how this guy saved a man's mother's life because she was lying on the floor waiting to be the next person to be shot. The woman next to her, he had literally just shot in cold blood on the ground. And when this guy arrived shooting at him, he moved on to that and left her laying there. That was big. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today with the evil shooter in Texas, we've got people doing things as bizarre as him trying to bribe girls that broke up with him and threatening them. And when they were dating him, at one time was dating a 13-year-old when he was 18. And we got that in the mix today. We've got the Air Force saying that they did drop the ball. And Academy Sports saying he would not have passed the background check if the Air Force had turned in their paperwork. They didn't. That's a big miss. That's a biggie. Now we get into the people who were involved. Here's the man who did bring his own rifle and begin to shoot at the shooter, saving lives and eventually killing the man. And he's been talking about his situation and trying to let everyone know that he's not a hero. So that is Stephen, is it Williford? 55, one of the two men who stopped the shooter, but he's the one who actually had the gun. So here he is in his own words.
Is the people at that church, they're friends of mine, their family. And every time I heard a shot, I knew that probably represented a life. I was scared to death. I was scared for me, and I was scared for every one of them, and I was scared for my own family that just lived less than a block away. I'm no hero. I am not. I think my God, my Lord, protected me and gave me the skills to do what needed to be done. And I just wish I could have gotten there faster, but I didn't know. I didn't know what was happening.
So he's saying,
wow,
yeah,
powerful, isn't it?
It is. We also heard the story of the man whose mother he is crediting God through this man as saving because the way what he described happened. He started shooting through the windows and then went into the church, walked down the aisle, shot as many people as he could. People, dove on the ground. Then he was going by shooting everybody who was actually laying on the ground, and was and you can hear him talk about that. This one's courtesy of CNN. Yeah. So here we go.
She was at church, just like any other Sunday. Out of nowhere, shots started coming through the windows. Windows broke out, shots were flying. Then the shooter came in through the front doors, and the Sunday school teacher sitting next to her yelled, "Get on the floor." So she got on the floor. A lady sitting to her left also got on the floor. The Sunday school teacher left, and she doesn't know what happened to him. The shooter came into the church and started shooting everyone, and people were running out of the church, and she thinks he was shooting them as they were leaving. She doesn't know how many people were actually able to get away. She does know that after people stopped running out of the church, he started walking around the church, going up and down the aisle, shooting everybody that was laying on the ground. And she said he walked up and down the aisles quite a few times.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We Be Big is our number. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up this hour. If you have something you want to comment on, or you got something you want to bring up, you can here in the final hour for some of you today. And if we're wrapping things up, this will be our last chance to talk today. On a very, very sad note, we were looking today, college football player Sam Westmoreland has apparently died at the age of 18. The cause of death is unknown, and Mississippi State freshman offensive lineman. And they were Mike Leach has already described him as a tremendous young man with a limitless future, and he has expressed his condolences to all who are connected to him. So that's a sad note there.
Yeah, it is.
18.
I mean, you're a freshman. You're in the great time of your life, going into college. You're playing college football, which is a big honor. And to have this happen, I know that'll be a sad note for the team and really for the whole city there.
Yeah, and they're not. They haven't released what the cause of death was. So anyway, I don't know, but it's a sad situation for everybody involved in the team and and there at the university. Certainly that rattles the whole bunch, no doubt about it. And so hopefully the those that are part of the program and know the family, that they'll be there for them, and they'll all get the right counseling and prayers and everything when you go through something this difficult.
Rick, with the midterms coming up, about 3 weeks now, you remember Georgia changed their voting laws to try to make it easier to vote, harder to cheat.
Right.
But many on the left and the Democratic side said this was voter suppression, pure and simple.
Oh, yeah.
You're out trying to suppress votes. We can't have this. This is illegal, immoral, and everything else under the sun. Well, Georgia they're under those new laws now, and they have started early voting already. Yesterday, they saw a record turnout of early voting.
Yes.
And Stacey Abrams had a few comments about that. Now, keep in mind, this was supposed to be just voter suppression, Jim Crow laws. We moved the All-Star game because of it, remember?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because people were not going to be able to vote in Georgia.
All right.
Record turnouts yesterday. Stacey Abrams' comments.
We are here today because we are about to make history. In 20 days, we are changing Georgia. Let's get it done. Thank you all so much for being here. Yesterday was amazing. And I'm not talking about the debate. That was good too. But yesterday, we saw record turnout for early voting. Yes, we should be excited. But let's remember what that means. It does not mean that voter suppression doesn't exist. That's like saying that there are no more sharks in the water because more people get in. We know that voter suppression is alive and well in Georgia, but we're stronger, we're faster, and we're better than it, and we are going to bring it, and we're going to win this election.
So she just says, I'm just going to make up that even though people voted with no problem at all, there's still voter suppression because that's something I've been saying, and I can't really prove it, but I'm going to tell you it still exists. It really doesn't matter if you didn't face suppression, it's still there.
Well, I think, too, when you say suppression, you mean there's a group out there that have made a conscious decision. We don't want you to vote because of your race or your color or where you live or because you don't agree with us, and they're manipulating the law to that end.
Where's
now,
that?
if people are lazy and don't want to go, if people don't want to go and follow the rules to register and to go and show up at a ballot place and vote and all that, can't help that. That's kind of on them.
Right.
But it really doesn't appear that suppression is taking place if you're having record turnout. I mean, I know what she's saying, and I agree to a point. Just because you have record turnout doesn't mean that there couldn't be other issues, but it doesn't appear to be affecting the vote.
Well, also, I can't get anybody to explain to me how people having to identify themselves as being who they are and voting only once is suppression.
Right. Just asking you to be
that's not suppression.
To prove who you are and have one person, one vote for each election in the district you're supposed to vote, to me, is not suppression.
Right.
That's called fairness. One person, one vote.
Yep. She also wanted
stuffing ballot boxes is not. If you stop people from stuffing a ballot box, that's not voter suppression.
No, it's not. That's right. if you're making everybody follow the voting rules, you're not suppressing anything. You're actually having pure elections.
Right.
And we have her also making the comment as well. We have this from 3A, Adler. You know, you heard Peter Ducey even asking the president, the lead Democrat, are y'all claiming that the main issue before the people is abortion? And listen to how sinister this really is. Stacey Abrams, who we know is a huge proponent for abortion at any time, on demand, she wants to talk about the reason why you're in the situation you're in right now. People find themselves really struggling because they have children. So the burden of children. So here we go.
I would assume, maybe incorrectly, but while abortion is an issue, it nowhere reaches the level of interest of voters in terms of the cost of gas, food, bread, milk, things like that. What can a governor, what could you do as governor to alleviate the concerns of Georgia voters about those livability, daily, hourly issues that they're confronted with?
But let's be clear. Having children is why you're worried about your price for gas. It's why you're concerned about how much food costs. For women, this is not a reductive issue. You can't divorce being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy from the economic realities of having a child. And so it's important for us to have both and conversations. We don't have the luxury of reducing it or separating them out, but we also have to talk about what a governor can do.
So she's saying that without the abortion option,
right,
if you are forced to have kids, it makes your economic situation worse.
Correct.
Thus, the abortion law is responsible for inflation.
Correct.
The solution for inflation is abortion.
Correct.
That's
you would be less impacted if you didn't have children.
I could say something now, but I'm not,
right,
because of my many years in broadcasting.
Right,
I've learned.
Right,
but that is just about ridiculous.
Poor people should abort their kids, is what she just said.
Your life would be much easier if you just had the option to not have these kids. Of course, you do have that option, by the way.
But I thought if you had kids and you're on many of the welfare programs, they give you extra money for those, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Don't they? I mean, and then we have the WIC program, Women, Infant Children, where you get a lot of supplies for your children, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing that?
Yeah.
Don't you get more for the more children you have?
You do.
Yeah, okay.
Matter of fact, there's some people saying that promotes having children out of wedlock. Yeah.
But wouldn't that go against what she's saying then?
It would, Bubba. It sure would. Yeah. But
that program should make having a child financially neutral, wouldn't it? Because you wouldn't have more of a burden. You'd get being paid more.
But now you're messing up her ability to answer the question the way she wanted to.
Okay. Got it.
All right. Top of the hour for a lot of you. We're saying goodbye today, and Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.